here in Copenhagen. There we go, the UNICEF. This is the biggest warehouse, humanitarian warehouse in the world. Berlin, Germany, capital city, in Brussels, Belgium, Luxembourg. Marathon 25? Yeah, 25th marathon. It's 25 days. Sounds insane. February 26, marathon 26, out of 28. Netherlands. Amsterdam is canals, there's canals everywhere. Canals. So, this is it, 27th, 28th is tomorrow. And been running through Ireland to Dublin. So I'm in France, I'm in Paris. Let's get the French flag in there, there we go. And 28th marathon, 28 days. I said I'd do it, and I have. It looks like I'm going to do it. So that's nice. It's nice to stick to your guns. I'm almost at the end, marathon 28. I'm going to do a gig now, do a stand-up gig. And look at this. Da-da-da. People say, oh, you must love the running. I love the stopping. It's not a body thing, it's a mind thing. It's so good to be here. Goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there. We'll be strong. I'm going to kick it off right now, and let's get this going and get the first marathon in London going. Cheers, see ya. Boys. I have just finished in Portugal. There you can see the Portugal flag. Got a train, night train, from Lisbon to Spain to Madrid. So I'm going to start running right from the station. Italy now, yes, there we go. Italy. Running through the streets in Malta, in Valletta. Is it the 6th marathon? Nicosia in Cyprus, which has had its own problems of separation, division. In Greece, in Athens, Sofia, Bulgaria, day 8. Here in Bucharest, in Romania, running in the snow. This is Hungary. Hungary is in Budapest. The February 11th and 11th marathon. You see, it all ties up. And this is Slovakia, Bratislava in Slovakia. Off to Vienna. Each one I get up and I'm thinking, Zagreb, Croatia. Here we are. Slovenia. Ljubljana. Is this marathon 14? I think this is, when I've done this, it'll be the halfway point. Thank you for supporting. So, I'm in Prague, Czech Republic. I think it's the 16th of February. In Warsaw, Warszawa. So in Vilnius, which is in Lithuania. In Latvia, Riga, about 10k to go. Running in Tallinn and Estonia. And I'm not running, as you can see. I'm staggering. Finland, Helsinki. Almost finished marathon 20, thank you. Just finishing in Stockholm in Sweden. Here in Copenhagen, there we go, the UNICEF. This is the biggest warehouse, humanitarian warehouse in the world. Berlin, Germany, capital city, in Brussels, Belgium, Luxembourg. Marathon 25? Yeah, 25th marathon. It's 25 days. Sounds insane. February 26, marathon 26, out of 28. Netherlands. Amsterdam is canals, there's canals everywhere. Canals. So, this is it, 27th, 28th is tomorrow. And been running through Ireland to Dublin. So I'm in France, I'm in Paris. Let's get the French flag in there, there we go. And 28th marathon, 28 days. I said I'd do it and I haven't. It looks like I'm gonna do it. So that's nice. It's nice to stick to your guns. I'm almost at the end, marathon 28. I'm gonna do a gig now, do a stand-up gig. And look at this. Da-da-da. People say, oh, you must love the running. I love the stopping. It's not a body thing, it's a mind thing. It's so good to be here. Goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there. We'll be strong. I'm going to kick it off right now, and let's get this going and get the first marathon in London going. Cheers, see ya. Boys. I have just finished in Portugal. There you can see the Portugal flag. Got a train, night train, from Lisbon to Spain to Madrid. So I'm going to start running right from the station. Italy now, yes, there we go. Italy. Running through the streets in Malta, in Valletta. Is it the 6th marathon? Nicosia in Cyprus, which has had its own problems of separation, division. In Greece, in Athens, Sofia, Bulgaria, day 8. Here in Bucharest, in Romania, running in the snow. This is Hungary. Hungary is in Budapest. The February 11th and 11th marathon. You see, it all ties up. And this is Slovakia, Bratislava in Slovakia. Off to Vienna. Each one I get up and I'm thinking, Zagreb, Croatia. Here we are. Slovenia. Ljubljana. Is this marathon 14? I think this is, when I've done this, it'll be the halfway point. Thank you for supporting. So, I'm in Prague, Czech Republic. I think it's the 16th of February. In Warsaw, Warszawa. So in Vilnius, which is in Lithuania. In Latvia, Riga, about 10k to go. Running in Tallinn and Estonia. And I'm not running, as you can see. I'm staggering. Finland, Helsinki. Almost finished marathon 20, thank you. Just finishing in Stockholm in Sweden. Here in Copenhagen, there we go, the UNICEF. This is the biggest warehouse, humanitarian warehouse in the world. Berlin, Germany, capital city, in Brussels, Belgium, Luxembourg. Marathon 25? Yeah, 25th marathon. It's 25 days. Sounds insane. February 26, marathon 26, out of 28. Netherlands. Amsterdam is canals, there's canals everywhere. Canals. So, this is it, 27th, 28th is tomorrow. And been running through Ireland to Dublin. So I'm in France, I'm in Paris. Let's get the French flag in there, there we go. And 28th marathon, 28 days. I said I'd do it and I have. It looks like I'm going to do it. So that's nice. It's nice to stick to your guns. I'm almost at the end, marathon 28. Yeah, I'm going to do a gig now, do a stand-up gig. And look at this. Da-da-da. People say, oh, you must love the running. I love the stopping. It's not a body thing, it's a mind thing. It's so good to be here. Goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there. Hello, Marathon 27 today, running Dublin in Ireland and celebrating both. I'm taking the knee now for Black Lives Matter. Okay, we're off. The 27th marathon. The 27th day. Going up to 31 marathons in 31 days. Ireland, the Irish flag is there. Republic of Ireland running Dublin. Sarah ran. Let's bring Sarah up. Who are we? Is it Ian or Dave today?
It's Dave and Ian.
Oh, okay. Hello, Dave.
Dave's on the controls.
Dave on the controls. Dave, if we could bring up Sarah now. Sarah's there. So yes, how many kilometres did you run?
Yes, so when we were in Dublin last year, 17 kilometres, which
longest you'd ever done.
Is 7 more than I'd ever done. Yeah, it was a lot for me. Anyway, I say a lot for.
Because you lost your knees in a tractor accident.
Yeah, very bad tractor accident. Yeah, when I was 10.
What was it?
No, tractor accident / dry ski slope. Christchurch dry ski slope. There you go. And
Christchurch, New Zealand.
No, in Dorset in the UK. Maybe that's where Christchurch, I don't know. New
Yeah,
Zealand,
they're all
probably.
going to be named after.
Yeah, and yeah, fell over. Skis didn't come off. Knees went, oh, no, thank you. Yeah, so I kind of messed them up. So,
And you were
yes.
doing karate at the time.
Yeah, so
That's
that messed that up as well.
You're
a
already a
bit.
black belt.
No.
Well, how did you go on to get your black belt?
Well,
No knees.
to be honest, it was quite. I was finding it more difficult because they would do a thing where they would sort of buckle for no good reason, which isn't very helpful. So, I think I kind of was a little under the wire on my karate career before I kind of. To be honest, that's sort of why I stopped, because I just thought I can't really kick as well as I should be able to, and I think that it was just making them more grumpy. I think so. Yeah, maybe I wasn't 10. I must have been slightly older than that. Yeah, when I injured them.
So you had already got the black belt, or you had?
No, it was very close after. I think
Because after that.
after messing them up. So they would sort of be fine unless I wasn't moving for a period of time, and then they would just sort of completely seize up, and then they would just start occasionally just giving way, which wasn't very useful. Like going upstairs, they'd just give way, which everyone else found hilarious, but there you go.
How are they now then?
Well, I think weirdly, because I just kind of slightly wrote them off for a long time, and actually with running.
This is
you
what I'm
know,
wondering. Are
yeah.
you saying that your knees?
I
are bad?
touch wood, I have not had an issue with them for quite a while now. I mean, it might have been that this was as long as they took to heal.
This is my being forceful, because I ripped up the left knee.
Yeah.
And unimaginable. I don't know what you happened to yours, but mine ballooned up in front of my eyes with fluid. I could see it happening. I could feel it happening. I could actually almost hear internally the fluid doing it, and it came back to, well, that was after the 43 and before the 27. So when I screwed mine up.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, but not to. I mean, you do heal insanely quickly.
Well.
So I think there might be a bit of your
Neanderthal
genetics going on in there, because knees are notoriously slow to heal. You know, it can be a real pain. So
mine was, then wasn't.
Yeah, I was actually when you did that, and then it seemed to heal. I was actually quite surprised how fast it healed, because I think that it was quite fast. But yeah, so mine I kind of just wrote them off a bit as always being a bit rubbish. But yeah, I've not had any issues for a while, and I started doing a bit of running, and they seem happy. The only time they get slightly angry is if I've run downhill for a while, with a really high impact.
We've got to get you to a half marathon then.
Well, do you know what? That day in Dublin, I did think. I in my head, I slightly thought if I did another 4K, it would have been a half marathon.
But we ran out because.
But you finished, yeah. So it'd be a bit rude of me to go. I'm just going to carry on another 4K.
But we didn't have time, did we?
No. But it was there. But I think again, it was very interesting because it like you've said, it's all about the motivation of it. And that day, it was Tim and Gary weren't there that day, so it was just you and me. And then I remember I hired a bicycle because that was what I tended to do. And then it was quite windy. I remember it was quite windy, so I think you decided you were going to run around a park, or we were going to, take a route that was more in a park, so it was more, kind of protected from the wind. So I had a bicycle, and then there was a park ranger, or, park warden, and he said, no bicycles in the park. And then we tried to say what we were doing, and he was just like, no bicycles. So I think it was two things. One, because you were doing laps at that point. So I thought, well, I'm going to try and run a little bit, because I thought even if I slow you up, I can take a break and catch you on the next lap, because you were coming around. So I thought, well, I can do that, so it'll be fine. And then I just sort of kept going, really. And I think we were talking, and I thought, well, this is nice because, talking's a good thing to keep your brain going and get through stuff. So I think I was motivated by the fact that I wanted to stick with you to see you to the end of that day.
Right.
And we were chatting.
It's all
So-
motivation.
Yeah, so
Motivation and-
I had a reason to do that distance because that took you to the end of your marathon that day. So surprising, isn't it? Surprising what motivation does, because that was almost double what I'd ever done before. And I mean, 10k was a lot for me. You know, I'd only occasionally managed a 10k in the past. So yeah, it was interesting.
It's all just a decision. That's just the weird thing.
Yeah.
I mean, the idea I could do, you know, when I was a kid, the idea of a long distance run just seemed, why? What the hell?
I was the same. Yeah. But what's the point?
And anyone can do it when they're young. I don't know. I can't work out what, unless they say, I'm not good at anything else, but there's endless running. In fact, a long distance run doesn't take that long, but compared to your life when you're short, it does seem to take forever. It's only later on that, well, there's a magical thing of a marathon. People may not know quite how long it is, though, you know. It's huge. And I have once seen a marathon distance. I have seen the distance I ran, and I was staggered. I was even flabbergasted. As Yassine Bellows will tell us tomorrow. Is that one of his favourite words, Yassine?
I think so. He loves flabbergasted.
There's another one.
Trying to remember.
He'll tell us. It's from Downton Abbey. Yassine is a French guy, French kid, but in his 20s, maybe he's in his 30s now. But he performs it in French and English. But he likes learning words from. But he said he learned it from a lot of thrillers and cop movies.
Yes.
So he didn't know how to say things. He couldn't talk about his emotions. But this is Yassine's joke, but it's great. But put the money in the bag, bitch. He could say that. Which is very funny.
He can rob a bank in English.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not tricky buying a sandwich, but robbing a bank. Yeah. No, he's great, Yassine. Yes, we're talking it together. It'll be tomorrow, won't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they're going to talk to Mark Izzard, my brother.
Yes.
Tomorrow.
Talk to Mark tomorrow.
Yeah, because it's French Day. He has the French language and the German language and the Spanish language. But only he will not speak in those languages if I ask him to. I have to do an accident. Just speak Spanish to this Spanish person. And that doesn't really happen. Well, sometimes happens. They've got to start it now. Yeah, and then we're going to talk to Dame Judi Dench today at 5:30. Yes, tune in then, 5:30, end of the marathon. Judi Dench will be talking to at 5:30 London time today, right here on this channel. So if you're going to do something today, have a listen to Judi. She's a wonderful person. And you might watch her on films, dramas and sitcoms that she's done down the years and think, yeah, she seems very nice. And she is very nice. This is the weird thing. And I think it's because she's in touch with the 16-year-old girl in her. She's in touch with herself, the center of what makes her tick. And she loves to live, love life. She loves to work, always working. And she loves to laugh. And a chocolate hobnob.
Oh yes, that was a lovely. Shall I tell the story?
This is the story.
Yes. So yes, Dame Judi Dench, just absolutely lovely person. And you were filming on the Isle of Wight, and it was Victoria and Abdul you were filming, wasn't it? Yeah.
Osborne House, which is the palace that Queen Victoria built with Albert, her husband. And so we were going to do a show there. I always like to do a show when I'm filming in a local area, do it for charity, and give something back to the local people. They can fun, and people from the film can come and watch, and people from the local area can come and watch, and it all seems to be good. So we set that up, and then you have to do all that work, don't you?
Yes. No, that's fine. I get the phone call, and then I do the thing.
Which is promotion as well as technicals, isn't it?
Yeah. So yes, I then make it happen. So it was nice because it was a nice little trip over, because it's an island, the Isle of Wight, just off the south coast of England, and it's a very short ferry ride. Apparently, the most expensive one in the world if you count distance, because it's short, but it's pricey anyway. So you get on a ferry, you go to the Isle of Wight, and and then we did the show that day. So we did the show, and then I remember you said, "Oh, come on the set tomorrow. You know, come and have a look." And I said, yeah, that'd be lovely. I think it's the first film set I've been on because, you know, film is not my world. So, yeah, I remember it was great. And the production guys were really kind. There was a production manager there and she was lovely. And I think I said to her, hey, just put me in a corner because I know the score. Your job's going to be crazy busy and you don't need another bit of, you know, another person to look after. So
Would that have been the second AD?
I don't know. I would say production.
Different type.
Maybe.
Yes,
maybe.
It'd be one of the production.
Yeah.
One of the ADs we've done, I think.
Someone who was sort of organising a lot, basically.
Yes, that could have been the third AD on the set.
Right.
But,
and yeah, no, she was very nice, and because I was very aware she had plenty to be doing. So yeah, I got popped on a chair, and it was great because it was where all the little TV, what do they call, like TV, little monitors where everyone watches and the director watches and everybody.
Video village, we often call it.
Okay, the video village was where I got put, which was lovely, so I could watch everything going on. And then I was very lucky to see the scene that was the big scene that you both did together, where it was kind of the standoff, really, wasn't it? It was.
Yes, it's where Bertie, the Edward, who became Edward VII after Victoria died, he was waiting for his mother to die, and you can see kind of brutal the way we played it, but that is actually what happened. There was no love lost between them, and Victoria blamed her son Bertie for the death of her husband, because Bertie decided, well, Bertie was over-controlled as a kid, and his parents he never saw his parents, and he had one person who was supposed to look after him, and he started making a connection with his tutor, and then they fired the tutor because it was too much of a connection, so they got another one who was more distant. So no wonder he went off the rails. And then there's a thing about monarchy, and the children of monarchy, especially the male children, they have to go and be in the forces in some way. They have to do some sort of, as if they were going to be the leaders in a war. It's kind of an old-fashioned thing, but the princes did it in the British monarchy recently. William and Harry very actively did that. And, you know, and Harry obviously went for it, and I think William really went for it, but with Bertie, I don't know what it was, but he was in Dublin, and they sneaked a lady of the night, a lady of the town of Dublin was sneaked into him, and he had a wild old sexual time with her for many nights in a row. This became the talk of Dublin, then became the talk of London. And so Albert, and you've got to understand that Albert was German. He'd married Victoria, who was half German. So her first language, I think, was German. Mother was German, and their son was, you know, like, therefore 3/4 German and 1/4 English, going to be the king of Britain, England and Britain. And anyway, so he's trying to say you've got to play by the rules, but they'd stacked the deck for him. Anyway, there was a big to-do. Sorry, this is going a bit off the point. It's quite interesting. So you've got Albert the king, or the Queen's consort, I think he was called. He wasn't the king, because Victoria was the Queen. And he goes for a walk, a long October blustery afternoon walk for several hours, trying to drum this into his oldest male. It wasn't the oldest child, the oldest male, so going to be the king. All that thing of sexism built into monarchy. And after 4 hours of that, and reading in the Riot Act, and maybe it was drizzly and whatever, he got pneumonia, I think it was, and died a couple of weeks later. Very fast. And so Victoria blamed Bertie, who became Edward VII, and Edward VII kind of hated his mother. So he gets to the point where he's in his 60s, and Victoria's been holding on because her husband died in the 1850s, I think, in 52, somewhere around there. Well, 1851, 1850, somewhere up there. And she had about 50 years without him, wearing black in mourning for 50 years. And she used the black as a sort of, blanket fence, so that she didn't have to do anything, or didn't open Parliament often, didn't have to turn up to things, didn't have to do the things which monarchy was supposed to do. So she was dying and dying and dying, and so from Edward VII's point of view, yes, Mum, we've got no love lost here, so if you could go, you've had your time. I'm ready. And then she met this guy called Abdul, who spoke Urdu, was an Indian gentleman, and became her munchie, her teacher. This is the story of Victoria and Abdul. It's very interesting and it's true, and was covered up for many years by Bertie, by the character I played. So what a long story that is. Anyway, they didn't like each other, and so Victoria's getting totally wrapped up with Abdul and learning Urdu, and she did. She was writing in Urdu, she really went for it. Got a new lease of life, so she was going to live on and on and on, and Bertie just wants her to stop. Let me have a go at being the monarch. You've had it for 50 years. And so he goes in and reads the write-up. They think they've got medical reasons to stop her being queen, so that's the fine. It's actually, they're going to section her, basically. And you saw that scene.
Yeah, and that was
long intervention.
So that was so that was the showdown, wasn't it?
Stakes were huge. The stakes were huge.
And so it was quite like it was shot. I remember a very sort of like close-up face kind of shot. You know, it was quite an intense thing. Although what I found interesting is I saw the room before you did the scene. I saw the room, and of course, you know, when you're watching a film, you think, oh, you were both sitting opposite each other. You know, and that's, you know, arguing, you know, having it out, you know. But then in actual fact, when you see how it was filmed, I think the camera is huge and just right up in your face, and you were acting to like a bit of...
A dot,
like a bit of tape on a bit of the camera.
It's on the lens, yeah. I guess the lens was one of the biggest lenses I've acted into, and you just have to look at one point, and Judi is behind there. Giving the lines, and I was giving the lines for Judi when it came around to her, but we could not see each other in the actual scene, which you sort of drive your attention through the lens.
Which actually just makes it even more impressive, because, you know, you give a performance, and then, you know, as an audience, you don't realise that you're giving that performance to a sticker, you know. So it was really great to see, and it was, you know, it was brilliant to watch. And then I think you broke for lunch after that. I think it was like lunchtime.
Right.
And so then we went to your trailer, and then I remember you said, oh, let's go to Judi's trailer, because Judi's trailer's amazing. Let's go to Judi's. And I said, oh, well, do you think that's okay? Is Judi in her trailer? And you said, oh, yeah, it'll be fine. So I think I remember you sort of shouting around the corner, like, Judi, can we come into your trailer?
Well, you knock on the door, you know.
Yes. And then, of course, she was very lovely and said, oh, yes, come in, of course. So I remember going round, and the trailer, there's like little steps up to the door, like a little like caravan door. And so I went up the steps, and then as soon as I went in, then I remember Judi was to the left, like at the door, like sort of greeting us in full Queen Victoria regalia, you know, full costume, you know, and Judi Dench, it's very iconic, Judi Dench as Queen Victoria. And then I remember she said, oh, would you like a chocolate hobnob? And she just had a packet of chocolate hobnobs in her hand. And it was just one of those lovely moments where I thought, wow, okay, this is a thing, you know, and it was lovely. So I said, oh, yes, thank you very much. So we sat and ate chocolate hobnobs and had a chat, which was lovely. Yeah, no, she's fantastic lady. So that was a fun thing.
So we will be talking to her in person at 5:30. I think our grandson Sam will be setting it up, the link, and that will be good. That will be good at 5:30. So, and at 5 o'clock before that, at 12:30 I should say, we're going to talk to Russ Cornell, who's ex-Marine, who served for 14 years. I'm sure we're linking to Walking with the Wounded. Hi, I'm just waving to people at the window here down at Riverside Studios. There is the Riverside Walk outside, the pathway people walk and run, and there's also a pay station where you can actually donate £5 with a little beep beep beep. I don't think if you make those noises it works. I think you actually have to have something in your hand that links to, but as we now know, it goes beep, or you go whoa, 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 beep beep beep. So anyway, talking to Russ Corn at 12:30, and 1 o'clock talking to the Daily Mail Football Plus interview. Well, there we go. Interesting. Talking. Oh yes, I've got to. There's a whole list of things I got to have my favourite of. I forgot that list. Did you see that list? The Daily Mail list. They did that one of those fast questions.
Oh, let's have a look.
From Karen. Just check. Ask Karen.
Oh, right. Yes.
1:30. Conrad Koch, comedian from South Africa, talking again to a South African friend. Well, it may not be someone I know. Have I met Conrad?
You sort of, when the streamed international showcase show.
Right.
Conrad did that as well. Yeah, when you
we were on the same
were a special guest. Yeah.
Streaming. Tim Don, Zwift ambassador, multi-world champion triathlete. There you go. Booked to Tim at 2. 2:30. Philippa York, Scottish journalist, talking to all these times, the London Times, UK Times. 3 o'clock, Kevin Ryan, CEO, and the international president of Covenant House, wonderful charity. I thought they sounded good, and we've worked with them before, but because we talked to CB, one of the people who's been through Covenant House, and she talked about how she was homeless, drug addicted. Her parents also were drug addicted, unfortunately. Covenant House took her in. And had to have 2 goes at that because she came in, went out again, came back in second time for a year, and then they funded her to go to university and she got her first in psychology. What a story, and she's now helping kids in similar situations to herself in New Orleans. So that's fantastic. And that's a Covenant House, actually based in New York and working in 6 different countries around the world. Social media questions, as usual, 3:30, FaceTime, Twitter, and YouTube. 4 o'clock, Nigel Harmon, British actor, played Dennis Rickman in EastEnders. Talking to Nigel at 4 o'clock. 4:30, Amanda Young, supporter from Dublin. So supported someone who's already donated. A size of a good donation. And so we chat to them from Dublin. Vicky and Anstey. Vicky Anstey, one of the first female recruits and winners on the SAS Who Dares Wins. That's 5 o'clock London time, 5:30. Judi Dench will be on. And we'll talk to her. So I'm going to have a break. Oh, let's do the first Dublin film. Let's put that on, please. When you're ready, Dave. We'll start in Dublin from 11. So, this is it. Getting to crunch time. Marathon 27. I've had no days off in 26 days. This will be no days off in 27 days. Now going into hospital, and I'm about to start my Dublin marathon late. We're in St Patrick's Park. I believe this would be St Patrick's Cathedral Church. St Patrick, he gets about. He was Welsh, and then came over and became patron of Ireland. And there were snakes involved. Anyway, it's beautiful. We're here. The sun is shining. It's cold. It was sun is shining and it was -2. It was feeling like -2. But now it's not. I think it's 1 degree. But anyway, this will be good. Well, if you follow any of my marathons, sorry, there's probably water splashing around. It's just this fountain here in the background. I'll start good and then I'll get a bit crappy and then whatever. But anyway, we're going for 100 grand. We're at 90 grand. So do share, encourage, donate with 2 more days of donations. Today and tomorrow in Paris. It's the 28th and the 28th. So let's go for it. Let's go for 100 grand. It would be great. Thank you, everyone, making humanity great again. Out to charities that make humanity great, and we can do this. Yes, and the lipstick's there. Lipstick's working. Okay. Trying to match up with my top. It takes time getting everything to match. You know? All right, here we go. Marathon 27. 27 days. The beginning. Yes. I've got views on the lipstick. I think the lipstick goes well with the blue, but if you have a purple with it, it kind of bounces off it. So I think this looks well with blue, blue, blue. And it's kind of a hot pink. Candy Yum Yum from MAC is what I'm wearing. What I'm wearing today and every day, because there's an idea of changing your lipstick, but I'm not going to do that. Bonkers, but good bonkers. It's the same one, getting a fair or wear out of that. Okay, going to the loo. Going to talk to Russ Cornell in just 5 minutes. Having a break now. I will have penne alla arrabbiata. Goes. Yeah, well, you want to try. Do you know who I am? All the money goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there. Make Humanity Great Again is a title that came into my mind. I don't know where that came from. Maybe it was a play on something or other. All the money goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there.
Life is a journey. We set out not knowing exactly where we will end up. It can be tough. It can be hard. Sometimes it takes a "I will." Other times a simple "I do." We take each step with our focus ahead. We have plans and strategies, but they do not always work out. There are times when we get knocked down and doors close behind us. Our hopes can often be replaced by fears. We can lose our direction and struggle with change, become passengers in a life that is spinning too fast. At times like this, we need someone beside us. Someone to listen, to advise and support us, see what is really possible. Someone to give hope and to get us over that line. And someone to say bye when the job is done. Walking with the Wounded supports ex-servicemen and women with physical, mental or social injuries to gain the skills and qualifications to develop new careers outside the military, reintegrate into society and provide long-term security for themselves and their families. Our programs give vital support to the most vulnerable and hard-to-reach veterans, those who are wounded, homeless or within the criminal justice system. Support more of our wounded to regain their independence.
Ready to talk to Russ whenever you want.
Just get on like that.
Okay. Oh.
Take me through to Russ.
Hi, Russ.
Hello, Eddie. How are you?
I'm good. You look like Tim sometimes. Tim, I didn't know you were. Tim, how are you?
That must be a product of living on the south coast.
Tim, tell us about today's guest.
So anyway, yeah, so I'm only here briefly, but I think this will be a little bit like Debbie. I'll introduce Russ, and then that'll probably be the last thing you'll see of me, because the two of you are going to get on a house of fun. So yeah, Russ is a guy, he's a very good friend of mine, and we've been working together, him beating himself up and me trying to put him back together again. But there is a little family connection as well, because as you know, Georgia is at Cambridge at Emmanuel, and Russ did exactly the same thing. He was at the same college at Cambridge a few years earlier, but was very, very kind when Georgia was going through her interview process and subsequent acceptance. Russ was very nice and did a lot of mentoring with her, so I'm very grateful to him for that. But yeah, he's a very, very accomplished endurance athlete, has a lot of knowledge on Second World War facts. So I'm just going to, the two of you roll with it, and I'll say hello at the end. So Russ, here's Eddie.
Hi, Russ.
So, Eddie, how's running on a treadmill for God knows how many days in a row?
Well, I don't know if you've done it for long stretches of time. It's not the fun thing, but the talking, this is why I said, because this wasn't set up at the beginning. And I think I was going to talk to about 3 people a day or something. And I said, no, I need to talk to people turn into every half hour, kind of 25 minutes, something like that, so that my mind can go into our conversation and I forget about the legs, which is actually what I do when I'm out there. It's great to have a running partner to chat to, and if not, I just phone people up with my headphones, and quite often Sarah, who's an event manager here and tour manager normally, and I just say, can we chat? And so we chat for the last 2 hours normally, but you know, I listen to podcasts. I need to get my head out of well, it's a technique, maybe, because I know you're Special Forces. There must be techniques that Special Forces people use to separate mind from body and keep the attention going forward. Would that be true, or do you do it automatically?
I don't know. I know you had Gaz on the show earlier in the week, and I guess it's each to their own, really, Eddie. And you've got your coping strategies.
Yeah.
I wouldn't suggest there is any particular method or madness taught to us along the way.
Right.
I think the only common ground is we're probably quite good in our own company, and we're probably quite good at, you know, compartmentalizing things and not getting too overwhelmed by the scale of. I'm sure you didn't set off on day 1 of 31 thinking about the 31 days ahead of you. I'm sure you were only thinking, how am I going to get through the next hour? I mean, that's what I'd be thinking the moment I got on a treadmill, is how on earth can I get to the end of 60 minutes?
Yeah, I've done these before, so like you've done, well, I can't really, you may know I wanted to be in Special Forces, which is kind of like a bit of a weird thing to say, but I have said it a number of times because that was seriously my plan. It's interesting, if you went to Cambridge, I assume before you went into the Marines, is that right?
Yeah, so I was lucky enough I was at a comp in Leeds, and I had no particular ambitions on the armed forces, and I attended a careers evening when I was 15 and picked up a brochure which was like a commando comic thing in the mid-80s, and that led to a fascination with the Marines. I applied the first time when I was 15.
Right.
I was told I was fat, useless and fuck off, and 2 years later they kept in touch with me and invited me back again, saying, well, you might have been fat, useless, and we told you to fuck off, but you can come back and have another go if you like.
Well, hang on 1 second. Is fat, useless, and fuck off, is that a terminology? Because I can't see I assume officer in charge saying, yes, fat, useless, and fuck off. But keep him in mind, because unless you did something amazing in that thing, or is that just a term that they use?
No, it was specifically and genuinely for me. I was fat, I was useless, and I was thoroughly deserving.
Well, why did they ask you to come back then, maybe, or try again?
They were desperate. Clearly, recruitment figures were plunging horrifically, and they had to go down to the bottom of the barrel to scrape those that they hadn't entirely fucked off. It was, I don't know why, frankly. They I didn't completely fail the first time round, but they definitely said I needed to go away and grow up a bit.
Right.
And I went back when I was 17, and I got through the first bit, and then they were offering a cadetship, as they called it at the time. I was going to go on to uni. I did my A-levels, and I had a place at Nottingham.
Yeah.
And my A-level results came back better than I expected, and so I applied to Cambridge, to Emmanuel, as Tim said. And what I was always very proud of is that the Marines didn't know I was applying to Cambridge, so I didn't get the cadetship on the basis of going to Cambridge. I rang them up and said, "You've offered me a cadetship to go to Nottingham. Would you mind if I went to Cambridge?" And they thankfully said no.
And they said, "Yes, you're useless and fuck off."
That would be fine. No, on this occasion they said that would be fine.
Because I did apply for the officer cadetship papers. I got the paper sent through, and it said that I had to go to uni. I was going to go to Sheffield and do 3 years, but they would pay me during those years, which was really intriguing to me, a positive thing to me, because I just, pocket money and getting actually paid as a second lieutenant. But then you had to go 3 to 5 years to the forces, so that was the thing I was after. Anyway, so Emmanuel, and then the Marines. No, hang on, one question. 15. If you'd passed at 15, could you have been in the Marines at 15, or would you have been a Marine cadet?
They were offering me, what I was applying for age 15 was cadetship at sixth form college, effectively.
Right.
So that I would then join at 18. That was the arrangement at the time. And I think my cadetship was exactly as you've just described. They essentially paid me for 3 years.
Yeah.
Uniquely in the Marines, you are commissioned to go on that cadetship, whereas rather than be commissioned at the end of your training, which is the case at Sandhurst,
right?
And you're commissioned before you actually complete your training.
Oh wow, because mine was either Marines or Paras.
Marines, it was, yeah.
So this was the thing, and then Special Forces after that. Now, we're not going to talk about Special Forces because I realise that, but I do want to ask, you went into the Marines, how long were you in before you applied in the Marines?
So I did my 3 years of cadetship, and then I did 5 years in what I suppose you would consider the regular Royal Marines, and then I came down to Poole in 95.
Right, and the 3 years were actually at Emmanuel at university, and then
but the Marines have a gloriously relaxed approach to cadetships in that I was only required to go, I think I needed to do a week at Christmas, and then I did an expedition to Norway when I was 19 in the summer, and the following year I did 6 weeks with 40 Commando, and that was the only thing they required of me. It was brilliant. It was a great arrangement for both of us.
Wow, that sounds good. And so after 5 years you went for selection for Special Forces, yeah? And my question to you, without going into it, but you can tell me this, what percentage, say from the Marine, I'd say it's usually Marines and Paras that are applying, but what percentage of Marines, you might know this, do get through? I get the impression it's quite a small percentage of people applying.
Across the piece, I think, it's been pretty consistently around 270 starts when you get through. So that would be around 5 to 10% of applicants.
Right.
And it's across the armed forces. The Marines and Paras have a reputation for getting through, but it is the services from across the armed forces, but it is a very low pass rate, sadly.
Yeah. Well, no, I think understandably, I think it should be probably. And also one other question I've always wanted to know. SAS, SBS in the UK, we call them Special Forces. Marines and Paras are seen as heightened soldiers. Are they called Special Forces as well, or is it a different name, or they just don't have it? They're just called Marines and Paras.
I think culturally, in the UK, we know that the Marines and Paras are, the elite of the armed forces in the regular armed forces.
Right.
In the US, they would refer to them as Tier 2 Special Forces.
Right.
The Green Berets, the 10th Mountain Division, the US Marines, etc., etc. Over here, everyone knows the Marines and Paras are kind of elite regiments within the British Armed Forces, and then SAS and SBS are obviously what you would describe as Special Forces.
Gotcha. That's the definition I needed to know. Okay, it's one of those language things. Very good. And so you were in Special Forces for how many years?
For 8 years. I left it.
Wow.
Well, I left. I had a 2-stage departure. So I left in August 2001, and my wife and I had bought a yacht, and we were intent on sailing to Australia. Yeah. And then, of course, 9/11 happened after we'd left. and everyone, it's one of those incidents, everyone remembers exactly where they were on September the 11th, 2001. And we were in a port in Portugal, in Portimao. And we got dragged into a cafe bar by this guy that we were using to try and find parts for the boat. And he was kind of just gesturing at the screen, you know, and you'll know that Portuguese is a horrific language to work through. And of course, we were watching the CNN feed, and given I'd only left the service 4 weeks before, I kind of felt this black hole opening up, because you just knew at that moment everything had changed.
Yeah.
Now, thankfully, I'd left and I was home free, if you like.
Yeah.
But then I got a phone call the following March, April, on the satellite phone that the commanding officer had kindly given me as a leaving gift. And he said, would you get in touch? We'd like you to rejoin. So I actually rejoined and did another year. And then I left again in February 2003. So I had this kind of staggered departure, if you like.
Gotcha. Now, tell me about Australia. How was that? Did you continue on after September the 11th happened? You continued down to Australia?
Yep. So we were. Look, there's a couple of there's an amazing anecdote I have to tell you, which was totally surreal. We were a week after 9/11. We were continuing down the Portuguese coast, and we put into somewhere, I can't remember exactly where, because of a storm in the Atlantic. And my wife and I were walking ashore along the kind of boardwalk. Yep. And this guy, I'm slightly short-sighted and I didn't have my glasses on. And I saw this guy gesturing at me. And I said to my wife, I'm sure that's Simon. And she said, oh, rubbish. You should come across people all over the world, here, there and everywhere. You say you know and you never do. And Simon was actually the ops officer from SAS. And he and I were good friends. And I just couldn't seriously believe a week after 9/11 that this guy would be on a boat in Portugal. And anyway, it was Simon. We got together and it turned out he'd actually left a day before 9/11, literally on the 10th of September. And he was having some well-earned leave and was sailing a yacht back up Portugal. So he was going south to north and we were going north to south. And unfortunately for him, he did get called back because he hadn't fully left. So he never completed his trip. But we did, as you say, we carried on to Trinidad, and we left the boat in Trinidad, which is when I came back to the UK to rejoin. And I rejoined for a year, and then my wife and I went back to Trinidad and sailed on to Australia, arriving there in October 2003.
Okay, now a few things on this, because the sailing around the world, you know, since way back, our adventurers have done it through the history of humanity. Modern, was it a yacht you were in, or was it a motorboat?
No, we were skin. You don't get paid terribly well to work in the armed forces, and so we mortgaged our house in Poole to buy a yacht that we could afford, which was pretty far from being the ideal boat for the purpose. But she was a beautiful. We fell in love with her completely. She was a beautiful 46-foot ketch who was a bit tired. She was 25 years old at the time, and we spent a good year or so rebuilding her in order to put to sea. And I wouldn't pretend it was an unsafe boat. She was a really, really safe and sound boat, but she was far from the kind of perfect vessel for round the world sailing. But she was everything to us. If it's possible to fall in love with an inanimate object, we fell in love with Resolution.
Okay, and a yacht that's 25 years old, a yacht that is, sorry, just waving to people outside our window, a yacht that is, no? Okay. Sarah? Ian upstairs, Dave, the outside pay station is not working at the moment, so someone can have a look at that.
We'll get it checked.
Oh, yes, no? No, okay, we'll get someone out. Someone's going to come out. Sorry, it's just the pay station. They can donate £5 at the windows.
That's important that's working.
Yes, well, it's nice because people like it. They read about us, they can see me inside, and they read the little poster and they go, oh, I'll donate. And if it's not working, you're going, why isn't it working? What I wanted to ask, 25-year-old yacht or modern yacht, would it have a small motor and a propeller as well, just in case? Do they have that on yachts or?
Yes, I think what has happened over time is that engines have got more efficient and bigger, and they are effectively an excuse for sailing. So the yacht that we bought had an engine which was really principally designed not for emergencies only, that overplays the case, but those boats at that time, which was in the 70s, I suppose, when it was designed, they were designed by purists for sailing.
Yep.
And the engine and propeller was designed in the unlikely event that you needed to use it to get in and out of a marina or on and off a buoy or an anchor.
Right.
Of course, as time progressed, you got bigger and bigger engines, and then you got bow thrusters to get you in and out of. I mean, we had an absolute epic. We were like, we were the closest equivalent to bumper cars in a yacht for the first 9 months you could imagine. Whenever we went into a marina, people started kind of head in hands, panicking that we were going to, smash their gin palaces to pieces as we tried to park the thing.
But you basically sailed across oceans. You've been across the Atlantic in a boat, just you and your wife, and wasn't that just beyond scary? And you had a sat nav, a sat phone with you for pure emergencies, I take it, which would work out at sea.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, there's a really entertaining kind of anecdote again about the contrast of. So at the very same time that we left, there was a really famous girl called Deborah Veal, who left the Canaries to row across the Atlantic with her husband Andrew. And Andrew was, I think, a Great Britain rower at the time, and Deborah was a 5'6". Everyone took her to be a bit of a joke, and Andrew would do everything, and she was just along for the ride. And famously, I don't know if you remember, because she ended up on David Letterman and all these kind of amazing shows.
Right.
And Andrew got agoraphobic and had to get out of the boat within about 2 days of leaving Gran Canaria. And Deborah went on and sailed for another 109 days. So it took her 111 days to sail across the Atlantic. And we saw her and met her and spent time, she's a good friend of mine, spent time in Barbados together. And I just tell you that on the basis of, it's not necessarily, everyone assumes that it's kind of bad weather and this, that and the other that's terribly scary about sailing. And I don't actually think it is. I think it's more to do with whether you're able to deal with isolation and distance and that overwhelming sense of no one's coming to rescue you if you get it wrong.
Well, that's good, but also as a trans woman, I'm trying to encourage girls, young women to know that there is no blocks out there. You can do anything. You can be leader of a country, leader of a business. You can be in special forces now. I know no woman in the UK has yet got through to professional special forces, but that day will come. I assure everyone, out of my gut feeling, but I know there are women in special forces in Nordic forces. Actually, what do you think about that? Women in forces in the front line. I'm positive about it because I don't go for this. If a woman gets injured, then it's worse than if a man gets injured. And I know in the Russians in the Second World War, they were brilliant fighters. And actually through history, you'll see occasionally women have been allowed to, and sometimes they've been amazing at fighting at defense, at being brave. What's your thoughts?
Firstly, I've got 3 daughters, 13, 16 and 18.
Yeah.
Secondly, some of the bravest and most intense and capable people I ever met in service were women.
Right.
And that is a theme that goes back to well beyond the Second World War. I suppose it's an interesting philosophic debate, because in the Second World War, we did see incredibly brave acts on the part of women equivalent to men. There's no question. In fact, many more in arguably within the SOE and other special forces operations.
Yeah.
That wasn't the case in the First World War. So certainly something happened between 1914-18 and 1939-45 to mean that women had been essentially in that context fully liberated and took their part at the sides of their male counterparts. So look, Eddie, I celebrate the day. I have complete confidence that women, frankly, would make a better job of it than many blokes I came across.
That's very interesting. Every time I ask an ex-Special Forces person, I do think they're going to come back at me and go, nope, not for me. But I do know, and I know about the Napoleonic Wars. There's a woman who was a sergeant with the German forces fighting with the British against the French. It's Napoleon, this is Waterloo, and she was just incredibly brave. She was famous for it. And they said, she's too good not to do it. And so it's a weird thing that's gone back. Maybe the difference back in the Second World War was women got the vote in the early 20s, and that could have shifted things. Women MPs coming through, and but it's been men that have been saying, pushing women back. And if women wish to, and if they don't wish to, absolutely not. But if they do wish to, I think it's a good thing. Anyway, so you.
Russ,
Yes.
just to interrupt, Russ, am I right in thinking that Amanda, your wife, was pregnant during your trip?
Oh,
to
wow.
Australia?
Yeah. So we, when we set off, Amanda was committed. She said, she could only ever love ponies and horses, and we're never going to have kids. And as a bloke, that's music to your ears. You're like, yeah, we like that kind of idea. Well, I did anyway. And then halfway across in Barbados, we met an old friend of Amanda's, an old kind of sparring partner. They'd been windsurfing instructors together in Barbados, and Claire had in tow an 8-month-old glorious little boy, and everything changed. And essentially, I don't know how many people are watching. It's probably a bit personal. Amanda will kick me around the house afterwards for sharing this, but she essentially worked out that we had a 6-week window for her to get pregnant. And all I'd ever heard was how difficult it was to get pregnant and all the rest of it. So I thought, hey, great, the best 6 weeks ever, right? And with no possible outcome of pregnancy. And then, of course, Amanda announced she was pregnant. So we were then sailing from Barbados. We were finishing the first portion of our trip with Amanda pregnant. We came back, as I said, to serve, to come back into the services. Mainly because we'd run out of money, and also because they did need, there aren't that many people in SBS, and we did need some more hands on deck, so to speak. But when we then went back to Trinidad, Evie was 12 weeks old, so we took Evie, aged 12 weeks, onto Resolution, and she sailed with us across to Australia. So she was a year old when we arrived in Australia, 9-10 months later. So yeah, you're right, Tim, Evie, and she did suffer her first 10-11 months with us on board Resolution, which was, looking back on it, I think social services might have had something to say, but thankfully they were a long way away.
Maybe it's kind of beautiful. But tell us about the Norseman run and Joachim Ronneborg and the Heroes of Telemark. That sounds amazing stories. I know the film, The Heroes of Telemark, and I know the story, but tell us all your linkage with that.
So that's kind of you, and obviously in honour of your current endeavour, I put my black T-shirt on
Yes.
to show off the event that we can talk about in a moment. But and I must confess, beautifully pronounced. I didn't realise. I had to go to a Norwegian friend of mine to try and get my arms around how you pronounce those names. But you're quite right. Joachim Ronneborg is far more precise than most English people ever pronounce Norwegian.
I'm afraid it's the Teutonic languages, so ich kann Deutsch sprechen. Ich mache mein Show auf Deutsch, so I do it auf Deutsch. So Joachim would be more the German, but Joachim is more the Spanish pronunciation. I'm saying, like Joachim Phoenix, and Ronneborg, I know the E's are pronounced, and Borg, so yeah, I try and get them right. But anyway, tell us the story.
You were spot on. So through my service, I ended up a member of a club called the Special Forces Club in London, which is a den of thieves that was formed in 1945 by the remnants of SOE as a place where they could continue to meet, because it was disbanded after the Second World War.
Was that SOE and SAS, or just SOE?
They called it the Special Forces Club because it was a home for all special forces, which was a much wider family in 1945 than the term implies in 2021.
Right.
Obviously it has a specific connotation in 2021 that wasn't the case in 1945-46. It was a broader church. And so at that time it was SOE, SAS, MI6, MI5, the whole lot. It was a family, if you like, gathering place. And following my service, I joined that club, and I was privileged to meet Joachim and get to know him in the latter years of his life. And he regularly came over from Norway to visit the club, and most commonly on Remembrance. So on the 11th of November, he would come over. And just as an indication of that, the relationship I had with him, I just found him the most wonderful and humbling person. And I remember one particular episode where I accompanied him from the club to Westminster Abbey, and in the cloisters of Westminster Abbey there's a memorial to the SOE, and we'd gathered there to remember the SOE on November the 11th. And the chairman of the club asked Joachim if he would like to say a few words, and he reflected and said, yeah, actually. And he looked up at the enormous standard that flies over the houses of Westminster.
Yeah.
And he said, I look up at that today and I am vividly reminded of 1945 and VE Day, where I was swept around the streets of London by huge crowds that it was impossible to move against. And I found myself on Embankment at 5 o'clock in the morning. And he looked up and he said, I saw that standard flying and I knew the war was over, because no standards flew on buildings during the whole of the Second World War because they were aiming marks for the bombers.
Oh, wow.
And you know, quite, as you can imagine, I mean, you have a great empathy for that kind of service and that period. There wasn't a dry eye in the house. And as a wonderful gesture of humanity, the next year he came over, and someone who'd been listening to that was able to secure that standard, and we gave it to Joachim as a recognition of what an amazing contribution he'd made to freedom, frankly, in Europe. And yeah, it's just heartwarming when you get those opportunities to spend time with people like Joachim. And he was I've got to say, he was the antithesis of a hero. And you mentioned heroes of Telemark. He was always terribly embarrassed about that term, you know, and I think we're probably too ready in the 21st century to, you know, deem people heroes of this and heroes of that and heroes of the other. And frankly, true heroes never want that kind of acknowledgement or moniker. He saw himself as a perfectly normal person, having done perfectly normal things. And yet what they achieved in the so-called heroes of Telemark operations was breathtaking.
Yeah.
And it is the story of why I did Norseman. So Joachim sadly passed away through old age, really. 2 years ago now, maybe 3, because kind of coronavirus cuts out a year in your memory. And I was aware through some friends and just rumours around the endurance event world of this event called Norseman. And Norseman, the event, essentially largely follows the route that Joachim took from Eidfjord and on the Hardangervidda down to Vemork, where they sabotaged the heavy water plant in Vemork.
Yeah.
And then escaped to Sweden. And literally the Norseman triathlon race, the extreme triathlon, if you like, largely follows their route across the Hardangervidda and up the valley side off Vemork. So I thought it would be a fitting, you know, gesture to remember Joachim by, you know, a fat 50-year-old having a go and Tim attempting beyond all reasonable human endeavour to patch me up and hold me together and get me to the start line.
There you go, there you go. It's been very good to talk to you, Russ. If you know Tim well, I'll no doubt talk to you again. But thank you for sharing with us, and stay safe in these crazy COVID times, and I'll see you down the line.
Cheers,
care.
good luck, Eddie.
Thanks,
Stick at
Russ.
it.
Thank you, Tim, for the introduction. Thank you. Yes, so we are going to now talk to the Daily Mail Football Plus interview. There you go. So, yes. And also, editing, what am I talking about? For donating, eddieizzard.com, that's the place to donate. Now, everything is down there, so that's the one place. Dave, I saw that Zach went out to the machine. Is it a happy machine now or still unhappy?
I believe it's currently a work in progress.
Oh, okay, work in progress, okay. So, that's good. Yes. So yes, eddieizzard.com. If you have a phone, it's a British phone, you can see it on the screen. It's 70810. That's the number. Same number for any donation. And we do 10 or 20 pound donations. So just write TEN for 10 or TWENTY for 20. That's for UK phones only. But the much easier thing is go to eddieizzard.com. There's numbers are there, the explanation of that. You can buy the hats, make you ready to go masks, make you ready to go again hats and t-shirts. All there, profits to charity. You can buy tickets for tonight's show, my stand-up show, which is intriguing, quite somewhat funny. Not brilliant funny. You will see me fall asleep in the middle of lines. So as I think you'll be helping with your money because the profits go to charity. Little few costs in there just to get the thing set up. But you can watch it from anywhere in the world. At 7 p.m. London time. That's when I will be performing in English today, in French tomorrow, the 28th. So I run a virtual marathon for Paris, and then English for the rest of them, which would be, is that Saturday and Sunday, 28th, 29th, 30th, 31st. Last 3 days all in English.
Eddie, Daily Mail Football.
Hi. Hi there.
Hi, Eddie.
Sorry, what's your...
How you doing?
Okay, what's your first name?
I'm Matt.
Matt. We did not
Yes.
get Matt down. Please add Matt to the thing. Good to talk to you, Matt. Now,
Yeah, great to chat to you. Obviously, you're a massive Palace fan, right? I saw you were speaking with Steve Parish earlier in the week as well.
it's the interesting thing, which I think Steve knows, that I was there as a massive fan when I was younger, and then a supporter, but very distant after team in the 80s for some time, because there was a point where Palace were not winning, England wasn't winning, and my career was in the toilet, and I couldn't take it. So for my mental health, I realised I actually worked out I can't do this. I've got to back off. And I was in the first team when I was a kid for 2 years at football, even as an 11-year-old playing with the 12-year-olds, and I was so proud of that. And then went to a school that didn't play it, so I've never been able to play again, really, just badly. And then you want your team to win everything. You want your team to be in the Big Six, and only the Big Six are in the Big Six. So, and even that, as you'll know, this season doesn't actually mean much.
No, not this season.
I think Leicester broke the mould there, so I think well done, Leicester, for breaking the mould.
Well, and West Ham currently, who obviously beat you guys last night.
Yeah, well, let's not talk about that, shall we?
Well, I'll try not to come on to that. But my first question to you really is, why do you support Crystal Palace?
177 Whitehorse Lane. You may know that Whitehorse Lane, if I assume you're bathed in all the stands, the football stadiums of the world, but it's one side of Crystal Palace football ground, Whitehorse Lane. 177 was the address of my Auntie Beatrice, who was 9 years older than Mum. So I didn't know this, but Mum had a very special relationship with her, because her mother died at a certain point, I think, because I never met my grandmother on my mum's side. So I think Auntie B was like her mum. And so we'd go to her house quite often when Mum was alive, and after she passed away as well, we'd still go there. 69 Palace were in the first division. Uncle John says, come on, let's go and see a game. My dad liked football. Me and my brother, a bit young. I was 7, but that was it. That's it. 170. I'm not at the end. We would stream out. You may have heard me talking to Steve Parish, and we'd watch that ticker tape thing going with the results bouncing up and down as it read out the results on the computer, kind of. Well, it was before computers, on the printed thing on the television, as people streamed in front of the window at Auntie B's house. So that's my earliest memories of football, and it was Palace.
Yeah, you were red and blue forevermore.
Yeah. That's.
Do you have a favourite ever Palace player?
Well, I'm going to go with Don Rogers. There's some great players today, but Don Rogers, he was the first player. He was our Georgie Best, and he wasn't as skillful as Georgie Best, but he did have his moments. And if he got the ball, even in our half, right on the halfway line, because he was a striker, he could dribble the ball, and I remember going nuts, and you just screaming. I said this to Steve Parrish, Don, go, Don. And he had this Zapata moustache, kind of Mexican bandito moustache. So Don Rogers, I'm going to put him down because of the excitement. And I realised, I was a half, midfield player. Didn't create that excitement. What was it? It's kicking the ball in the bloody goal. That's why they're the gods of football. Anyone who can regularly kick the ball in the goal, we just love them for it. It makes the difference. You could have a brilliant game and not get anything in, and dribbling is fine, whatever is fine, passing is fine. I was always with the assist. I was good at the assist before goal. I remember that, or losing the ball, getting it back, passing pretty good, and defending, good at defending, even though I was small. But Don Rogers, there we go. There's my favourite.
Nice. What about this is a bit of a mean one, really. Your least favourite player? Are you at liberty to say who?
No, I'm going to push back on that. Now, you may know I'm going to politics. I'm going to be a member of Parliament. Least favourite player, most hated opposition player. I just don't go there.
You can't do the opposition one either? No?
No, I can't, because they could be in our team the next day, couldn't they? They could be in our team,
true.
and I'm not silly about it. I know that's what you want. I just can't do it. I would not look at it that way. I mean, anyone who does professional fouls, I hated that. And
Yeah.
there was this whole thing. I do love the fact that Leeds is back now in the Premier League. I love their manager, the fact that the way he is. What he did recently with that goal that happened, and then he said, no, we've got to have a goal the other way, and he insisted on that. And so I love it that Leeds is back. Good for Leeds, good for the city. I know that the previous, when they were massive before, they had this reputation, and I don't know, when I was a kid, I wasn't watching that. So anyone who's doing professional fouls, which I think VAR is now cutting out the professional foul. It's just sort of, you can't really do it because he's bloody...
You can't get away with it.
No, it's interesting. It's just sort of cut dead a whole bunch of things that were there. And so that's what I would say. But there's no person I'm going to name. I won't do it, I'm afraid.
What about negative thoughts on Brighton players? Is that a thing for you?
No, I grew up near Brighton. My brother was at college in Brighton. Brighton's very close to my heart. Good for Brighton. We beat Brighton, got up into the Premier League, and I thought it was really their year. So I want Brighton to do well. I want Palace to come first, probably, and Brighton to come second, actually, in every game. So
that would be some universe.
I won't do that. And also, having a rivalry that is, 60 miles apart is insane. Why don't we have a rivalry with a team in South Africa or something? It's nonsense. And so, yes, okay, people got pissed off, but really, do we have to keep that going? I mean, hatred is no good in the game. If you think about it, what football is battle. It's warriors and battle. It's fighting and no blood, but honor. And that's what we need. Some people say, no, we want blood, we want the fight, we want the professional foul, we want the boot in the head. No, we don't. That's the stupid part of it. Great football, great skills, beautiful. This is the beautiful game.
Yeah.
So hatred between teams, not into it. Don't we have enough? At these times, 21st century, shouldn't this be about the best team with the best players playing the most honourable game? Bobby Moore, the way Bobby Moore was, Sir Bobby Moore, as I encourage, and I want you to, in your newspaper column, we need to start a people's movement to call him Sir Bobby Moore. Doesn't matter if he's not knighted. He is knighted by the people. He needs to have that retrospectively. So I just want everyone to call him Sir Bobby Moore. I think that's the way to take his name forward. By the way, I'm just going to throw that in there.
We can get on board with that. What about a favourite ever match then, Eddie?
Oh. Well, who were we playing? Well, I don't know, because we were at Wembley. My dad was there, my brother was there, my dad's now passed away, and we won the playoffs for the Championship League to get into the Premier League. Now, I've been to a few of those, so I think it was either Watford, it could have been Brighton, but that
Then you
was...
beat Watford in one, yeah.
Yeah, it was, that was beautiful. Actually, I could say, I think it was Watford, the Watford one which we did. Remember when Wembley was being rebuilt? I mean, everyone went down to Wales, to Cardiff. So that was a beautiful day. And we won that game, I think. Did we win that game? I think we did. Because I think we won in the same, was it draw? I don't know, anyway. But I hired a Ferrari to go down. So my dad, who was in his 80s, got into a Ferrari with me, and it was very low slung. I just hired it for the day, for a couple of days. And we used to live in Wales as well, so we went back there. We're at the it's called the Millennium Stadium in Cardiff. Yeah. That one that's a beautiful stadium. And we stayed at St David's Hotel, and then we drove back to where we used to live, and we met the people from there in a Ferrari, a 1980s Ferrari, which was a bit knackered, but it was quite silly to do that. So that was kind of a wonderful. So that all blends together into a great game.
What about your favourite ever Palace manager?
Well, okay, Roy Hodgson. I'm very with him. I know we win, we lose, I know, but I just like the fact that he has link. I like the fact that Steve Parish always now gets managers with links to the local area. But I go, even though Malcolm Allison, we went down to the 3rd division for that FA Cup run. That's when the Fedoras, Malcolm Allison, I think Cigars, who ran all the way up. We got to the semi-final. I was painting the garage door with my brother, listening on the radio. Southampton beat us, unfortunately. We didn't get through, but still, we were giant killers. And it was so exciting to be a Palace fan down in the 3rd, but doing amazing things. So I'll give it to Malcolm Allison.
Nice. What do you think the most annoying thing about supporting Crystal Palace is?
Oh. Well, you see, I would have said, you know, losing when you hope to win and this kind of thing, but in fact, if you're not in the big 6, everyone goes through this. I've only just recently realised this a few years ago. I say, we have it tough, we Crystal Palace, and go, no, well, we're this team, we're that team, we're Charlton, we're Millwall, we're wherever we are, Coventry. I think, no, everyone's been through their bloody hells, except the big 6, and they have a different hell. They go, oh my God, we're 5th. Oh my God, we're 5th. We're not 3rd, we're not 2nd, we're 5th. Oh, what's going to happen? Arsenal, we're moving around the table. We're not supposed to be down here. And, you know, that's very much like first world problems the big 6 have. Big 6 problems. Oh, we've only got an entire team of 26 players to choose on instead of 35 or something, you know, with backup players. Those kind of things. So, that's the most annoying thing about being a Palace fan is the same as the most annoying thing about being any fan except the big 6. That losing is hell. I am not a good loser. I'm an okay drawer. I'm a pretty good winner, but I'm not a good loser. I do remember getting annoyed in one game, and I was really letting rip. My dad was next to me, and I was letting rip and going, fuck, you know, and swearing and Jesus, fucking great. And my dad said, there's a 12-year-old kid next to you. Oh, sorry. So I become the child again. I become the teenager again. And I'm just not brilliant at losing. I have to switch my brain off, you know, and I tend to get texts. I'm often doing things when matches are played and we can't go at the moment. But, you know, when those texts come through, if they're not good texts, I have to just switch my brain off.
Yeah. I mean, Palace were nearly in administration, weren't they? You
Yes.
know, what was that, nearly a decade ago now?
Yes.
And then now look where they are, so...
I know, and that Steve Parish is a big part of that. And Steve Browett and the guys that got together and saved Palace at that very tough time. And I said to Steve, what you can really do to help a football team is to bring in millions upon millions of pounds. That's what you really need. That's all. Nothing else can really help. It's just huge chunks of cash. That's what you need, which I haven't got. So, but I'm trying to work out how to do it. But yes, we were almost in that, and we got penalised, didn't we? Did we lose 20 points or something? 10 points, 20 points in the Championship League. We almost went out, and then the last game of the season, we turned it around, or we stopped it. So that was wonderful to do it. But yeah.
Yeah. Do you have a favourite chant or song from the terraces? Or one from the old days, if you remember?
No, I don't really know the chant so well, but Glad All Over is our song, and it's great. It's great to sing that because we know we scored. You know, we already know we scored because that's why we're singing it. But yeah, so I'll go with Glad All Over, and just the fact that whenever we sing it, we have obviously scored a goal.
I've been part of that before. I've been to Selhurst a few times, and yeah, I've been part of that chant, so I know what it's like.
Yeah.
Final one then, Eddie.
Well, you did. You haven't covered favourite kit, have you?
Oh, sorry. Well, yeah.
Well, I did.
Normally, do you have a really good one for a favourite?
Yeah, the diagonal strip, which came at the time of Team of the 80s, that could have been Terry Venables as opposed to Malcolm Allison. I did love that diagonal, and we do sometimes have it. Usually, it's our away strip with a black colour in, but they have to keep changing them, don't they? Or they do because people collect them, and it's a revenue source, and everything costs so much. So I do like the diagonals because that's only occasional. It only occasionally comes in. And yeah, so that's my favourite kit.
Nice. Yeah, well, how do you think that they're going to finish this season? already halfway through now.
Yeah, does anyone know? Well, we are in a better place than we are, even though we're just being thumped about, rather. Better place than quite often we've been at this time of the, usually it's Christmas and we're going, what the hell are we going to do? So, I hope, I don't know how to do this, I know you have to ask this question, but okay, this is what I'll say. I think Steve Parish wants this always. We've always got to be threatening to get up there and try to get to Europe. That's what you've got to do. And if other teams doing it, if Wolves coming in and doing it, Sheffield United, I know this season's gone down really tricky, but last season, Leicester, when they did that, it looked like a fluke, didn't it? How did they win? Then they struggled around, and now they're back up there. And so, always be threatening for Europe. That you've got to aim there, even if you're just in the middle, or even if you're just getting out of avoiding relegation. Think forward. You can't think middle. You can't think, I want to be in the middle of, that just doesn't work. You've got to think through. My motto, I have a few mottos, but one of them is if you shoot for the stars, you could reach the moon. That's one of my mottos. And it's think through the thing. So you've got to think way up to the stars, and then you might get to the moon. And then, hey, and we did. Neil Armstrong. And first man on the moon. And bizarrely, he was walking out the door as I went in to see Nelson Mandela. He'd just met Nelson Mandela. He was ahead of me in the queue. So that was a pretty good queue to be in when I met him in 2000, Nelson Mandela in 2010. So yeah, that's my Neil Armstrong. I didn't get to chat to him, but I would have given him a thumbs up. Neil, well done. Landed on the moon. I was there, Bishop Stortford. I saw it happen. So.
Inspiring Crystal Palace as well.
Yes, yes.
So.
We can inspire Crystal Palace with that story. We've got to land on the moon as well, because in the future they will play games on the moon. I can't prove this, but I think, I have a gut instinct.
Yeah, well, maybe it'll help Palace out this season. Thanks so much, Eddie. I really appreciate that.
No problem. Thanks, Matt. Good to talk to you.
Cheers.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Take care.
Good and good luck.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to make my own luck from here on in, because I've got, what am I on, 27? And I end on 31, so...
The finishing line's in sight.
Finishing line is in sight. Thanks, Matt. Take care.
Cheers, Eddie.
Okay. Now, Conrad Koch. I'm going to talk to Conrad, who's a comedian from South Africa. And that's good. And I think... go for another pee. And we'll come back and do facts and figures, which we haven't done yet. Sorry? Yeah, facts and figures.
Yes, we can do that.
Okay. Quick pee.
It started with a box, and 2.8 million more just like it. Rations meant for war would now help those victimized by it. Passed from hand to hand, they moved together across land and sea, to a place where everything was broken, where everything had been lost. The box revealed its gift: food, survival, hope. The knowledge that someone, somewhere far away, wanted to help. Goodwill put into action, a world embraced, and yet only the beginning of the story. The need was bigger, deeper, more fundamental. It still is. A chronic absence of food and clean water. Hunger, starvation, desperation. Sickness that racks young and old, mounting pressure on communities already in distress. The ones who can change the world for the better, stripped of their gifts. Every path blocked, and seemingly no way out. But as understanding of the problems grew, our simple box changed. It now turned to the roots of suffering, to empower those at the brink, life flowing back into communities. Nourishment sustained, the seeds of hope planted. Communities freed from sickness, the good building on the good, powering the engines of change. The future we will all share, built on a simple truth. That when you give of yourself, you can be the difference in people's lives. You can help deliver lasting change. Its colors are different. Its mission has grown, but it's the same care package. The simple box that gives us all the power to change the world for good.
Off again. Oh, actually, can we have a quick pit stop again? Sorry, guys. Yeah, just a quick pit stop. I got something on my foot. I just want Sarah to look at. So, back running. I'm 8.7 kilometers. I'm going to talk to Conrad Koch. Let's get Sarah on just for a second, because we're behind on our facts and figures from Dublin.
Yes, shall we do some...
Ireland. Generally, yes.
Some facts. Okay, here we go. Facts for Dublin. So this is from meanwhileinIreland.com. It says, now this one says 10 fun and mad facts about Dublin you never knew. So here we go. Okay. The O'Connell Bridge. The city's one-of-a-kind bridge. Covers the River Liffey and is the only traffic bridge in the entirety of Europe which has the same width as it does length. Oh, there you go. Right, next fact. The origins of Dublin, a Viking settlement. It says the city of Dublin was originally founded by the infamous Vikings who settled there in the 9th century. They christened the area with the name of the Norse Kingdom of Dublin. There you go.
Yeah.
And it says the Irish translation of Dublin, roots in Old Irish Gaelic. It says Dublin in the native Irish language translates to both Dublin, which is spelt... Oh, now there's going to be some Gaelic here that I cannot pronounce. But basically it comes from the Old Irish Gaelic, means black pool. The most likely refers to the River Liffey, which was used by the Vikings at the time. And the other name, okay, in English means Ford of the Reed Hurdles. So there's a few.
Yeah, they're catchy titles, Harry, when you translate them all out. You go,
Yeah.
really? Let's go to the Ford of the Reed Hurdles. Of the Reed Hurdles, really?
Yeah. Oh, this is sinister. There are 666 pubs in Dublin. Wow.
That's good.
That's a number.
One of them's the International Bar where the Dublin comedy scene started.
Ah, yes, yes.
And Dylan Moore was doing his open spot when I was playing there.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Ah.
And Barry Murphy, a Dubliner who had done his comedy through in Dublin and Ireland, and he's very funny. And Ardla Hanlon, Ken Gilday, they were Mr. Trellis, a three-person triple act.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Ah.
And in fact, yeah, I'm just gonna. Well, how long have we got? I'm just gonna call Barry now.
While you're doing, I will just do one more fact. Dublin is regarded as a young city, as it has the youngest population in all of Europe. Approximately 50% of the population of Dublin are said to be under 25 years of age. So there you go.
Under 25?
Yeah.
How many, what percent?
Over 50, approximately 50%.
Wow.
Yeah, yeah.
Barry, how are you? I'm running and talking, and I wanted to talk to you at 3:30 today instead of doing social media questions. Is that possible? I don't know if you're free at 30 to do a Zoom call just with your good self from the heart of Dublin. Would that... Yeah, well, you know, it goes out on my stream, so it will be seen by the public. You can put a bag over your head if you want to be, I'll call you a different name, but you don't have to if you don't want to. I just thought you'd be a good chat. You know, we're talking. No. I run as I talk, and I do it like this. It's a nice chat. We're talking to Judi Dench at 5:30, so we're just talking to people, and you are just singing your praises about Mr. Trellis, and we can talk all about that and stuff and comedy. But if not, if you're busy, you got something on, just tell me you got something on, and it's no problem. $3:30. Is that okay, Sarah? We're gonna do this.
Yeah. So hey, it's your gig. Yes.
Okay, we'll do it.
Do what you like.
I will get someone called Miranda will be contacting you, and they send you a Zoom invite and all that kind of stuff. Is that okay? Very good. So it's 3:30 London time, which I think is 3:30 Dublin time. I think you guys are on the same. For the moment, I know that will change. Is that going to change? Is that true? Yeah. Oh. Oh, right, okay. Well, there's a thing called Brexit, isn't there? Brexit bureaucracy. Anyway, well done to you. I will talk to you at 3:30, and yeah, thank you very much. Okay. It could be 15 minutes would be nice. 20. I talk to people for 25 minutes normally. If you've got to do something in 15 minutes, just 15 minutes is a good time. And it's you know, if you 10 minutes, 5 minutes, 2 minutes, half a second. Anything like that, somewhere, because you'll have nothing to talk about, will you? Because I know you just never talk about anything. So, all right, so everyone now knows. Thank you, monsieur. Talk to you in a bit. Bye. Okay. So I'm going to send you Barry's details. So.
Okie dokie.
Turn on to Miranda. I'm going to do that. So, guys, I'm nixing the social media questions now. I know that, but Barry is fun. You'll like him.
We might try and sneak the odd question in now and again through the day.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we'll give that format a try.
Yeah, if people want to generally put in, can anyone?
I think people tend to put the questions in quite quick. So yeah, we'll see how we go in the day.
I mean, Dave and Ian, you're working your backsides off, but there's no way between you and Sarah that someone could, if they see questions coming up during the day, we could float them out and anything like that, or.
Yeah,
Is that
I
insane?
mean, what we might do, because we trail it for 3:30, is we might at 3:30 still look for questions.
Okay.
And then, we can slip them in
spread
as
them
we.
for the
Yeah.
rest of the time. Okay.
Yeah, we'll go for
So
that.
you can shove your questions in from 3:30.
Yeah, 3:30, because otherwise they get a little lost.
We'll
So,
split them in.
Yeah, we'll do that. That's a plan. And I think Conrad is with us.
Yes.
I have Conrad for you.
And
Thank you,
put
sir.
Barry on the list. Okay. Hi, Conrad.
Hey, Eddie.
How are you doing?
How's it going?
I'm
Great.
all right, thanks. Now, have we actually physically met before? I'm not sure.
Once, yes.
Yeah?
In South Africa, you just done your 2016 multiple Nelson Mandela races and then runs, and you were interviewed by a friend of mine, Kagiso Lediche, at a big theatre in Johannesburg.
Oh, right. Yes, well, that was a very memorable time for me. I did get the impression that South Africa, when I was running South Africa, South Africa went, what? Who is he? Doing what?
No. I mean, South Africa was excluded from the cultural and political conversation for years. So when Definite Article and Glorious, etc. were released, there was a lot of us who loved it, people who knew comedy, but alternative comedy didn't exist. There wasn't a market. So that may have impacted it. But no, South Africans love you, the ones who know comedy.
I wasn't saying that, the comedy thing. It's more like the fact that because it was a big UK, can you someone from the sport relief bit of it? When I was doing.
Oh, yeah.
And I think,
people are always coming to help us, so I guess we get sort of used to the idea.
Well, my thing was I was not there to help particularly. I was just there to honour Madiba, and then the money goes around the world and in the UK and anywhere. So it was not, because that can get a bit boring, saying, oh, you're coming to help us. So I wasn't.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
But I just thought.
I think it does help, to be honest, that reminding South Africans of what happened is something we need more than everyone else needs, almost. So I've always, in fact, in your own work, there's a lot of stuff you've done that has inspired me in that regard. People are colonizing people, and do you have a flag?
Yes.
Sort of nationhood and identity and what it means to be a country and whether a colonizer will respect you. I mean, that's literally the history of Swaziland.
Yes, and we British used to go around doing that because I was born in Aden, in Yemen, Aden, and that was just a port city. So it's like taking over Southampton or Cape Town on its own. So say, we'll have that. Thank you. Everyone just back off, please.
Bananas. Absolutely crazy.
It is bananas. But
Do you have a flag concept influenced a lot of us early on. Late 90s is when comedy started in South Africa because you could only do comedy from 1994. So your content influenced us as a sort of comedy industry, a growing alternative comedy industry in the country. So it was an honor to be here right now. I'm very excited.
No, it's very nice. And you say you could only really do comedy from 94, from when Mandela got in as president. Before that, it wasn't allowed, or did it? Or if you were political, it was too bad. Or what was the situation? Was there any comedy scene back in the apartheid days?
There was. It was pretty racist for the white sort of community, and black people were just struggling to survive. There was kind of theatrical comedy. It was humorous, sort of very much speaking truth to power type stuff, but you couldn't stand on stage and do stand-up because the government was forcing black people to hold spades instead of mics.
Right.
So it completely changed. So there's a kind of whole, it almost like it didn't exist, and then post-94, it did. You chatted to my friend Luis Agola a day or two ago, and we're all part of that same generation. We just don't have the history that the UK has of interesting alternative comedy.
Wow. Dave, up in the control room, a second. David?
Hello.
Can you just widen the picture so I can read the Argus poster behind? You see if I just show. Can you slide the picture separately so I can see his...
Stand by.
Thank you. He'll do that. But what does it say? What does it say, Conrad?
It says Chester Missing's Real Problem.
What?
Chester Missing's a puppet. I'm a ventriloquist, but I'm also a social anthropologist. So my comedy is all about politics and exactly what you're talking about, nationhood and identity, and what your whole life's been about with your gender conversation, etc. So Chester Missing is discussing his race. He used to be black and I'm white, so you can imagine that conversation. And in the South African conversation, Chester's fans are all black, so that's what that's all about.
Oh, I got you. Because we have an evening Argus. Well, Sarah does event manager here down in Brighton. I thought, is that Brighton Argus? No, that's the Cape Argus.
No, Cape Town. Colonized Argus.
There you go. I don't even know what Argus means. I know Jason and the
That's the
Argonauts.
thing from Argonauts. I think that's, I don't know why they're all newspapers called Argus. It's bizarre.
The Argonauts. Now, ventriloquism, has that always been your show, or were you a stand-up? Do you consider yourself a stand-up or a ventriloquist? How do you feel?
Thanks, Eddie. Thanks for carrying. I'm a stand-up who's a puppet, basically. Or my puppet's a stand-up, so I present the same kind of content. Very much influenced by your work, to be honest, especially Definite Article and the Easter eggs and so on. But the Shaftesbury Theatre, those things. But
Can I just
the Siphon conversation is always political, and I am very political in that conversation. So this puppet Chester Missing interviews politicians live on TV, and people want him to run for like the presidency as a joke. And,
Right.
Yeah, I've interviewed all like political figures. He's got an award from a guy who was in jail, Nelson Mandela, for fighting racism. He's actually, the actual puppet's gone to court with a white supremacist here. So we've got a crazy story.
Wow, that's beautiful.
Yeah.
Well, you'll be pleased to know that Judi Dench's family also liked Definite Article as well. They used to listen to it. So Dame Judi Dench.
Absolutely, I'm in good company.
It's kind of weird. I didn't know this until I got to know Judi, and the Definite Article was the one that she quoted, and she particularly liked the parrot. When I said the parrot, and the
Yes.
pieces of eight, they're actually parrots, essentially talking about money, and they could be saying a tenner.
I love that, Matteo.
£5.50.
Absolutely loved it. And the
£5.50.
big book.
Yes, they're coming out of the big book with the Definite Article. Yeah, which also is a Monty Python link with the
didn't
Definite
know
Article. That's novel writing from Dorset with a Michael Palin sketch, which he hosted, and they did it like a sports event where the great writer, is it Thomas Hardy, I think, writing, he's going to do his new novel. We don't know what's going to happen here. Everyone's excited. He's written it's the Definite Article, and the Dennis, and then they got the, yes, well, it's good. He's starting with the Definite Article. Sometimes he writes the pronoun. Once he started with the full name, but the Definite Article, that's a good sign, the ridiculously over-examination of, oh, he's crossed it out, and he's written a doodle up in the top of the left-hand corner. It's a piece of meaningless scribble. Oh, and he's gazing off into space. What a disappointing start. Now he's back going. So it's, yeah, that's my salute.
I love that kind of reference stuff that has history. Your comedy can reference this thing that happened then, and then all the way back for ages. We're still sort of creating that text in a sense. What are we referencing? Oh, when that guy did that routine and that woman did that routine 15 years ago, but after 20 years ago, everyone was in jail. So
yes, oh God. And now your international double Emmy nominated. Is that double Emmy nominated for international Emmy?
Yes. So Louis Sogola and I and a couple other cats had a show. It was a news show, satirical news show, and
right.
I was a regular feature on that show, and then had my own shows. With Chester, sort of Muppet style, almost like Spitting Image, but Chester's more like a political analyst who will go into Lutuli House, the headquarters of the African National Congress, and ask what's wrong with the corruption, or take on white South Africans for not dealing with what apartheid did. That kind of conversation.
Yeah, well, good. Well done for that. I love the idea of the Muppets, and in fact, Brian Henson, I know Brian Henson of the Henson family, and they do a thing called Puppet Up, which is
What is that?
It's an improv thing with puppets. I don't know if you're doing.
Oh, brilliant!
Yeah.
Brilliant! I love that.
They have a whole load of puppets and a load of guys who are good at puppetry and improvising as well. And they do it with the camera. So what were we doing? We were all looking down in the monitor, and then up on the big screen, the audience watches what we can do. And I might try and get it up and see if I can play it today, the piece. But I thought, I can do this. I can do this. I think I can not brilliantly do the ventriloquism, but if I don't have to do the mouth thing.
No, just do Muppet style. That's exactly like, just the hand sitting there that's exactly what happened. We were going to do ventriloquism on TV, and this is too much effort, especially Ngikhuluma Zulu or Cyril Ramaphosa. These names doing without moving your lips are not easy. So we just got me out the picture, and the puppet's actually famous on his own. Yeah, he's his own guy. People don't know me, they know him. So it's much easier to just abandon ventriloquism and be a puppeteer. If you're going to do a TV place, this sounds brilliant. I'm going to go YouTube it now.
Conrad, no, I'm going to do a weird thing. I'm going to stop the run, and I'm going to play it, Dave.
I feel like I've messed up the run. I'm sorry.
Let's see if I can. Dave, can I get?
We're just checking we're not going to get into any copyright issues.
No, well, don't worry. It's us doing it. I'm sure Brian Hanson will be fine about it. I'll take all responsibility. Don't worry. There's no music. I need. How do I?
Jail time.
Where's the camera?
I think better if you're further back for the focus on the camera, because the camera will zoom.
If I put it on there. Okay. Let's get that big.
Think of a type of product or service.
Oh,
Night cream. And night cream is like a moisturizer you put on it.
Hang on, that's the long one. I'll get the short one. So here we go. So this is it. Zoom in on that.
Oh, brilliant.
Just look at the screen.
Yeah.
Welcome everybody, and thank you for coming to this press conference. My name is Stephen Kraft, and I am the press representative and the CEO and the COO of Night Cream Poo.
I love that stuff. That's brilliant.
Well, you'll see the technique, you know what they do. Press conference.
Oh, brilliant.
Can you spell your name for it?
Have a stroke. It affected my hands, but now they're working.
Okay, that's enough.
Oh my gosh, that's brilliant. I love it.
You guys should
absolutely love it.
You guys should do it because I don't, you know, it's just improvising and using puppets. And
yeah.
The Hensons, the family under Brian Henson, and they do puppet. It's beautiful what they do. Those guys are brilliant. And I had that was the first time I'd ever done it. And I had a half-hour training session before the gig.
Oh, brilliant.
And at the Henson Studios, which was the Chaplin Studios. And I played Charlie Chaplin in the film, so I love this whole link about it. And
incredible.
Yeah, so it's a great thing. I think you have a lot of fun. And they just say, you know, if you've done improv at all, they say, yeah, give us a place, give us a thing. And then you choose your puppets, and then you do. And that's the press conference one where I'm going down. They go, more questions. And the conceit was it was a new night cream that was also a laxative. So I called it Night Cream Poo. And they'd say, we think you knew there was a laxative in it. Yeah, we knew.
I love it. And I love the possibilities that a screen creates, because it's for your mind, it separates the puppet from you. That's what I'm in right now. I do virtual shows, right? Of course, we're all doing these things. And this is the virtual set. That's why that's all puppet-sized stuff.
Oh, right.
I love that world. I absolutely love. That's my passion. That where the little creature goes and the people give life to these little furry things, and they lose themselves. Adults lose themselves. I've had the president of South Africa chatting to a puppet, treating him like he's a real person. It's ridiculous. And adults, if you give them the right cues, like the voices you'd create, must have been spectacular. I think you'd be incredibly good at that.
Well, I was just doing this crazy because they said use the bear puppet. It's a really good puppet. And it's funny. Whenever I was moving the hands, I stopped moving my mouth, and they said moving your hands.
So that's funnier.
Yeah, I know it was. But because they were such quick thinkers, and I try to be a quick thinker, you know, they could sing me a line, I could sing them back a line, and yeah.
Well, that's the subtext. There's a puppet. That's the text. And the subtext is Eddie Izzard's trying to do puppetry. It's hilarious. I love it. In fact, getting a celeb on to do the puppetry of one aspect of the show is a thing you'd have to do in every show. It's brilliant, especially a really strong stand-up. That's hilarious.
Yeah, if they've got to be a stand-up, I think, if they're a serious politician. They're not, well, actually, no, this is their idea, but I tell you, beautiful idea. They got someone up from the audience to do it, and two people would be asking them questions, and they had a puppet, but they did the eyes. You know that thing where you've got the pupil of the eye is a rolling little disc in the eye, you know, like a toy. And so as it moves around, the eyes look everywhere, and it looks insane.
Oh, but crazy looking. Yeah.
So when the person who's completely unsure what they're doing is talking, their eyes are just going bonkers, and it's very funny. That's puppet art.
That's the whole other layer.
Yeah.
So my passion is the meeting point of that and politics, which I was really interested to see what you're talking about going into politics and trying to establish a passionate middle is the word you're using, or a moderate?
I'm a radical and a moderate. So I do radical.
A what?
A radical and a moderate. I do,
yes, exactly.
I do radical things with a moderate message, because normally the radicals are on the stream side. But you know, I came out as transgender back in '85. I'm now performing in 4 languages, and I'm running multiple marathons for charity. So these are the radical things, but all the message is moderate. It's live and let live. It's inclusion, make humanity great again, and a fair chance in life for everyone. So
that's the conversation. I mean, that's the exact meeting point of what South Africa's struggling right now with the COVID-19 vaccine and getting access to it, and what it does mean to be human and who has human rights, and alienating the people who need to have the power and the money. In South Africa, of course, as it is everywhere, it's white people we're sort of 5 to 6 times wealthier than black South Africans, and we have access to way better healthcare, private education, private security, etc. So but the problem is, to get them to listen, you mustn't alienate them. That's always been my problem, is that I've really pissed off the right wing and sort of middle white South Africa. So getting them to listen has been a whole charm offensive. It's been taking me the last few years. And so it's very interesting to see this idea of moderate. It's very political, because sometimes it means giving up on. You can't be moderate in the face of racism, for example. No, well, and when racism's the structuring factor of our whole economy, how does one be moderate in the face of that?
I encourage you to be radical and moderate. You can be radical in your approach to it, but your message is always moderate.
Yeah.
And there's also a thing that if there are 2 positions, and one is moderate and one is extreme, that you have to go way out to find the balance somewhere out towards the extreme, which is not true. Medium, moderate, live and let live is the balance. It's the extremists who are just way off the mark. And it doesn't work. It never has worked. If one group are just getting all the privilege, it will not hold. It just, we look through, someone should, on the right wing, should pick up a book occasionally, watch a DVD, I don't know, see a documentary.
They're the wrong books, though.
It's called the 1930s, and it didn't work. And I think Hitler would attest to that. Yeah, my honeymoon was in a ditch covered in petrol and on fire, so not the breast honeymoon. More like a flaming kebab moon.
No, exactly. Where it gets a bit weird here is that because the idea of being right-wing is so associated with whiteness and privilege and colonialism, sort of the conversation in Africa kind of gets ignored, because we have a right-wing that is black, as well as a right-wing that is white. And they're sort of very conservative when it comes to gender issues, sexuality, identity, religion, and rights. So it becomes this really convoluted space, because then as a white, speaker, cisgender white, what can you say to a black person who's go, well, this is my culture? It becomes a very interesting and dangerous, but at the same time, a satisfying area to work in.
Yeah. Yes, it is a tricky thing. Well, you've chosen you're living in a country that I know that, Nelson Mandela came out, he did the one term, the rugby, his thing on rugby union and getting you to win the World Cup, and you've now won it 3 times, I think is the most lasting legacy he could get out of his presidency. It's a difficult thing to do. How do you get it going through that? How does the economy, and you don't want to just suddenly slice off a load of cash and give it to someone else. It's got to grow into something, and it's a tricky thing. Real politics is as complicated as it looks. This is the...
The UK will ever get to the point that they'll talk about colonial reparations?
I don't think so. I don't see them about to do that, about South Africa particularly, or all places.
Globally.
Yeah, I don't think that's definitely not the extreme right or the right-wing government we've got now. It's...
Because I saw Labour was trying to sneak it in there in your last elections, and then they just fizzled that one. I was like, yeah, it's a bit crazy. Calm down.
Well, it's tricky. It's like Native Americans and all that they've lost in America. And anyone with a heart in America, you'd think, well, they have been treated so badly.
Terribly,
and then,
exactly.
And where are you going to start with that? And there's the average person. You need to get the average person voting, because there's that whole sort of section in the middle who aren't the extreme, but will be swayed one way or the other. The emotional journey, the actual story. And you can't do everything.
Yeah.
You can try to do as much as you can, but it's tricky. Like if you look at Lincoln, if you study Lincoln, a lot of the black activists, Frederick Douglass, the strongest black activist at the time, who was free black person, African American in America in the 1850s going into the 1860s, he was not really a fan of Lincoln. He was more of a fan of Grant at the end, President Grant, who was the general who won, essentially won the war for the Union side. And it's interesting because Lincoln had tried to balance everything, and everyone looks at Lincoln as the one who was clear-sighted and abolitionist, but he wasn't an abolitionist until he chose to be, and that was later. So politics is a tricky. Have you seen the Lincoln film?
No, I'm going to go see it now.
It's interesting. Have a look at it because there's a speech. There's a speech in it he does against talking with the actor. His name's walked out of my head, but he played the strong abolitionist, and Lincoln wasn't the strong abolitionist. But he said he was trying to keep the middle states, the border states, not from seceding, to keep them with the Union, and it was a really tricky thing to do. Keep them on side, yet free the slaves, which he wasn't doing initially, and then he was doing. And it's a curious story. It comes from a book. You can also download the book, A Team of Rivals. And that's, I listen to a lot of audiobooks. So.
What is the book called again?
Team of Rivals. Team of Rivals. Because what happened was that if someone becomes president in America, they tend to fill their cabinet with like-minded people who work with them. Lincoln was the first and maybe the last person. He filled his cabinet with everyone who fought against him. Everyone on his side, they were all Republicans. Well, some of them actually were Democrats as well, but they'd all actively campaigned for their own. They all thought they should be president. So he was the actual president, and he'd only been a one-time congressman before, and 12 years before that. So he was a lawyer who was coming in to be president, and they all thought he knows nothing. Other people were senators or had been governors or this or that, and they all thought they should be it because they had all this experience, and he hadn't. But he was the best guy. It's just nobody knew it at that point. Well, only a few people knew it, and he knew it. But it's a curious story with him. The real story.
Well, that's the Nelson Mandela conversation. Is exactly what the younger sort of black poor sort of youth are saying is, well, he sold us out. This guy was about compromise. He had didn't stand up about land, the sunset clause of apartheid. So education didn't change. Wealthy schools that are previously white are still the wealthiest, best schools in the country, and they haven't forced them to integrate on any serious level. And there's a lot of shenanigans to stop that from happening. So it's exactly that kind of conversation that you described in Lincoln, and I think that it was essential for any change to actually happen to get both sides on board.
Yeah.
So eventually, when you go for a moderate position, you're going to end up being hated by both sides, but you're going to actually achieve something. It's a sort of weird position to go with.
I think so. Radical but moderate. That's my radical but moderate. That's what I advise you to go for. Hey.
But I've only just started to work out how to do that. It's such a complex place. You know, South Africa is a place that thinks it's unique, but it's actually like the rest of the world. You just described with the Lincoln conversation. You know, I've been reading a lot of Owen Jones's books there about UK class and race and how it comes together. And it's incredible that you think you're going something special, especially in a country like South Africa with a ridiculous story. And you find it, everyone's been doing that. We just need to get on board. It's a radical but moderate. It's literally been a learning curve. You know, I've got some radio stations who won't allow Chester on because he's so like right-wing Afrikaans radio stations today. He's going to talk about apartheid privilege and reparations. And so you've lost that audience. They'll never listen to you. So if you tone it down and are less shouty, more people hear you. That's taken me 20 years to learn.
Yeah. And
are you actually planning on going and being a politician?
Oh yeah, no, quite serious. I've said it for 10 years. I was going to stand in this election that was going to be, well, last year, in May of last year, there was going to be an election. We had set elections for a very short period of time, and then it changed. So I went for a seat in the last election. For whatever reasons, I didn't get the seat, or didn't get a chance to stand in the seat. And so by election, if one comes up that's a good fit, I would love to go up for that. And if not, the next election. But I will go in because I'll just fight. I'm a fighter. And I will fight.
Well, you got the voice, you got the presence. I mean, crazier things have happened. Look at Bobby Wine in Uganda is running to be the president against Museveni right now. He's a musician. Bobby Wine's a musician.
Yes.
Running to be president. He almost made it if he hadn't been crushed, which is a sad sort of story of post-colonial Africa. But would you run as an independent, or
No.
would you?
I've been a member of the Labour Party since '95, and so I'm going to fight for Keir Starmer to be the next Prime Minister. Okay. And everyone knows in the Labour Party I've been fighting long and hard for activists for over 10 years now in different elections. So, yeah, I'll keep fighting.
Sure, that's a complicated territory. To actually jump into real politics, I've always like zoom, because I'm very close to both parties. There are big parties here, and the stress those actual politicians go through because they've got to speak back to such power, such people who really take umbrage to what they're saying. So kudos. I don't know how. Would you like to be the Prime Minister of the UK?
No, I want to go in and I want to fight hard. That question is going to be asked, and no one who's coming into politics can answer that. What you've got to say, and what I wish to say, is that I will fight for Keir Starmer to be the Prime Minister, as I've fought for every leader since I've come in at the Labour Party. I want to do as much as I can to help, but whoever gets in will choose who they want to surround them with and who's in their cabinet and that kind of thing. So I just, I'm a fighter, so I will fight.
Yeah. That's a South African politician conversation. Is the African National Congress, because of where it was within struggled against apartheid, they have this culture, a spoken culture, not actually how it works, of humility. So no one says, no, I'm here to lead. They hear, no, I'm here to serve. But if you choose me, I'll be there. And so it's this, and what's cool is I think you're coming with the right energy of, no, I really am just here to help. I think you'd be a great Prime Minister. I think it'd be fantastic. The first transgender Prime Minister of the UK. Damn, that would be fantastic.
But you see, what happens is the journalists are looking to create a split. So the editors will say, ask that question. And see, I love doing comedy and drama. I'm doing great drama films. I've got 6 Minutes to Midnight coming out where I'm playing the lead in that. So my dramatic roles in films and my comedies in 4 languages. It's a beautiful career, but I'm going to put it into hibernation.
Yeah, it's wonderful.
So I
would love to be doing that, 4 languages. It's amazing.
Yeah, and I'm very happy for someone else to run the gig. I just want someone on our team to run the gig. I will do as much as I can to make that happen. So, but
you're not going to give up stand-up.
Once I go in, I have to. Everything goes into hibernation, but that's how it has to be.
I think the UK is the one country that's completely quirky enough to be fine with you doing gigs and being Prime Minister during the day.
Well, no,
Sorry, guys, I've got to go.
Conrad, I've got to go. But I could do it, but it would have to be for raising money for the party or for charity.
Yeah,
that's how you could do it. But in your off time. Yeah. But Conrad, thank you so much. Great chat.
Thanks, Eddie. Really honored to talk to you. Thank you. And great work you're doing. Have a great rest of your run.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Okay, I need to go to the loo. Okay. Oh.
Hi, I'm Kevin Ryan, the President and CEO of Covenant House International. For nearly 50 years, Covenant House has been a place of promise and of hope for young people experiencing homelessness. Now more than ever, we need partners in the community to unite with us to end youth homelessness. Every person deserves a safe place to sleep and hope for a brighter tomorrow. For young people, homelessness interrupts progress toward adulthood and a future of independence and self-sufficiency. Covenant House's doors are always open to all young people who need housing and help, regardless of their race or their religion, their sexual orientation, their gender identity or expression. Our trauma-informed services help bridge the gap between potential and progress, and we also advocate for systemic change through public policy while promoting awareness of the critical issues related to youth homelessness. The Covenant House mission is centered and built on community, where youth and staff and volunteers and our partners love one another unconditionally, respect each other absolutely, and dedicate ourselves to a covenant of compassion and hope. Learn more about resilient young people at Covenant House and our life-affirming services at covenanthouse.org.
NTD. It's not terribly descriptive. Needlessly tricky denomination. We need to disentangle, need to define, nothing to declare, National Turnip Day, never tickle dinosaurs. No, that's daft. Now the disclosure. Neglected tropical diseases. Not that difficult. Neglected though? Deserted, disenfranchised, desperate, dying. No, that's dreadful. Now these diseases need to discontinue, need to disappear. Never mind the difficulties. No more tedious delays. Now's the decade. Nations together declare no to disease, no to discrimination. Nobody treated differently. Neglected tropical diseases. End the neglect.
So, Tim, ready to talk to Tim anytime you want.
Take me through to Tim now.
Hello, hello.
Hi, how you doing?
How you doing? I am all right. I've got a weird blister under my right foot, which is talking to me, but hopefully I can control it. We strapped it up. Teeth are disintegrating. Legs are holding in there. Totally knackered. But I am stronger and more knackered than before. That's the weird thing. Working in two different directions. How are you?
That's good. I'm good, thank you. Getting by, doing some training, out and about, just trying to stay fit and healthy in these times.
Now, you're a Zwift ambassador, so we're running on Zwift. People, you can see it in the top right-hand corner of my screen, or the screen you're watching at home. People running along with me, the Make Humanity group, people running with blue shirts. You're an ambassador, and also have multi-world champion, your multi-world championship person. Tell us about the things that you've been world champion in.
I'm a triathlete, so swimming, cycling, running. I guess I was lucky enough. Been a world champion 4 times as a junior, senior, and that was over the Olympic distance, so the shorter distance, and I went to a few Olympic Games. But now I focus on the Ironman event.
Right, and how long tell everyone how long the Olympic distance is compared to the Ironman.
So the Olympic distance is 1,500 meters swim, open water, jump straight out, jump on your bike, and then it's a 40-kilometer bike, 25 miles. But you ride together like the Tour de France in kind of like a pack peloton, jump off, and then 10-kilometer, 6-mile run. Very fast, very aggressive, tactical racing, live in city centres all over the world. So that's the Olympic distance. I'm a little bit too old, haven't got as much speed in my legs for that, so I do the Ironman. And that's a bit different. That's a totally different animal. It's a 3.8 kilometers swim, so 2.4 miles, a 180-kilometer bike, 112 miles, and then a marathon at the end of that. That's more kind of like you are racing other people, but on the bike, you're on your own. In a time trial bike, you've got to stay 12 meters behind someone. You can't come too close, so you don't take that slipstream.
Yes.
So it's more of an individual sport where you push your body as far as you know how to push it. If someone overtakes you in it, and that takes about, I'm also the world record holder, 7 hours 40 for that. So if someone overtakes you going fast, you have to stick to your plan.
Oh, hang on, so you're world record holder for the Ironman?
Yes, that's correct.
Wow. Oh, wow, because I have considered doing the Ironman. Can't they call it the Iron Person or the Iron Thing? Can't they find another word that doesn't exclude all of women?
So it is a brand, unfortunately.
I know,
like Coca.
But the brand can change themselves. They're 21st century guys. They must, and there must be involved.
it's a $100 million whatever company, and they're very protective of their logo and their brand. I know. There was we've had lots of issues. So at the World Championships in Hawaii, there used to be 50 men and 30 women.
Yeah.
And we've led by Rachel Joyce and lots of women, but lots of the men have stuck behind it, and it was 50-50. So for a couple of years, we raced with temporary tattoos saying 50-50 to get that equality. But yeah, no, that's a good point. And there are other races that we call full distance. It's just if you do a branded race, they still unfortunately
Well, I
call
would
it
like to
Ironman.
suggest, far be it from me, but I can suggest to the Ironman people, if you call it the Iron Race, it's something like that, something neutral, you could be still not behind the curve in the 21st century, because there are iron women out there, and as a trans woman, I have to point that out. And that brand, people adjust brands and move forward, and it doesn't. I don't think everyone's going to go, oh, you're the Iron Race, you've got a slightly different brand name. Well, that's the end of that. We're not going to do anything ever again for you guys. Well, still, if you've got a good heart, positive heart, looking forward, I don't know. It's a thought. I'll just throw that.
No, I think that's a great thought, and without a doubt, I don't think they'd lose any recognition of what the brand stands for, and when you cross the line, they shout out, "You are an Iron Man," and they say that to the men and the women, or so yeah.
Yeah, they could say you're an iron racer. I don't know. You could get around it. I mean, it's not perfect, but Christ, it's the 21st century. And again, I read the Sapiens book, and the cognitive revolution was 70,000 years ago. That's when we all worked out how our brains were working and started to move into modern things. So that's when it should have been equal pay, equal status. Sorry, Tim, I'm dumping this on you, but I don't need this. Not your responsibility. But I just
I know it's it's talked about amongst the professionals as well, especially as you said in this in the 21st century.
Exactly.
A multinational company would change other companies have changed their brands and their logos according to whether it's an NFL team or a baseball team, whatever. They are moving with the times. So
it's not that hard. And if there's less cash in your pockets in the short term, and so you can't build so many yachts and have any yachts, I don't know quite what everyone wants to do with the cash, but if you're doing well, you can adjust these things, and in the long run, I bet you get more cash in the pocket. So if it's all down to cash, not a great argument.
Their business model, they do very well. The professionals and amateurs don't, but the owners do.
Okay, the owners. This is my request to the owners, my suggestion to the owners. It's a suggestion, serving suggestion. You're an iron racer. I don't know, wouldn't be too hard. You're a racer of iron. You're a person of iron. You can work at it. You can get the people to choose, and make the whole of the ultra marathon, ultra brigade could put forward ideas. You could have a competition. You could adjust it. They could make the final decision. I don't know. Anyway, let's not talk about that. Let's talk about yourself. So Olympic Games. Was it fun to go to the Olympic Games? It must be fun. It must be the biggest doodah, yeah?
It's funny. I say this, and people sometimes don't get it. I would highly recommend going to an Olympic Games. It was definitely the highlight. The first games I went to were 21 years ago in Sydney. And it's just a phenomenal environment, atmosphere as an athlete, but also the host city and anyone that goes there. It's just a real coming togetherness of, for me, 4 years of work, just for that one day, that one race. And then, just to see such a mix of athletes. For me, you're in the Olympic Village, in the dining hall, and you've got wrestlers, basketball players, gymnasts. You've got all these different shapes and sizes of amazing athletes all come together to kind of have an expression session, show what they can do for the world. So definitely the Olympics is just an amazing movement.
It must be a different thing. Have you experienced the Olympics as just a punter, just as a viewer though?
Yeah, I was lucky. I just moved back to England. I was living in America. I went down to Rio because one of my sponsors was a Brazilian company. Right. And I went down there with my wife to watch not just the triathlon. We saw Emily Beals in the gymnast. We saw some swimming, some tennis, and yeah, it was. I mean, when you take a step back, it really was to see everyone's faces. When you're competing, you're very self-centered and quite selfish to a point, because you really want to get the best out of your body and your mind. But to be on the other side, cheering and supporting, and yeah, it really was an amazing. And I went to London as well to watch a few events there. And yeah, I come from just outside London, so a home games for me, it's amazing.
Now, the man with the halo and severe neck fractures in the documentary, tell us about that, Simon.
Yeah, so I had 2017 for me was a great year. I'd won lots of races, and that's when I broke the Ironman world record. And we always have our world championships in Hawaii, Kona, and that's the big race. And it was I was there, I was one of the favourites, looking to fight for a podium spot. And unfortunately, 3 days before the race, I was in a cycle lane doing an easy ride, and I got T-boned by a white truck. And when I ended up in hospital and all the exams and scans, I unfortunately had what's called a hangman's fracture.
What does T-boned mean?
So I was in the cycle lane going this way, and the car was coming towards me, and he turned. So it was like I was going that way, and he turned, and kind of he went into me. Right. There was a petrol station, and he wanted to zoom into the petrol station, and I thought I was going quicker or slower. So I was going about 35 kilometers an hour, so just over 20 miles an hour. I remember skidding because I just put my new tires on for the race, and I thought I'm going to get a flat spot, and then I knocked myself out for a fair while, unfortunately.
Wow. And so what happened after that?
So I went to hospital, and I had a CAT scan, an MRI, and they went to do another one, and they in your C2 vertebrae, so it's in line with your teeth. Right. So it's obviously C1, then C2, very high up. That's where you have the vertebrae, and you have the columns sticking out, and then you have what's called the hangman's bone. Right. And that's the bone that when you get hung like that, it snaps and it goes into the spinal column, and that's how you die. So I'd fractured that, unfortunately. So as bad as it was, I was very, very lucky that I was still alive. And I had to wear what's called a halo for 3 months. So it's a carbon circle with 4 titanium screws, and they basically screw 2 into your forehead here and 2 there. So they just give you a local anaesthetic. They get a torque wrench, an Allen key, and they just tighten these screws directly into your skull. And then the whole brace system goes all the way down past your belly button, and it's basically a plaster cast for your neck. So it is bolted to your spine, to your skull, so your skeletal structure.
Wow. And I take it sleeping is horrible?
I would not recommend it. I mean, I didn't sleep in a bed for about 5 weeks, and then we had to buy one of those hospital beds that moves. Right. And because the wounds are constantly open, so they have to be dressed and cleaned every day. And unfortunately, my screws started to come loose, so they had to drill them in tighter and tighter. So yeah, very, very old school and barbaric, but it really does the job. And I'm very lucky. 6 months after I broke my neck, I was up Boston doing the Boston Marathon. It was very, very, I think very tough for my wife as much as myself, because she went from being a wife and a mum to 2 children to being a wife and a mum to 3 children. So I couldn't put clothes on. I couldn't wash myself. My concentration wasn't very good. Just the constant pain. That wasn't so much the neck. It was just more the fact you've got these titanium screws kind of in your head.
Now, it says on the information I've been given about you that you elected to use the halo device. Did you not have to do that, but you did it because you knew it would be quicker if you did?
So when I go to the doctors, you kind of what they say you need antibiotics, you just say yes. The doctor said you have 3 options, but this is what I would choose. I could have had a fusion, which is an operation where they fuse the 2 bones, C2 and C3 together. Yeah. So that's automatically the bone is solid. but then there's a chance you don't get full range of motion back.
Yeah.
And because your body was designed, all these joints were designed to move individually, it puts more stress on the lower ones. So there's a chance that you can have another fusion in 10 years' time. I could have had just a neck collar, which kind of reminds you not to move your neck. But if you did move your neck and you're an active person like I am, it's probably not the best thing. So the halo absolutely keeps that bone rock solid. So there's really no chance. Most people that have my injury are unconscious, so they do a fusion. But because I was conscious, I had the choice. But the doctor, who also was an amateur triathlete, he said, if you want to try and compete at the top level again, this is the most painful, but the best way to give you the most amount of chance to compete again.
So 2017 it happened. Yeah. What month in 2017?
So it was in October in 2017.
When did you win you competed in the Boston Marathon, but then you won the Ironman in Costa Rica in 2018. So what were the months in there? So when was Boston Marathon?
The Boston Marathon was 6 months after. The halo came off on the 10th of January, 4 days before my birthday. And then Boston Marathon was in April. So it was 6 months, and I ran 2:49. So not a very good time, but I was more than happy considering the...
Tim, let me tell you, it's not a very good time. 2:49, it's shit. As someone who does a 6.5-hour marathon, let me just tell you, you're shit at marathons. And
27 marathons.
Yeah, I know. Maybe you don't do this. It's the gigs afterwards which are the key. That's the thing. But what month was the Ironman in 2018 that you won?
That was in June. So that was in June in 2018, and that also qualified me for the World Championships back in Hawaii, which are always the first full moon in October. So 12 months after breaking my neck, I went back to Hawaii. I knew I wouldn't have the race that I could have had in 2017, and I finished 36. But for me, it was just kind of like a closing of a chapter. You know, from 2017, when I was on top of the world, one of the best athletes in the world, really fighting to be a world champion, at the age of 39. To go rock bottom, have all your dreams and hopes, and are you going to work again? Am I going to race again? So, for me, it was closing the chapter and moving forward. So it was a real celebration when I went back there in 2018 with my family.
Yeah, and that's about what? If it's October 2017, that's about 8 months later, 9 months later, 6? Between the accident and you doing the Ironman, winning the Ironman?
That's right, yeah, it was 6 months, just over 6 months later.
Wow, yeah. So that's crazy.
Yeah.
Now, how can people see that film? The Man with the Halo?
So it's called The Man with the Halo, and it's on YouTube and Red Bull TV, I think, as well. But yeah, and if you go through On Running Shoes, that they supported it massively, and you can get a link through their website. But if you Google it on YouTube, The Man with the Halo, so yeah, a 30-minute watch. Apparently the first edit they showed, the producer showed the company on. They said it was too dark, that it had to be more light-hearted because there were some definitely tough times when they tell you that your screw's gone so far in it's going to penetrate your brain, so we need to drill another hole next to it. It got quite emotional at times.
Well, there you go. And a halo, we normally assume with a saintly behaviour. Were you a very good person when you had the halo on?
I'd like to think so. I think I was a very grumpy person, if I'm honest.
That's a bit of a joke. So you don't really have to answer that one, but it'd just be nice if you saved a cat's life during that time and so on. You can't bloody move, can you? Well, that does sound intriguing. So what are your plans for the future? Are you, after COVID, are you still fighting for more?
So yes, I'm still racing professionally. In fact, next week I do my first race of the year, and it's a live race on Zwift next Wednesday evening. It's a professional. We do a crit race on the bike, and then we have a little rest, and then we jump on the treadmill, and we do, I think it's roughly a 5 kilometer running race, and then we have another 20-minute rest, and then we do another bike race. And in the rest times, the women race and then we race, so it's kind of like a parallel. So it's 2 hours of live endurance sport. So that starts next Wednesday. And in terms of not on Zwift in the real world, there are some races in Australia and New Zealand. Obviously, I can't do those at the moment.
Yeah.
But I'm looking to do the Swiss Ironman in July. That will be my A race for the year, all being well.
Very good. And I've got, on the 31st, I finish here, so we're encouraging anyone on Zwift to come and join me in wearing a blue top. And we'll do the final marathon, celebrating New York in America on the 31st. I'm sure it'll be too slow for your speed, but I'm just throwing it out there.
Maybe I'll definitely come and join.
You can pop in for
join
2
you on the
seconds,
31st.
for 2 minutes, just to zoom by. But anyway, very good. Good to talk to you. And COVID situations, you're staying safe, and your family and everything.
Yep, I'm staying safe. Thank you. My my wife's a teacher, so she's at work. We're doing lots of dog walks and just keeping ourselves to ourselves. My parents are all good and so forth. So we're doing what we can to stay safe and look after ourselves and everyone else.
Actually, one thing I didn't ask you, can you do all these races professionally, or do you have a full-time job as well?
No, I've been a professional triathlete since 1997.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah, most amateur triathletes say I've never worked a day in my life. I'm very, very lucky. I'm able to kind of live the dream and, travel around the world, racing and so forth.
But, so you have sponsors, but do you also win the prize monies in the winning of the races?
Yeah, so I have sponsors who, brands I represent. Mostly they're endemic within our industry, and then there's prize money, appearance money as well if you're lucky enough to get it. And then if you race the Olympic distance, that's part of the National Lottery funding system. So when I was younger, I did those races, but now I just race for prize money, and my sponsors.
Well, take care. Good to talk to you. Thanks for stopping by.
Okay.
Cheers.
Cheers. Thanks very much. Yeah.
Thanks, Dave.
Keep on tracking.
I will. Okay. I'm going to slow down to walk. So, I'm going to talk to Philippa York in a moment. Great story here. Someone who knew at the age of 5 what I knew at the age of 5. Philippa York was formerly endurance cyclist Robert Miller. Moore was the greatest British cyclist at the time of winning the King of the Mountain Prize at Tour de France in 1984, finishing 4th overall that year. Came out publicly as trans in 2017, and when she was asked to do commentary for the Tour de France for ITV4. She knew she was different from the age of 5, snap, but what that difference was and how to deal with it took a fairly long time to come to terms with. There's no one storyline that fits everyone. For her personally, until given the right information, there wasn't a feeling of being trapped. Rather, it was more the case of the life she was living wasn't the one she felt she ought to be having. So I have a very interesting talk with Philippa in 6 minutes' time, 2:30 London time. And afterwards, Kevin Ryan, who is the CEO and the international president of Covenant House. I think Covenant House is one of our great charities that we're highlighting. Does amazing work. And as I was saying before, I sort of sensed that they did, and I didn't quite know everything about how they worked. But we talked to CB, who was one of the people that they'd worked with, who had been homeless and drug addicted, and had parents, I think, who had drug addiction problems as well. And Covenant House took them in, encouraged CB to come in, and then CB left them after 3 months, then went back at a later time for a year. And at that point, really got to a better place. And Stevie said that she had given them quite a hard time, you know, because it's not a, oh, would you like to come in? Yes, that's exactly what I want to do. Most people sort of push back on that, but they persisted, they stayed there, and they funded her to go to university, and she got a first in psychology at university, and now is working in New Orleans, as it's more, as it's pronounced in America, New Orleans. It's like, because we in Britain say New Orleans, but New Orleans is the more of American pronunciation, which I kind of like. I like both. And in French, Nouvelle Orleans. There you go. And anyway, but she's working down there with kids who were in similar situations like she had been in. So that's just fantastic. That's Covenant House, one of our 5 highlighted charities. I'm walking. I've got to get faster again. So my right foot's doing weird things to me today. It's hot. It's a little hot foot. Here we go. So, yes. So we're going to have a chat. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, we're at £130,000. That's what we've raised so far. Oh, 133, I should say, which is good. Sorry about this, guys. Just sort myself out here. Right, get faster. Get faster. Huh.
Eddie, I'm going to put you through to Philippa.
Very good. Hi, Philippa.
Hello, Eddie.
How are you doing?
I'm probably doing a bit better than you are today. I'm not sweating as much.
Yes, it's yes, sweat is going to be my thing today, but I know that as a cyclist, now I've explained, read out your a history which I assume comes from your good self about being trans, and you were Robert Miller before, you know, Philippa York, and we can talk about that. But as a are you still a cyclist? That's an interesting question.
Yes, I've just been outside for an hour today, so yeah, I've still been cycling today actually.
Excellent, excellent. And so, but the thing is what you guys do, any cyclist, not sure what competitions you're doing these days, but the Tour de France is just so ridiculously expended. The energy that I'm expending here, I'm so slow. This is the thing, I'm so slow, Philippa. So it's, compared to the elites, I just feel, you know, on a different sort of scale. But I do go on and on, but you guys go on and on and on as well. How many days is the Tour de France?
So the Tour de France is 23 days. Like all the Grand Tours are. So there's a Tour de France, there's a Tour of Italy, and there's a Tour of Spain.
Yeah.
And they're all 3-week races. So it's a bit like yourself when you were said today, I noticed you didn't know what day of the week it was.
Yeah.
After about 4 or 5 days, you don't know where you are and you don't know which day of the week it is. You're just kind of counting down the weekends. And then you probably noticed yesterday was your last Tuesday and today's your last Wednesday. So it becomes like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm very...
have to break down into kind of manageable steps.
Yes, yes, exactly. Grabbable bits. I have to look behind me quite often. It's actually in front of me, but it's also behind me. I go, I'm on marathon, whatever it is, 27. The lucky thing that I've done is marathon 27 is on the 27th day of January, so I know the date. I have no clue what the day is, but I know the date. Let's start about talking about trans, because you knew when you were 5. I don't know if you heard me read this out just before, but I knew when I was 5. And I think most LGBT plus people do know at an early age. Some people say I was much older and I did, but I knew that, well, I feel I'm gender fluid and there is boy genetics in me and girl genetics in me. And we know from biology that we all start as a fetus, as girls, and then some get coded boys. So we get obsessed about the differences, but it's all somewhere on the spectrum. So I think hopefully people are...
I've heard you talking about this stuff before. Yeah. Yes, I can realised probably when I went to school and there was a segregation there for boys and girls.
Yep.
And playtime came in, I was in the boys' side and I looked over on the girls' side and I thought, well, why can't I go in there?
Yeah.
And something stopped me saying to the other young kids, oh, I want to go in there, because I'd already seen them picking on kind of weak people.
Yeah, exactly.
So they would, there's always somebody who got bullied or something at school for being slightly different.
Yeah.
And I realised that I was thinking different to everybody else. And I thought, maybe this isn't something to share at this moment with my fellow children. And but I kind of knew from probably 5 or 6, something like that something was up.
Yeah, no.
It takes quite a lot of time to figure it out when you don't have the information, which is an advantage today, so that the information's out there and people who can, they can get help a lot quicker.
Well, I was born in 1962. I don't know how old you are. I assume you're younger than me. But
I'm older than you.
You're older. When were you born?
1958.
Oh, 58. Well, so we're in a similar area that they weren't really throwing out information on trans back then, were they? They didn't even have the word. How long did it take you before you decided to... I know you've transitioned, and I assume that's not so long ago, but can you take us through that? It's good for other people out there who might be trans, just to know your story.
So as I went kind of through my adolescence, I thought maybe I'd just be a kind of transvestite, but I didn't really understand that either, because that information wasn't out there either. And it was probably only into my early 20s that, when I was already in the middle of my cycling career, that I understood that I was transsexual.
Right.
And obviously, in a kind of professional sporting world, that wouldn't go down too well.
Yeah.
So, then I decided that I would deal with being transsexual, and if I was, or I'd find out, I'd get professional help. And I decided to wait till the end of my career to deal with it. So I probably didn't really deal with it professionally until I was probably in my mid-30s.
Right.
Just because there was no internet, so then I didn't have all the information that I needed, but I would come across, articles and things written in magazines and books, kind of describing the things that I was feeling. And that kind of reinforced that I needed help with it. But I didn't really go and seek professional help until I reached a really low point in my life where I decided, all right, I have to do something. I'm not functioning as a person.
Right.
And so then I, from about probably, I decided I'd have to do something from my mid-30s, but it took me until the end of my 30s and the beginning of my 40s to actually, make the step and decide to transition and see how that was going to go. But at no point during that transition was I sure of how far I was going to take it, or where I was going to stop on that kind of spectrum.
Yeah.
So that's quite interesting that there's no set kind of way to transition, and there's nowhere on that spectrum that you have to feel like you have to go beyond.
Right.
You don't have to go to the end of it. You can stop, anywhere you want, where you feel comfortable. And I think that's quite important to say to people that, it's your life and you have to feel comfortable with yourself. And if you're not comfortable with taking the next step in that kind of transition journey, then stay where you are and just, be gender fluid or whatever you want to call it, and stay with that as long as you're happy and contented.
Yeah, absolutely. So for you, it was the beginning of the 2000s, somewhere up there?
So I started my transition in 2000 and I finished it halfway through 2003. So not a quick fix, barely. I had to take into consideration, family, friends, partners.
Yeah.
Because they've all got to deal with all the changes that happen.
Yeah.
So for me, it was quite important to take it slowly and take each stage that comes along, and think about it and think about the consequences.
Yeah. Yes, indeed. And do you feel, are you pleased that you did transition back when you were?
Yes. Yes. I'm happy with who I am. I've described it before as before I would be 5% contented and 95% unhappy, even though I'd be a professional athlete, and I had public profile and I was successful. I wasn't happy in myself. I wasn't happy as me.
Yeah.
And now I'm 95% happy as me.
Wow.
I'm 5% kind of unhappy, but that's the unhappiness, that everybody has. If I could be taller, shorter, slimmer, fatter, thinner, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. No, that's I came out back in '85 when I was 23, and it was tough. But the mental health I didn't realize what we were doing is actually in making our mental health better by doing it. But that is it, and I've never regretted it. And it's now 35 years. So
what did you come out as?
As TV at the time. There was a TVTS help group, and so transvestite, transsexual, what hellish words those are. They're Latin to start with, and it's cross-dressing or cross-sexuality, and they're just lumpy, and they've been demonized by, I'd say, demons, actually, by negative, low-character people down the years who would want to just hate anyone, so people demonize words. But at that time, in the mid-'80s, we were using TV and TS. So I tell people I was TV.
And that's where I came. Yeah, that's where I came across when I started, looking into it and seeking kind of online help and stuff.
Yeah. But everyone looked at me and thought I was a television. You're TV. Yeah. You are a TV, like you're a box with programs. No, I'm TV transvestite. And then I came out before I was doing stand-up, before I was even doing street performing. And then when I could talk about it in stand-up, when I decided 6 years later to talk about it in stand-up, because I was out to friends but not in my performing, I came up with different words like action transvestite and executive transvestite. I noticed transgender generally was seen on the fringes of society. And my job was to knit transgender, whatever I was or we were, into society, to say we have a place in society. This is true, this is the truth, and it has been for millennia, and we're just talking about it, and it doesn't hurt anyone. So I thought, my dad always said, you can talk. He said this weird thing. The one thing is that you can talk. I said, what? He says, you can talk. It means I can put ideas together, formulate thoughts, and I try and distill what is the essence of what we're trying to say, how we feel, how anyone feels. Make humanity great again. A fair chance in life should be the right of every person. So I try and distill any message down to the easiest message. Action transvestite and executive transvestite were kind of fun in my stand-up, but also said a certain thing. And right here, action trans is what I'm doing. And running marathons and being trans, and some people go, well, you and in the end they go, well, fair play to you, and it sort of leaps over a certain boundary.
That's true. That's quite an intelligent thing to do, to kind of add it. Take the action trans thing and kind of associate it with action man.
Yes.
Which everybody kind of understands is this kind of playful thing.
Yeah, exactly.
And isn't really a threat because it's a doll, so it's a kind of you'd probably be quite conscious as well, is that people would see it as some kind of I don't know how do you put it, some kind of stage in your life where you were kind of playing it, you know, playing it being in a kind of role?
Well,
but it wasn't really serious.
Well, I didn't see that. I think people talk about that in teenage years. You know, oh, there's a phase they're going through. My teenage son, daughter, da da da. I've heard of that one. With me, it was more like because I was actively trying to become a professional performer, not doing very well, and sort of failing all over the place. But once I got it going, once my stand-up was going, I got the stand-up going first. So I was actually hitting it, I was improvising, people were liking the stuff, and then I thought I'd better tell everyone now before my career takes off and I start lying and pretending it's not happening. I was never going to do that, but I said I knew there was a tipping point. I had an interview with the Observer, so I'm a stand-up, the Observer want to talk to me, this is a good point, they're a good paper, let's tell them that I'm TV. And so I did, and then I started talking about it on stage, and then journalists were saying, well, they're saying all this stuff, but they're not wearing makeup, they're not wearing a dress. Is this a joke? So I thought, no, well, you know, throw a dress on, throw some makeup on, come on, let's go to the next level. So I did that, and then they said, well, he's talking about it, and they're wearing a dress, but they don't look very good. So then I had to work on that to try and get a look together. And that was in 91, 92, 93. And then I did my first gig in a dress. That was a very important point, my first gig in a dress.
Were you nervous?
Yeah, I was very nervous.
The dress thing?
Yeah, well, as we drove along, me and John Gordillo, who was filming it, and another friend who's a filmmaker and a comedian, and a Rebel came on from David Bowie. Your hair is best, don't know if you're a boy or a girl. And that came on the radio just accidentally as we were driving to the gig. And I had this joke I had one joke about being trans, about being TV trans, and that was, and I'd worked it out for some years, about 3 years before, and I said, look, if you're doing stand-up, you've got to rail against something. It's kind of good if you've got something to rail against. So, you know, if you're a woman, you can say, God, men, the male privilege, whoa, what is that about? And if you're from a low-income background, you go, the rich people, they have everything. If you're an ethnic minority, you say, that's white people. Whoa. And then I said, the line was, well, if you're white, male, and middle class, it's useless. So thank God I'm a transvestite. And that was my joke. And they laughed at that, but I was wearing, you know, trousers and I was in boy mode. And they just thought that was a silly joke. They didn't think I meant it, so I had to go and wear the dress. So I went to the gig in the dress, but, you know, Bowie came on the radio. I did that joke in girl mode with lipstick and a dress. And they laughed as I thought they would, because I'd used that before. But then I started talking about Daleks. And this was before Russell T Davies had done the Doctor Who adjustment reboot. And then before that, Daleks could not go upstairs. They couldn't fly. And I just said, if the Daleks come in, go upstairs. Just go upstairs and hide upstairs, you're sorted. I had all this stuff about Daleks. And I thought, if they laugh at the Dalek stuff, I have a career. And if I don't, I do not have a career. And that was the point, and that's why anyone, or most people, would not come out as trans. Once you get your career going, surely you're dead in the water. Different for actors, but this was a stand-up. And I just thought I could just blow myself out of the water right here. And I've been trying to get my comedy going for almost, it's over a decade now. And I was finally there, I could feel it ramping up, and I was about to potentially shoot it in the head. So I was very pleased I did that day. And then I did a longer gig, and then I did the West End, and then people knew about it. And I just had to work on the look and how I wished to look with biology that didn't give me such a girlish face that I would like, but you work with what you got. And I've now got a very nice ponytail, but that's extensions. But I'd like to grow my hair that long, but then it is not quite as long at the moment. It's growing.
I can see you rocking the ponytail there.
Yes, it's extensions. I bought them from some very good people at Skylar London, and she's an expert at putting them in. So I have a swishy ponytail. My hair is actually about to here, real hair, and this hair comes down to about here. So it's a little bit longer. It's somewhat longer, but so it's quite long, but not as long as this. But I've always wanted a ponytail, and now I've got one. Took me ages to work out how to make it swish, though. I have to put two scrunchies on for anyone who wants to get a ponytail swishing. 2 scrunchies, so it stands up on the back of your head, and then you get the swishing, which has just taken me about 4 months to work out. There you go.
So you're slowly learning how to do the whole running as a girl kind of thing, so it switches about.
Well, I just particularly like the ponytail, but in the end, I'm just running as a human being. I might have more of a male gait than a female gait. I didn't know. No, if you look at women athletes running, you know, they just run like athletes.
Just run like.
Yeah, men and women, top athletes, elite athletes. You don't say, that's a woman athlete, it's a male athlete. It's just an athlete running. And so, when I'm slow, I'm a bit all over the place. But if I speed up, as we go here, and apparently I've got quite a good running gait. My trainer tells me, but I always go much slower because I always need to do a marathon the next day. So I try not to overrun myself. So that because I always need something in the tank. Tour de France must have had that. You've got to kill yourself for one day, but then the next day you're doing it again.
Well, no, you can't. The thing is, you can't overdo it one day. You know, you can ride and try and win that day.
Yep.
You have to remember that the next day you're going to get up and do it again.
Exactly.
And you set yourself a kind of pain level.
Yep.
Day, and you think, well, this is a level I can cope with, and if I go any harder than this, I'm going to be hurting for probably about 4 or 5 days, maybe a week.
Yep.
And that'll be really bad. So. I think your body you probably find this from running every day. So you're on day 27 now?
Yeah, day 27.
No, so you wake up in the morning and you think, I feel okay. And then as soon as you start any kind of movement and exercise, then your body thinks, all right, this is a level for today. You go any harder than this, and I'm going to say to stop. And you just have to go with it. Otherwise, you'll end up really grumpy because, you know, you're hurting yourself more than you want to. Your body wants to. Your head's saying that's enough.
Yeah.
But it was interesting you saying that, I was going to ask you about, you know, because the other marathons you've run outside.
Yeah.
And it must be different running inside, because on Zwift I followed you on Zwift for a bit when you were running along in that little group, you know.
Yeah. Which we still are doing.
Yeah, you probably still are. Yeah, I can see you there. So doing Zwift indoors is different to doing the exercise outdoors.
Yeah.
And it must have, I don't know if you find it different, you know, in heat build up and kind of impact.
Impact, can't tell. Apparently they've done figures on this and it's not that much different, apparently. But and I must say the injuries I've had are sort of similar to the injuries I had when I was running outdoors. The wind, the microclimate is different. That's the odd thing. You're normally running into some sort of breeze, otherwise you wouldn't be running. And I've done it in extreme heat in South Africa and extreme cold running around Europe last year. So you get used to that, and in here it's different. But what's mind-bogglingly boring is a lack of information coming into your eyeballs. So I requested if I could talk to people. It turned that into half-an-hour chunks or 25-minute chunks. So that's what I requested. That's the only way I'm going to keep sane doing this.
Because you have no sensory input there. You just do, unless you've got films or YouTube or Netflix or something, then you have no sensory idea of where you are. You're just kind of, I don't know. I always think of indoor exercise without any kind of stimulation as a bit like a hamster.
All right.
Where you're going round and round in a little wheel and you're thinking, oh, that hamster wants to run away, but it can't. And it's a bit like that sometimes. So I tend when I go on Zwift, I tend to open the doors or the windows or something and and hopefully look out and get some kind of feedback from the outside world.
Yes.
Even though there's stimulation on the little screen and you can have a bit of fun with that stuff and a bit of competition or whatever.
Yeah.
I think you need to look out a window now and again. I can't see you with any window.
No, well, there's a window to the side, but can we, Dave, just flip to the side window shot? It's not something I really look at. So people go by, as you'll see, they take their COVID-safe walks and in their bubbles, and and whatever, and they sometimes wave, and there's a pay station there down at the Riverside, the River Walk down at Riverside Studios by Hammersmith Bridge. But I don't tend to look at it unless they're knocking on the window and waving, or making noise, or when it goes beep boop, when they use the pay station there to donate £5. So, yeah, it's mainly this, but this is good because I find, above all, for what I do, listening to audiobooks, maybe podcasts, but above all, chatting to people. Even if I just put an earphone in and I chat to someone, it will make things pass.
Yes.
While I'm chatting along, and you can think about things, think about questions to yourself, your answers back to me, the differences, the similarities that we had, and how much easier it is now. Because I don't know what you think about this, 2014 I feel was a tipping point, and I've traced it all back to 2014 in America. You had Transparent, the series, that was winning awards, Golden Globes and Emmys, and then you had, is it Laverne Cox? From Orange is the New Black, and she got Woman of the Year. Go to Courtney.
Yeah, I was thinking about that when I was out riding today. Probably the big kind of turning point was, probably about 5 years ago. So 2015 at least. So then instead of it being a hostile environment, people would ask, for information, but not not with a question which was kind of loaded so that you came across as some kind of weirdo.
Right.
And it got steadily better from 2015 up until about 2019, where there's been a bit of backlash.
Right.
And a bit of pushback to the kind of human rights of the whole kind of trans movement. Because before trans stuff was seen, it was a bit like the 1980s where gay rights were this kind of taboo.
Right.
And I think before 2015, that's where kind of trans stuff was stuck. And a lot of reluctance of people to come out is somewhere on that kind of trans spectrum.
Yeah.
Was from the stuff that happened in the 80s with gay rights and the kind of things that were said on about that. And it's made big kind of a lot of progress, since 2015 at least. It's got better since, probably 2010, but it was really slow. And then, like you say, 2014, 2015, things have got steadily better, and it's moved from a kind of tolerance to acceptance.
Yeah.
But I think there's still there's still a stage to go where it's an appreciation of the person. You're not tolerated anymore, or accepted. It's appreciated for what you have as a human being, instead of being pigeonholed with the trans part of you. Because I always say I'm a woman with a trans medical background.
Yeah.
And that kind of separates the thing. I don't want to be known as a trans woman. Not that I have any problem with that.
Yeah.
But the trans part of me is a medical part, and the other stuff. And I live in the female world now, and I appreciate that greatly. The acceptance and the things that happen there. But the kind of transness of me was a medical problem which I've dealt with.
Right.
And that's how I kind of separate it into. And I don't know where you're going to go with with your kind of gender fluid stuff, or how long you're going to stay in the female side of the world.
Well, I'm now based, since I turned 50, I decided I want to be based as a trans woman. I'm happy to call myself a trans woman because I am gender fluid, but I will run I call it girl mode and boy mode now.
Yeah,
people, I know people might say, well, why that? And if anyone's got a better title, but I am, I have boy genetics and girl genetics, rather than man mode and woman mode. That doesn't sound very good. I call it a superhero thing. Trans is a superhero thing. So I'm going to be girl mode for running, for political activism, and comedy. And for my acting, dramatic acting, I will be in boy mode. So I'm going to go into a male role after this. And very nicely, the team has decided they're going to refer to me as she and her, or Eddie, which is the easier one, obviously. But I will be playing a male role. So I'm happy for that for the rest of my life.
How do you handle when you step back into male mode? Do you find a limitation or?
No, it's just different. I just prefer I kind of prefer being a woman in girl mode, being a woman. That's where I'm based now, and for the rest of my life I'll be based there. But you know, I have lived life, a deal of life in boy mode, and I do understand that. I seem to have the gift of both. So, but I've spent a lot of time in boy mode, so now's the time to relax. And I feel I've been promoted to she. I've been, all the newspapers have changed it. On television interviews, radio interviews, they're referring to me as she. So that's very nice. I know some people are pushing back and saying no, but they can actually seek help if they want to go and seek help. I'm not going to seek help because I'm actually relaxed. It's my life, so everyone needs to calm down. And some people are defending me a bit too much as well. So if people refer to me as he or him, I don't mind that. It's I have a very elastic period, but who cares what gender is? As I've said this, if you get attacked by a tiger's not going to give a monkey's, is he? He's not going to go, I'm eating, I'm attacking and killing. It could be a man, could be a woman, could be a Native American, because they have very long hair, or could be a hippie, I don't know, not sure, haven't asked them because I don't speak their language. Anyway, I'm a tiger, tigers don't care. And we don't care back with tigers. We don't say, I'm being attacked by a male, it could be a female. I'm not sure, I can't really, I don't know at the moment because their faces are all the same. It's, who cares? What do you add to the human existence? What do you do if when LGBT plus hits boring, then we've made it. That's what it should be. So people say, I'm gay, I'm lesbian, excellent, I'm trans, excellent. Well, what do you do? And, I'm a librarian. Are you a good librarian? Yes, I think I'm pretty good with the books. And I can get them fine. Oh, well, that's what I care about. I don't care if you're gay, straight, or trans, cisgender, just books, that's all I'm on about. Are you a good horse rider? Are you a good tennis player, cyclist, astronaut? Who cares? It's such a weird thing that we're so obsessed by it. And we get so angry about it. It doesn't matter.
The thing is, you're thinking it from that kind of European perspective of the person, and not as a role, not as male, and not as man and woman.
Right.
Because I think if you're exposed to that kind of European way of thinking, where sexuality is a lot more kind of talked about and liberal, and people don't have a problem about talking about sex.
Yeah.
Whereas in the UK and probably the States as well, I don't know too much about the States, but I get the idea. I get the kind of impression that they're slightly as stunted as the UK is, talking about sex and
that's I don't think that's
roles and that kind of that you kind of role in society, and it's either male or female, and there's no kind of space in between.
Philippa, I'm gonna come in here. What I think is, it's the progressive people in every country are very cool. They talk about sex, they talk about mental health, they talk about LGBT plus, and then there's kind of regressive people who say, let's go back to the 30s, let's go back to olden days, let's strip it all away, all those rights. I don't agree with them. So there's very cool people. They started Stonewall. Stonewall started in America, which really helped the whole lesbian gay movement started there, even though obviously people have been working on it before. But so there's very cool people in every country, and there are less cool people also in every country, and it's equally handed out. And I've played 45 countries. I'm performing in 4 languages. It is my job to know this, so I have met them all. So not met them all, but it's okay. It's getting better. A few steps forward.
Yeah, things are getting better slowly.
Slowly but surely. It's a
question of education, and as you say, talking about the things that you feel as a gay person or as a trans person, if they want to put that label on you, and people ask you how you feel, or what do you what's your opinion on a certain topic, and you give it, and it turns out quite often it's the same kind of way of thinking as they have, except I don't know if they think you're going to be different, with the stuff that's going on, like COVID and Brexit and all the rest of it. Are you going to have any kind of opinion, so that quite often you'll have the same kind of political views and stuff, but your kind of roles and what you expect from life are just slightly different because you're a bit more open and liberal.
Yeah, well, it's there are positive, progressive people in every country of the world, including developed and developing countries, and I talk to them. So that's the great thing. But I'm going to have to say goodbye, Philippa. Thank you so much for talking. We're talking to our next guest. So take care.
Okay.
Thank
Enjoy.
you. Thank you for sharing for us, and well done for being you now, being the new you.
Well, welcome to the club.
Thank you very much. Take care.
Thank you. Bye.
See you, Philippa. Okay, quick loo stop, then I will talk to Kevin. Oh.
Hi, I'm Kevin Ryan, the President and CEO of Covenant House International. For nearly 50 years, Covenant House has been a place of promise and of hope for young people experiencing homelessness. Now more than ever, we need partners in the community to unite with us to end youth homelessness. Every person deserves a safe place to sleep and hope for a brighter tomorrow. For young people, homelessness interrupts progress toward adulthood and a future of independence and self-sufficiency. Covenant House's doors are always open to all young people who need housing and help, regardless of their race or their religion, their sexual orientation, their gender identity or expression. Our trauma-informed services help bridge the gap between potential and progress, and we also advocate for systemic change through public policy while promoting awareness of the critical issues related to youth homelessness. The Covenant House mission is centered and built on community, where youth and staff and volunteers and our partners love one another unconditionally, respect each other absolutely, and dedicate ourselves to a covenant of compassion and hope. Learn more about resilient young people at Covenant House and our life-affirming services at covenanthouse.org.
So, talking to Kevin Ryan. Ready when you guys are. President and CEO of Covenant House since 2009.
Kevin.
Hi, Kevin.
Hello, Eddie. You are astonishing.
Well, you guys are too. I mean, you must know that we did an interview with CB and talking about her story, and it's just fantastic. And I've been saying, I had this sense that that's what you guys did, and then to hear it from CB, and got it first. You call it the first in America, the degree that she got in psychology.
Yes, yeah, a bachelor's, yeah. She graduated at the top of her class.
Top of her class. I mean, this just, and you guys, I know it wasn't necessarily yourself, but the people that you have working at Covenant House, this is what I knew. This is what I knew. I didn't know, but it's beautiful because you guys are based in New York and you're working in 6 countries. And a lot of things in charity, they're very national-centric. A lot of things are national-centric. And you talk about COVID nationalism and all this thing of the countries, but I'm into the international thing of it because I was born in Yemen myself, and I know that we've got to make humanity great again. And so I just hope that you guys would be what you are, and you are. It's just brilliant story. So you're the guy, and you're president and CEO. So wonderful.
I'm the bigger in chief. Yeah.
Yes. The buck stops here.
Yeah. Well, as you said, there are so many astonishing and remarkable people across Covenant House and in Latin America who are called either Casa Alianza or La Alianza, who are just every day accompanying young people as they overcome homelessness or exploitation. You know, there's an interesting story about CB, who you were talking to, who, you know, when she was 13 years old, as you know, horrifically abused, and she was unsheltered and spiraled into addiction. Years later, I met her. She was at Covenant House in New York, and this is before she was at college. This was before she graduated at the top of her class, and now she's doing a lot of AIDS advocacy work in New Orleans. But before any of that, one of my Ryan kids, one of my birth kids, not one of my Covenant House kids, one of my birth kids was very, very sick, and had been in the hospital for a month. And I came back to the shelter completely out of sorts, and I bumped into her.
Right.
And I guess she could tell that something was really wrong. And she said to me, "What's wrong?" And completely inappropriately, I just unburdened in front of this young person. And she looked at me and she said, "You know, sometimes all we can do is love." And then and I thought it was an apparition. and then she left. And it was, for me, such a stabilizing moment. I realized maybe I couldn't save my kid. Maybe I would not be able to, at the end of the day, write this. But I just had to stay in a place of love. And I do think for CB, that is why she has been able to overcome so much hardship and now be love in the world for others, because she's just staying centered in a place of love. She is a remarkable human being.
Yeah, no, it's a beautiful story, and I was happy to swear in the interview, because at one point she swore, and I just said, "You got it first, well, fucking hell," you know, because it's HBO that we're doing, and you know, on the street people will use whatever language they do, as I do, and I just felt, I don't know, I just wanted to say that's amazing. It's a beautiful story, and
she is amazing, and you know, I just got to tell you though before I forget. So I was saying this to your colleagues. I ran the 2017 Dublin Marathon, and it almost killed me, Eddie. The idea that you have run 26 marathons before this, and that you are running 4 or 5 more after this is, I can't even tell you. I thought that Dublin is the place of my ancestors. I thought I was going to meet them that day. I cannot believe what the universe has given you. It's superhuman. I can't even imagine doing this. I went around with the medal, the Dublin medal, around my neck for 2 years. It was like, look what I once did.
Yeah. No, but it's a beautiful thing. But you know, it's all relative, isn't it? Because well, tell us the story of how Covenant House started.
Yeah.
So, and when you became involved.
Wait, so the idea of Covenant House is that there are young people who are on the streets, whether that's Guatemala or it's, which frankly was Covenant House's second site, or New York, which was our first site. And many, many years ago, this work was about bringing young people who had no safe place to be into safety. So it started in Hell's Kitchen by the Lincoln Tunnel in New York City, and in Guatemala City. And the way Covenant House started, or had its first big footprint in New York City, was that John Lennon and Yoko Ono were regular visitors to Covenant House, very quietly, no television cameras. They were just very subtly visiting with the kids, and they understood that we needed more space, and they helped us buy the building in 1979. I think it was the year before John was killed. And before John died, he told George Harrison about this work and about the difference he was seeing being made in the lives of kids. And George Harrison and Olivia Harrison made the first gift that opened our site in Guatemala, which is with much younger kids. The idea is that children, or in the United States, teenagers, perhaps they're in their early 20s, who may be aged out of foster care, maybe they are, you know, orphaned and their parents have died, or are unable to care for them, but they're essentially unhoused. They're squatting, they're on all-night subway cars, they're living in alleyways, whatever their situation is, that they can come inside and begin to embrace the great promise of their lives. Many of the younger children in Nicaragua, Honduras, and Guatemala are also fleeing human trafficking. So these are young people who are being sex trafficked, not exclusively. There's some labor trafficking, but there's a lot of sex trafficking. And it's about bringing young people inside, helping them to heal and move on with the great promise of their lives. So it's not just 3 hots and a cot. It is a job training center and a medical team and a legal team and many therapists, helping young people build the scaffolding of their lives so that they can become audacious. I mean, once upon a time, somebody whispered in your ear, they whispered in my ear, and they said, yes, you can. And you just begin to believe that story about yourself. When people say over and over and over again, you're astonishing, you're amazing, you're extraordinary, it's the story of our lives. It's how we leap. And many of the young people who first come to Covenant House or Casa Alianza, they haven't heard that.
Yeah.
They've heard broken, you don't fit in. Many LGBTQIA kids who get pushed out because their heart tacks in one direction and their family is either afraid or hateful or they're prejudiced by religious bias or whatever is going on in the family dynamic, and kids are evicted. And so those young people feel not only brokenhearted, but they feel broken because someone said to them, you're wired wrong. You're not welcome here. And because the universe can be especially cruel to kids, it's the people they were entrusted to at birth. So many young people are looking for welcome and acceptance, and this is the great privilege of our work, Eddie. It's our joy to watch young people rise up and claim their dreams. On our best day, we're oxygen for young people's dreams.
Can you tell people, because I'm trying to inspire, well, I'm a trans woman, so I'm trying to inspire women, but now women can do anything, and young men, young women to do whatever, and you're the kind of person that you can just look at and think, well, that's a great life you've been living. Tell us what kind of family background you came from. You went into law, you studied law, I believe, and coming into work with Covenant House, how did that link up? So that track, I'm interested in showing people around the world who are watching this that they can do similar things to what you did.
Well, part of it is, is hardwiring and following your bliss. I made a set of decisions really early on to do the thing I loved. And this is true for the happiest people on the planet. I think folks who discover that there's real joy in being in company with others and serving others and being part of others, rising up, being people for others, that's real bliss. And so it made me feel good inside. But did your parents encourage, or were your parents lawyers too, or how did that go? No, they weren't lawyers. My parents, there wasn't a lot of overt narrative about, hey, this is how you live your life. My parents they were volunteers. My father just marked 63 consecutive years of volunteer paramedic service. He's 81 years old and he's still bringing people with COVID to the hospital.
Wow.
So, it's that old saying that, kids are not really listening to what we say. They're watching what we do. And I watched what my parents did. They were both civic activists, and my mother was politically active, and I was inspired by them. They showed me how you could make the world a better place. No, and anyway, I went to Georgetown Law Center. I was a pretty average law student there.
That's Georgetown, D.C., Washington, D.C.
In D.C., yeah, in D.C. And I didn't make the law journal. I didn't have what it took. And so I was so devastated. I thought, I'm not cutting it here. And that very day, Covenant House, I read this ad that Covenant House was starting an outreach van in Washington, D.C. to bring food and blankets to young people who are on the streets. And I was like, well, maybe I'll do that. Who knew I was walking through the door to the rest of my life? And frankly, within hours of a huge disappointment. We make the path by walking. And I fell in love. My girlfriend at the time, who's now my partner, my wife, she went and volunteered for a year, full-time year in New Orleans at Covenant House. And I just really coveted the sense of purpose that she had working with particularly young mothers in the French Quarter. These were girls who were largely kicked out of their homes when they became pregnant. And, Claire was along for the ride with them, helping them think about building a new life with their little ones. And it was so inspiring. We were stupid kids when we started dating, and, I don't know, my biggest decision was probably thinking about where were we going to, grab a beer and what movie we were going to watch that night. And after that first year of service, I just took stock of her, and she thought about the world and saw the world in a different way. And I wanted that. I wanted that sense of mission and purpose. So I was deeply buoyed by her experience. And then when I graduated from law school, a law firm in New York City named Skadden Arps, they said, hey, we'll pay your salary for 2 years to go work in this nonprofit. So I was free to Covenant House.
Oh, right.
Like I am now, actually. I was free to Covenant House, and they were, that was the beginning of my journey. I did civil legal aid work with kids in immigration court and housing court, and these young people who were just battling the most outrageous adversity. Kids who had been sexually exploited, or kids who were evicted, or young people who were living in the train tunnels in Midtown Manhattan. That 1st October of 1992, I went out into the train tunnels to do street outreach, and I just can't even describe to you fully the cognitive dissonance that I had, because these were the same train tunnels I would travel through as a kid when we would be going to see a Broadway show or see the Christmas tree or go to a baseball game. And here I was seeing for the first time, on the other side of the train car, there were young people who were fending for their lives, 14, 15, 16 years old. One of them was pregnant. And then that following, I guess it was that following Thanksgiving. So it was Thursday. Thanksgiving in the United States is in November. So it was in November of 1992. And there were a bunch of boys who were singing in the back of the shelter. And I remember, I think I can sing. I can't. But so I was like, oh, I'm going to go sing. And they were singing Boys to Men. Do you remember that group, Boys to Men?
Yeah.
Yeah, they were singing, whatever they were singing. And so I went back there, and then I learned within, 20, 30 minutes that these were the songs they wanted played at their funerals, because 2 of them had contracted AIDS. One was HIV positive, and none of those young people made it to their 20th birthdays. I learned within the first 6 to 12 months at Covenant House that I'd be going to more funerals than to graduations. Back then, that's not true now, but back then that plague was killing young people and infants who were born HIV positive, and it was overwhelming. I wanted to get out, Eddie, so badly. I wanted to be able to say this was a place that I had worked, but it was devouring me. And the long and the short of this is that I met this young person. She was the first young person I ever met at Covenant House. Her name is Benny. She'd been, her mother had died when she was 13 years old, and her father was never on the scene, and she was turned over to her mother's sister. And I don't know whether that was formal or informal. I could never figure out whether the child welfare system had done that or the family had done that. Right. But she essentially was made a domestic. She just never went to school. They disenrolled her. She did all the cooking and the cleaning. Then they turned her over to a local gang. And she was, they used the language back then of prostituted. We would say she was trafficked today. And that was her life when she was, 15, 16, 17. She escaped and made her way to the airport in Queens, JFK Airport. And a couple of cops noticed her after a few days, and they brought her to Covenant House, which was then and still is the biggest center for young people facing homelessness in New York City. And she told, and I was a new lawyer. I just showed up there, I don't know, it might have been day 2 or 3. And she told me the story of, one, she was worried she was going to get prosecuted because she was part of this prostitution ring. The law was different back then. Even if you were a minor, and even if you were being coerced, you could be prosecuted. She had all this debt that her aunt had rung up, stupid stuff like Tupperware, but it was over $150,000 worth of debt. And she was way behind in school. She hadn't been to school since, I don't know, she was 13, 14 years old. So we went about trying to get her back into school, about making sure that we cleared the legal case, which we never did, but she was never prosecuted. And she was deeply depressed. I couldn't even tell you what color her eyes were the first time I met her, or at least not the first 10 minutes, because she just averted her gaze. Her cheeks were saturated with tears. And she made her way through that first year at Covenant House. She really didn't need legal services after the first several months, and she was doing a lot of work with therapists. She told me that she wanted to get back into school. I kind of lost track of her. So, you cut to, after a year, I'm trying to get out of Covenant House. This place is just maybe I'm more sentimental than the average person. I don't think that's true, but I was feeling cannibalized by the pain in that place. And I started looking for jobs. I could not find a job. I interviewed everywhere, law firms, the ACLU, Children's Rights, the Children's Aid Society. Nobody offered me a job. Of course, in hindsight, I know that the universe was guiding me, but it didn't feel like that at the time. At the time, it felt like I am just stuck here. So I'm coming back from the upteenth rejection, and it's from a public interest law firm that I really wanted to work for. And it's about 1.5 to 2 years after I'd started there. And who do I bump into? But Binny at Rachel's restaurant on 43rd and 8th. I don't know if it's still there. I don't think it is still there. And she's the hostess. So I, give her a hug. How are you? Good. How are you? What are you up to? And she tells me that she is putting herself through nursing school. So, the way I tell this story now as the years go on is that the skies parted and that there were trumpets, but that of course isn't true. I nonetheless felt like I'd been knocked by a 2x4. Like I was thinking to myself, how does this kid who never knew her father, who lost her mother, gets betrayed by her people, is serially raped through her adolescence, then shows up at Covenant House, I thought depressed and certainly despairing and worried about being prosecuted. How in 2.5 years, 2 years, does she go from that to deciding that, she's going to get through school, get her GED, which is what she did, and go on to nursing school? How does that happen? And I asked her what kind of a nurse she wanted to be, and she said she wanted to work in a NICU-PICU unit, which is the part of the hospital that works with very sick neonatal infants who are born prematurely. So there you have it. I was thinking to myself, this woman wants to give her life to other people's sick kids. So I walked back to the shelter. It didn't dawn on me for a while that in many respects I was sitting at the 50-yard line, or in a theater metaphor, I was front row mezzanine to some of the most miraculous transformations of the human spirit. And I was looking at all the pain and adversity. I was looking at the funerals and the kids who got abused and at all that was broken, not just inside Covenant House, but outside Covenant House, the guns, the gangs, the poverty, the traffickers. And I wasn't paying attention to the things that would nourish my spirit, like graduations, like first apartments, like report cards, like getting accepted to college, like young people claiming their dreams. I just wasn't doing any of that, certainly not ritualistically, but I wasn't even doing it casually. And when I realized, and this is a bit of what Mary Oliver, the poet, is teaching us, is that we have to be noticers. Not just because the universe is inviting us to be noticers, but because it is oxygen for us. It keeps us moving. In Alice Walker's novel, The Color Purple, she's telling the story of Celie, who you know the story. Celie gets crushed. She gets the shit kicked out of her, and she's suicidal. And we're midway through the novel. It's the antebellum South. She's had her kids taken away from her, and she wants to die. She's being serially raped every night by Mister. And into her world shows the electric, magnetic, kinetic Shug Avery. And Celie looks up, and she's fallen in love. And they're walking through a field of purple. And Celie isn't paying any attention to the flowers. And Shug says, I think God gets pissed off if we walk past the color purple and we don't notice. And Shug's talking about the flowers, but Alice Walker's talking about Celie. And the color purple's all around us. The color purple are the kids of Covenant House. The color purple are the young people and old people and people in the shadows who you're running with and for. And it's not just about, aren't we doing a good thing by noticing them? It's we need to notice them and be in company with them to be our fullest selves, to be love in the world. This is what Covenant House has allowed me to do. It's just allowed me to be the person I want to be, centered in love. It's not always easy and it's not always pretty, but it is always astonishing.
Well, it's great. I wanted you to give me that kind of story. You gave us that kind of story. That's great. It is. It's a... some people don't seem to quite be alive, but you can be alive by you got to look around, you got to listen, as well as have ideas and put them out there, but listen back, and notice. That's a very good point.
What makes you alive?
I find what really makes me alive is doing things outside the box. I wanted to be in Special Forces when I was a kid. I didn't do that. The stuff I've done is I've tried to be kind of civilian Special Forces. No one's shooting at me, but people did fight me in the streets when I came out as trans, and people hurled abuse, and I hurl it back. Sometimes, if you ever see me and someone shouting abuse at me, there's just two people hurling abuse. I give them pound for pound. Whatever they shove at me, I'll throw it back, and I'll stand and fight. And so coming out and creating a space for myself back in '85, that was such a hard thing to do. We were considered so toxic at that point. Creating a space and then just going forward. And my life is not about being trans, it's about what I do. And you know, the comedy, the drama, political activism, I happen to be trans. Who gives a monkeys? But also performing in 3 extra languages now, French, Spanish and German. And I'm gonna add Arabic and Russian to that. I was born in Yemen, trying to do something for the people of Yemen, the city of Aden, where I was born. I like doing those things which are out of the box. This radical moderate. I consider myself a radical moderate. I do radical things with a moderate message. And these multiple marathons, and I am trans, and I'm doing these, and I'm doing a gig after each one. And hopefully people are going, well, that's something. That's good.
Yeah.
Let's put $5 in there, £5 in there, £5, €5, and off you go. And that seems, I want to do things that makes me go, that's good. Who did that? Oh, I did it. Oh, that's good. All right, I'll talk to you. You know, things that make me feel good, and other people. It's sort of putting it out for other people as well. So
no, that is exactly right. There, I know you know this because this is your journey, but there are young people who get told a story about themselves that's wrong and broken from hearts that need conversion, and they hear about what you're doing, they watch what you're doing, and it's a permission slip to human dignity. It is inviting young people to be who they are just as they were created. In some ways, that doesn't happen because the world's changing, you know, automatically or talismanically. It's these acts of authenticity. Yours happens to be an astonishingly bold print primary color event, right? 31 marathons in 31 days, followed by gigs in different languages, in a very public life. It's, you know, in multiple hemispheres, has people taking note and paying attention. But you're in company with a chorus of folks all across the world who are living with dignity and proudly, and that's taking handcuffs off of a generation of young people.
Yeah, thank you very much for saying that. It is the permission thing. I say that I've given myself permission to be as open and honest as I can be. This really is what's going on in my head. I seem to be gender fluid. I've known since I was 5. I thought I should tell everyone about it because it's probably better than not telling everyone about it. And then you have a dialogue and mental health gets better. And it's got us into that. So I'm going to have to leave you, I'm afraid, Kevin, but it's fantastic for you to come on and talk about Covenant House. People go to eddieizzard.com. You can donate from anywhere in the world, and you can pay in US dollars if you're American. And do give, and Covenant House is one of the charities that we are highlighting that we'll be giving to. You're doing a great job there. Fantastic. I'll keep telling people about Covenant House. So thank you.
Thank you, sister. I'm so inspired by you and so grateful. Thank you.
Cheers. Thank you very much, Kevin. Take care. Okay. That was Kevin Ryan, the President and CEO of Covenant House in America and 6 countries based in New York, the great city of New York. And we'll be running a New York marathon for New York and America on the 31st of this month. It'll be our last marathon. And so now we're going to talk to Barry Murphy. Yeah. We don't set up there to have the little previous guest thing, which we often do in brackets, don't we?
Oh yes, that's because we... Yes, I missed that one off because it was a later one. Let me pop that in.
Should we do the middle, let's do the middle Dublin thing and then bring Barry on. Can we do that, Dave? Middle Dublin film?
Yeah, I can do the film.
And then let's talk to Barry.
You ready for it?
Yep. Roll it. So I'm here in Dublin. What's your name?
Aoife.
Aoife. This is Aoife. And how did you hear that I was running the marathon?
I just followed you on Instagram and I saw it there, so I was like, that's pretty class.
Excellent. So I've done about 16k running around St Stephen's Green. It's beautiful here.
Gorgeous.
And has a lot of history as well.
Yeah, it's an amazing park.
Yeah, so it's a very nice place to come. And everyone's going around as if it's like summer, but it's actually really chilly. But the sun is good. It's good to have the sun out today.
It's class, yeah. Puts everyone in a good mood.
So thank you Aoife, for saying hello. And you're going to put you're taking a photograph. You're going to put that online.
Yeah, I'll tag you. Yeah.
And if you can tell your friends, we're trying to raise money, and we can take money in any donations or thing. So any even small amounts. It's great. So just tell your friends. Okay.
Totally.
Say bye to everyone.
Good luck. Bye.
Cheers. That was Aoife, and that was in Dublin, city of Dublin, the Republic of Ireland, and that was exactly 11 months ago to this very day, 27th of February of last year. So, and I can talk to Barry Murphy. Barry Murphy is a very laconically funny. Well, let's talk to Barry when you're ready, Dave.
And I think we're just waiting for Barry to line up.
Oh,
so I should say, because we're going to try and we were going to do social media questions
social media
now.
Questions. Do put on questions on FaceTime, Twitter, and YouTube, and we'll try and get to them and sprinkle them through. Yeah.
Yes. So yes, Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. If you put your questions in the chat or comment section on the live stream. Then we will try and get to them. It's going to be slightly different today. We're going to have a little look now, and we'll try and line up those questions, and then we'll try and fit them in as we go along for the rest of the day.
That's what we'll do. Okay.
But what I might do is just start that now, because if we're just waiting for Barry, we might as well do that. Just going to fire it all up. So yes, any questions for Eddie? We'll be looking at those now.
So Barry was in Barry was in a triple act called Lizzie Trellis. Very rare triple act.
Yes, triple act. Yeah. How did that work?
And well, 3 people go on and do sketches.
Yeah. Oh, so it's sketches. Okay.
Yeah, sketches or two-handers or three-handers or singles, and that's what we did. That was up at the Edinburgh Festival. And Sarah Townsend was running the venue, and I was doing accounting at the time. I was jumping on. I talked to him about me doing the account.
And I have a feeling Barry might be shortly with us, so I might just make a start on gathering questions, and then we'll do as we go.
Oh.
Eddie, producer Barry.
Barry! Hello there.
Hello.
Hello. How are you doing, Barry?
I'm fine. I'm sitting down. How are you doing?
I'm doing. My right foot is complaining a bit. It's become hot. I get this kind of hot feeling, which is not a good thing, but something to do with nerves. But who needs nerves at this time?
Have you had that before in other climes?
I have. I got used to get it in South Africa. I called it hot toes. So it's a little curious. But if I ignore it, sometimes it goes away. But if I talk to yourself and not talk about it, that sort of takes my mind off it, and then it'll change, and then my leg will play up or something. And I've dropped a tooth. Half a tooth fell out, which is a bit weird. But nothing to do with running, I think. But anyway,
you might be going too fast, Eddie. Slow down and write a book called The Foot Fetish's Nightmare.
No, I should write a book about stopping and how I did it. How to stop running. Because the running is not fun, but the stopping is brilliant. I could tell you stories, Barry, about the stopping. I once stopped in the middle. You know, I love stopping. But
what do you have in Eddie? What do you have in the screen in front of you?
Well, I've got a picture of myself and the flags. Of course. The Irish flag there, Dublin, Marathon 27, the pictures of Dublin behind us there. I also have a picture, can you see it, of some runners and avatars in blue shirts
I can see the pretendy runners there, but what's in the screen that you're looking at? Well, like when you're not talking to anyone, what are you looking at? Is it a road? Is it a mountain? Is it just numbers?
It's well, there's a picture of the globe, and if no one's there, it's probably just a picture of me running. This what you can see here.
Right.
But the runners are real. Those are real runners from around the world who've joined me on the Zwift app, and they have running machines around the world, and then they come on, they decide how they want to look in their avatar, and if they've donned a blue shirt, that's in support of Make Humanity Great Again. So they're running along.
I've got you that, but they're avatar people. Just because the screen is so small, they look like they were from Call of Duty or something.
No, they're all real people. I mean, you know, it's an app, it's an application, and they are avatars, but they're real. They represent real people from around the world, and we've had loads of different countries, and they have different flags next to them. So we know that Canada's running with me, Germany's running with me, Britain's running with me, loads of people. And
how many? This is 27 of 31, is it?
27 of 31, yeah, that's what we're doing. And we're celebrating Dublin and the Republic of Ireland, so I thought I'd call you. How is Dublin and the Republic? How are you doing in the COVID situation? How's it getting on? Is it like us, all kind of not great?
It's similar to you in that there's a lot of people who are very irritable as a result of bad governance and bad decisions. It's a really weird time for this to happen, to have so many lunatics in charge of so many countries around the globe during 2020, and we're no different. We have a leader and his assistant, Taoiseach and Taoiseach, and people are forgetting who's who, and they're both using each other to blame the other. So it's a partnership in government at the moment, but the two leaders are blaming each other for all the bad decisions that they're making, and it's just a catalogue of shit.
A catalogue of shit. Well, that's hopefully it's going to get better, because we need to get out of this. But well, hopefully all the world can learn from this. But let's put a pin in that for the moment. Let's talk about yourself, Mr. Trellis. Tell me how Mr. Trellis, because I've been telling the people about Mr. Trellis, and I'll tell you, I've told you this before. The Mr. Trellis was Triple A. I didn't know you, and Sarah Townsend was running. My ex was running a venue up at Edinburgh Festival, the Greyfriars Kirkhouse, and you guys came up. What year was that you came up? 90?
I think 90, I think. 90.
1990. And you were three guys, so you did two-handers and three-handers and single sketches and rotating. And the thing that really got to me was you would come on through the show, you came on about 3 or 4 times and sang "No Place to Run and Hide, It's a Wonderful, Wonderful Life." And you sang that line, and then you sang it again. "No place to run, it's a wonderful, wonderful life." That's all you did. And then you walked off. And the balls, just the balls to do that. The chutzpah to come on and do something that is not in the book of comedy. It's outside the book. It was beautiful.
I'd like to think I brought more of that, because I mimed people running and hiding, remember, as well, and it was quite involved and possibly lost. But the bizarre thing you mentioned that, Eddie, because, and this isn't a setup, but it's really bizarre, because the only reason I had the balls to do that is because I had this. And I found this clearing out the shed with a lot of old sketches and some press and stuff we used to do in the day. But I had this back in 1990.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I wore to do it, and that is showbiz. And if I didn't have that, I would not have had that.
No, but the interesting thing is you wore it with irony, whereas in previous years some people would have worn that without irony.
Well, it was a period of transition, Eddie, I think, and we were fortunate to be around at that time, I suppose. But,
well, tell us what led to it. Tell us what the comedy situation was in Ireland, because I had this sense that the Irish comedians were really going to be able to do an amazing thing, add an amazing thing to the world of comedy. And, well, after I saw you guys, basically. But how did you come to get there? What was happening back in Dublin and Ireland and the comedy scene? There wasn't a comedy scene, really, was there, at that point?
No, there was no regular club. So we did so it was with Kevin Gildee and Ardla Hanlon and myself and Dermot Carmody, and we just did some collective stuff, as you said, in 1s, 2s, 3s and 4s. And it was quite experimental, I suppose. Other people would use different words to describe it at the time. But it became quite interesting and funny. And you never knew what was going to be interesting and what would get a laugh and what would get something thrown at you. But it was born out of no comedy scene whatsoever. It was more or less the Irish equivalent of mother-in-law jokes, I suppose. So it was quite a barren landscape. And what we had was, we'd come out of a recession, and it was just something to do, I suppose. And people who were tired of what was there beforehand, without getting, I hate people talking about comedy, Eddie, but what came out was there was a lot of people who were interested in doing some experimental stuff, and a few of us happened to meet up together.
Well, can I ask, was the comedy on mainstream RTE television?
It would have been very old-fashioned type of stuff. And when I say that, not like the good old-fashioned, not like Morecambe and Wise or Ronnie Barker stuff. It was the kind of tired, not even the comedians.
Were they wearing the bow tie that you were just wearing?
Yes, a lot. Some of them, when they were telling a joke, would have needed no beginning and.
And I had a theory. I might have told you this theory. See what you think. I felt that in Ireland, the comedy scene had difficulty taking off, or just difficulty starting, because people would say, look, we've got it built into our culture. We are Irish, we are funny, we go to the pubs, there are funny stories. We're not going to pay for the bloody thing. That's just crazy talk. Is there truth in that?
There certainly is. And you can see it's like the world is following the Irish now with Twitter, because Twitter is where you'll see the funniest things. People put up the funniest, most original things, and that's a bigger community. It's a bigger Irish community as far as I'm concerned. The good stuff on Twitter. And everybody's funny. As you know, everybody is funny. And we would be now the establishment.
Yeah.
So back in the day, what we were doing was taking on the establishment, I suppose, and undermining or questioning, not undermining, but both, what they thought was funny. And now I worry, Eddie, about the future of stand-up comedy, because people are funny when they meet, and now people are crafting incredibly beautiful things on social media that are very funny. So I wonder for the future of particularly people of our generation.
You think they're not going to do live comedy? They're just going to do it on social media instead?
No, I think, when I say I worry, I probably worry in the same way that the establishment did back in the day when we were kids, in that we're becoming less and less relevant.
Oh.
And I think people will go and see somebody who's got a harpoon and a pancake and dances up and down on a trampoline for a while just because it's experimental with the right music. That could work. But people go and watch that stuff, but they won't go watch somebody going with a microphone going, here's what I think about the world. I think that's not enough.
Well, I beg to differ on that because, well, anyway, I'm doing backup careers because I'm now performing, as you know, in French and German and Spanish. So I'm widening my spheres of influence. And I love it. I just love it. Performing in a second language and improvising, above all improvising, playing like a child in a second language. You can't, I don't know if you've done, I don't know, you've done gigs in Gaelic. Whether that's your cup of tea or whatever, but
I tried it in German, Eddie. I supported Dylan Moran in Dusseldorf and Berlin.
Yeah.
And in Berlin, because I speak a little bit of German, but I had my script worked out for what I was going to do, and I was going to translate it the day before when I arrived in Germany. I was going to really hone it down.
Yeah.
And then I met Dylan, and we got distracted. So I went on and just did from memory, tried to translate it on stage in front of the Berlin audience. And it didn't really work at all. But I pretended to be German from the beginning, so they believed me for the first 8 seconds.
Yeah.
But then the following night we did Dusseldorf, and I went out and said, I'm Irish, I'm going to come back and pretend I'm German. And then I came on with a wig, and I got a little bit of an encore for a support act, which is always nice. So the difference is in the presentation, I think, and the level of arrogance I think you bring to the stage.
Well, if you ever decide, you see, my trick was to do it over and over and over again until you get good. So you could, if you ever did want to, but I don't know if you do want to, but I'll invite you over when I'm playing Germany if you want to come and do support. We could do that. But
if we ever work again, I'd love to.
Okay, you can always refuse that and stay at home. That's got that option button. Yes, so.
But the weird side of that, Eddie, isn't I wouldn't have your ambition or your talent to do a whole show in another language. What I did was I ended up doing a German guy, right?
Yeah.
My office is small, so all that needs is a different pair of glasses, and as you know, a wig. So I do that, and I become a German, and it's not a cartoon German, so it's not a pretendy German taking the piss out of Germans. I used it to take the piss out of Irish people. The Irish situation when we got notions of grandeur before the last recession after Lehman Brothers and everything, and I did that for a bit, and I, after doing it for that bit, I was never able to go back to myself.
Right. Why couldn't you go back to yourself? Why couldn't you?
Because it was like, it's like doing a puppet. It's like you're bulletproof. You don't feel the insecurity, you don't feel the shame when a joke dies. It was a safety blanket, I suppose. But also, he was getting more laughs than I was. So.
Right. But so you love to play an island. Do you play? Do you do live shows around an island? I know you do a lot of television. So where are you now at the moment in your career of careers?
Well, it's ever changing, I suppose, the same as everything else. But so I would do the festivals, really, I suppose. And I wouldn't do theatres. I wouldn't have my name above the door and say, "Come and see me."
No.
I wouldn't do that. So I'll do private functions and corporates and prisons and day football clubs.
Hang on, Barry. Why wouldn't you have your name above the thing? Why wouldn't you do that?
Because I'm a different beast. This is the second interview I've done in 25 years, Mr. Eddie. You know that?
Really?
25 years. Yeah.
I'm very honoured. I couldn't work out why you were being cagey, but this is why, because you don't bloody do them. So.
No, I hate them. As I said, I hate people talking about comedy. It's like people deconstructing a song. There's the thing.
Barry, I don't want to talk about that. I'm interested not in deconstructing comedy, saying how are you so bloody funny, but I do love telling people about no need to run and hide. I couldn't remember that you did the mimes as well. But I'm interested in the stories. I want to inspire young men and young women to go out and do anything they want in the world, anything positive, and have those ambitions. A fair chance in life should be the right of every person. So that's what I'm interested in, is how you got there. I mean, did you do university? Did you always know you wanted to do comedy? What did your parents do? What did they tell you to do?
Parents wanted me to do law or something fancy, but no, it was if that's a thing, if you want to end up looking like this, I would suggest maybe don't follow your dreams, follow whimsy. So that's what I did, and I was fortunate enough to have a whimsical mind. I always like laughing. I love people who make me laugh. I love making people laugh almost equally. And biggest thing for me is hook up with people who make you laugh, and follow up. Now, I can't say that will work if you're playing the bassoon or anything, but I was fortunate enough to end up with two like-minded people in college, and we did some shows, and then you get to a point where you make some people laugh. But I want to say one thing, Eddie, just one little anecdote is we ended up running a tiny club above a pub, which has been going now for 32 years.
The International Bar.
The International Bar, yeah. So, and everyone's ever welcome. If you ever want to try anything, it's a good place to try it. But I remember all the rehearsals we did, all the learning, the writing and everything to get the stuff right, the craft of it. And it wasn't Eddie's first time on stage there, but you just come off a tour, Eddie, where you were doing 2-hour shows, I think.
Right.
And he popped his head in, as he always does when he's in Dublin, and I said, "Do you want to do a couple of minutes?" Because it's always good for the people in the room to see somebody like Eddie. And he said, "Yeah, okay, I'll do a couple of minutes." And I said, "Okay." And then I heard before he went on, "Right, how long are you?" And I said, "You've only got 4 minutes, or we're going to have to bump off an open spot." And he says, "Okay, 4 or 5 minutes." And he went up and he said, and what he was trying to do was break down 2 hours, say what 4 or 5 minute section is appropriate for the 50, 60 people that were in this room. And he just went, and the audience started laughing, and they went, and it was a genuine, I'll go on and think, and the audience will help me. And the audience just laughed. And I think the first 3 minutes he didn't use an actual consonant, and the audience were in bits. I've never seen anyone do that anywhere. or heard of it?
Well, that was, yes, that was, it was just wonderful playing the International Bar, and I believe Dylan Moran did his first open spot on a day that I was playing there. Was that right?
On a date you were playing there, it might have been, it's quite possible, I wouldn't be 100%, but it was certainly the same
I believe
year.
that's true. I might be just making up, trying to big myself up, but Sarah, I don't know if you know if that's true, but...
Say that again.
No, about Dylan Moran playing the International Bar when I was playing, but I don't know. Anyway.
Yes, yeah.
No, you've heard that?
Well, from you, I think.
Oh, from me. It could be my story. Yes, and a lot of the great comedians, I was there and I helped them on stage. Oh, no, let's talk about this. Let's talk about accounting. Do you remember me doing the accounts for the venue for set up in Edinburgh?
Yeah.
Yeah, because there was this thing that, I think it was the first time you'd done, like something like 26 shows in a row up at Edinburgh, yeah? So you're doing this, and every night you'd go off and get completely blasted and have an elation if it was a good show or not so good. But you go off, and I was getting onto a computer and doing accounts. And you found that kind of stunning. Do you remember that?
Yeah, it wasn't just the accounts, it was the fact that you had a personal organizer, which is like a phone that couldn't ring people, I suppose. A personal organizer, you probably had a drone flying above your head, and you were playing with a Rubik's Cube or something else. It was gadgets, it was information. There just wasn't enough stimulus, I think, in the world. Whereas, maybe it's the Irish cliche, but we needed to go and have a pint. But you needed to be learning Swahili and doing a Rubik's Cube and have a drone and do all this and doing the accounts and all of that. And you were probably bored doing that, thinking about what you were going to do tomorrow.
Well, it was weird because I'd done so many shows at that point that I liked having no emotions going on and no real emotions therefore coming off, so that I couldn't get screwed up, And if it wasn't very good, it's a bad day at the office, don't worry about it. And that's how I did it. But I had a spreadsheet, I'd built a spreadsheet, and I was putting figures in and coming up with the account total for the venue. And see, that's what I was studying at university, and I did maths all the way up to university. And it gave me great joy because it was very exact. And I built the bloody spreadsheet as well. So that's why I was excited. It's kind of the only time I did it in my life. But
you didn't carry that on, no?
No, because you have a career, then you can pay a good accountant to add all those things up. But it was just the fact it was the first time, and you could build. If you build a spreadsheet, you actually put in the equations. What plus what is what, so that different columns show different amounts. And
Eddie, sorry, you're just hemorrhaging viewers here, just 15 people left. I mean, I was bad enough, but now you're talking about spreadsheets. There goes another 20.
I know, but it's true. This is what I talk about, Barry. I like to talk about this. These are things I went through. I did go through maths. I was dyslexic, severely atypically dyslexic, but not dyscalculic. Maths was a grabbable thing for me. I loved it. So this weird imbalance, because they say comedy. What do you think of this? Comedy is quite mathematical. I don't want to analyze it, but do you think so, or am I talking rubbish?
Well, I don't know who said it. They're probably cleverer than I am, but I would say comedy's musical, and music is mathematical.
Well, there
so
you go.
let music take the blame for the maths, and comedy can take some of the joy from the music.
Okay, again, I don't want to analyze this, but do you believe in the magic 3? That does work, doesn't it, the magic 3?
The rule of 3, of course it does. Yeah, I don't know what is. That's human nature. I think it's possibly responsible for the election of Donald Trump and Boris Johnson, just the rule of 3.
Well, it's an interesting thing, because you establish a thing, you re-establish, and then you undermine it, and that's comedy. But you can also do a magic 4 or a magic 5. You can actually establish, and undermine. I think it breaks down about 6. But yeah, I'm doing too much analysis, aren't I? So stuff that.
There's one thing on the rule of 3 I've never understood, Eddie, because it's basically a British construct, probably a Brexit construct, but it's the Paddy Englishman, Paddy Irishman, Paddy Scotsman joke. Now, if there's a rule of 3 there, so one walks into a bar, the other, so we know how it works. So Paddy Englishman, Paddy Irishman, Paddy Scotsman. The disguise is that the Paddy Irishman is the first person in the joke who will be the brunt of the joke all the time. So I think that's where the English fall down. They say, we'll put Paddy Irishman first, so nobody knows he's going to be the punchline. Paddy Scotsman second, and Paddy Englishman second, Paddy Scotsman third. But you forgot his name. All their names are Paddy, which is an Irish name. So we knew it was always going to be us that were the brunt of the joke.
Well, I must say, I don't know. I think that's something you've constructed, because we just go Englishman, Irishman, and Scotsman. But this is how I do the joke. I say an Englishman, Irishman, a Scotsman, a Welshman, a Chineseman, a Burgundian crossbowman, 2 kippers in a fridge go into a pub, and the landlord says, what the fuck's going on? And the fridge says, it's an invasion. This is no intervention, says the fridge. And the barman goes, what? It's intervention or invasion? And the fridge says, I don't know, I'm a fridge. And the kippers say, should we really be here? And then a Burgundian crossbowman shoots just a random, there's no joke there. I just like doing these huge jokes. And I just go on and on and add stuff on. And people are hanging and going, what the fuck is he talking about? So that's the one I like to do.
Yep, and you can do that for 45 minutes, I know. I have a very short one that might be appropriate for you.
Go for it.
Just for walking into a bar. A Greek walks into a bar, and the barman says, why the long race?
That's one I got.
Eddie, it's a marathon joke, come on.
No, that's a good one. I've got one. What? How does it go? A bear goes in. Yeah, a bear goes into a bar and says, I'll have a beer, please. And the guy says, why the long pause? And he says, I got them trapped in the lift.
Yeah.
There you go. These are the jokes. This is alternative comedy, where you don't go where everyone's expecting you to go, and you just talk rubbish.
Well, we're going back to orthodox comedy. I'd like to go do some alternative comedy now. If you're prepared to do your James Mason impression for me.
Yes, well, James Mason is the important part of James is to finish the sentence and continue. Then take the breath in the middle of the next sentence so that you never actually stop on a full stop. That's the wrong thing to do. That's how you do James.
Okay, well, if you could do James Mason and you just say, come back with my thing.
Come back with my thing. I have to say, come back with my thing? I don't know what you're talking about. All right, so you're racing. Where are you going now?
You're chasing me. It's James Mason.
All right, I see.
Go away, James Mason.
Barry, come back. You've got the thing in the film North by Northwest. It's got the microfilm in it, you fool. Anyway, yes.
Go away, James Mason.
I'll catch you. No, I should do Blakey from On the Buses. You people, whatever he used to say. I look like Hitler. Here we go. What's going on there? You come back, Barry Murphy. How dare you cycle away from me? There we go. That's good. That works as a visual. All right. I'm going to let you go.
Good talking to you, Eddie. Best of luck with the next few days.
Now, in 25 years' time, I'm going to get the 3rd interview out of you, okay? 25 years later. Cheers. Take care.
Love you. See you, Eddie. Bye.
Bye. Okay. So that's Barry from Dublin. I have a quick pee, and I'll be back. Oh.
Shockingly, over 2 million tonnes of food a year is wasted within the UK supply chain. Fareshare is tackling this problem in a strikingly simple way. We work with farmers, producers, distributors and retailers to save good quality fresh food from being wasted, so we can get it onto people's plates instead. In practice, it's a huge logistical feat, involving hundreds of volunteers working tirelessly to unload the produce, unpack and sort it at any one of our network of food warehouses across the UK. The food might be surplus, but it looks and tastes just like the food you'd eat at home. Most of it arrives well before it would have hit the supermarket shelves. Food becomes surplus for all sorts of reasons. A glut of courgettes from overproduction, or a lack of demand as unpredictable weather plays its part. Incorrect packaging and labelling, wonky fruits and veg, and cancelled orders. Wherever it comes from, with the support of our team of volunteers, we prioritise the incoming food, itemising it for traceability and breaking it down into smaller quantities for redistribution. Fareshare gives nearly 11,000 charities access to food. all of whom are onboarded safely and meet all food safety regulations. These charities and groups range from food banks, children's breakfast clubs and homeless centres to small local community groups. Not only does this food save charities thousands of pounds on their food bills, it means they can offer the people they support more fresh, healthy fruit and veg and a wider range of food in general. New innovations like the Fareshare Go app have seen direct pickups from the supermarkets, meaning perishable goods like fresh bread and fruit can quickly be redistributed. Fareshare is more than meals though. Food brings people together. It helps local organisations tackle loneliness and isolation within their communities, or help connect struggling families with the services that can support them. It's such a simple concept. Food that could have been wasted is instead used for good.
Okay, gonna talk to Nigel Harmon any minute now. Oh, I need another one. Whatever. Do we have questions?
Eddie, I'm going to put you through to Nigel.
Okay. Nigel, hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm okay, how are you doing?
Yes, very good, very good. Successful pit stop?
Yes, I did. I did a pee, if that's what you really want to know.
Oh, I'd love to know that, yeah.
If that's what you're asking. That's what, sometimes it's a poo, sometimes it's pee. That's how pit stops work. Because all the food happens here, so. The weird thing is that when I normally run, you know, I'd pee occasionally. You try not to do number twos, it very slows you down. Well, if you're doing an important run. But because the loo is indoors, I don't know, I feel maybe I'm getting older, maybe it's needing to pee more. It's not like I'm peeing like a horse, but I have to do that and then back on. I'm too slow at the moment. Let's get my speed back up. Thank you. No.
Oh, still got it.
So, yeah. How are you doing? How are you today?
I'm very good. I'm very good. I've had a day of homeschooling.
Yeah.
Which has gone very well.
And did you learn a lot as you were homeschooled?
I'm actually, surprisingly, yes, I am learning a lot. I'm learning about the 5 W. What was today? The 5 W's of journalism.
Okay, what are they?
What, where, why, when, and who.
Oh, right.
There we go. So that's what my 8-year-old's learning about today. And a bit of maths, which always gets a little bit tricky. I don't know about you, but my maths knowledge, as I got older, it seemed to disappear. I think when I was about her age, I was really good at maths. I was in the top stream and all of those kind of things. And then as the years went by, I nosedived. And I think at the end of my maths career, I was somewhat, I think I was in the bottom set, yes, and always kept behind.
Really? Seriously?
Yeah.
What you mean?
I was punished.
Okay, hang on. Take me through that, because I did maths all the way up to university, so I love it. But at university it was taught badly, so I hated it there. But, so what age were you at the A stream, and then what age were you down in the bottom stream for maths?
Okay, so I was 8 in the top stream. I went to prep school when I was 9, and I was doing well then. And then I went to public school, and then as that went on, by the time I got to 16, I found myself, and it was in that class that everyone took the mickey out of. So you were like, you're in 5F or whatever it was called by then. You're like, yes, and it was literally expected that you didn't know what 2 plus 2 was. And I don't know how that happened. It just did. I quite like maths. It's the, I suppose it's all the blurb and the technicality of maths that put me off. But arithmetic, I love.
I loved arithmetic. I loved equations as well. You know, if X is this and Y is that, what's your...
Yeah.
You know, I loved... All of it I loved, except for when I got to additional maths. So I took maths O-level a year early, the GCSE equivalent, at 15. At 16, I took the additional maths, which had the beginning of integration in, and the integration of 1 over of x is 1 over x or something, and then it started getting a bit weird, a little bit out there, and A level was like that too, and but I could do it, no good at English, so well, and I just had dyslexia, severely dyslexic, so spelling was all over the place, and it just wasn't. I think I do stand-up. I don't write my stand-up. I play with words in my head and the ideas in my head, but I don't write them down. So that's interesting. I just workshop them.
That's interesting. I loved English, but I never used to get good marks in English because comprehension was always a sticking point for me, because you remember that when they used to give you a passage from a book and they'd ask you questions and you'd have to give the answers, and I always would read the passage and infer it in a different way, or something like that, and then I would be marked as being wrong because I decided what the character was really trying to say was this. And it always put me off, and I love, and still do, I mean, I read as much as I can, but I loved all of that. But in school, because it didn't come into the bracket, does it, of this is the answer. That it put me off. But writing an essay was, one of the great things.
Well, this is an interesting point. There's if you do sciences, it's quite empirical. It's quite exact. 1 and 1 is 2. You can't have 1 and 1 is 3. It just doesn't work. But in the creative areas, which include English, you should be able to say, what do you think of this piece? What do you think this is about? And if you think it's about something else, it doesn't have to be that, the teacher was right. No, this means that. And they had this empirical answer. And the idea of how does it feel to you, does this interest you? It may not interest you. It may not grab you around the neck. So,
But also, it doesn't, I suppose, not that I'd want to defend teachers, from my class in my school back in the 80s, but you would be, they have to somehow make it so that they can mark everyone. And that bit doesn't make sense, does it? That everyone can fit into the same marking structure. So, but I still, it didn't put me off. I still love it. But then I stopped school at 16 and I went off and studied musical theatre. So I went and danced and sang and did all of that.
Where did you do that?
I did that in London at arts educational schools. They've got a drama school and a dance school and all of that. So I suppose, education stopped really then for me. And all the education I had after that was reading plays and acting and being self-taught. And if I were to go again, it's interesting listening to you mention university, but if I was to go again, I would go to university because there's so much good acting and good facilities in universities now. Just brilliant. But I wouldn't change anything. But it's interesting how at different times in your life.
You're talking about being self-taught, because I do believe that you really start school as soon as you decide to pick up a book after you've left school. I think school says learn this, regurgitate this in your exam. But life says, what do you want to learn? And then you go and learn about it, and you take it on board because you want to learn it. And you can be autodidactic, as they call it, which sounds a big lot. Self-taught sounds a better phrase for it. And I've done a lot of self-teaching. Just look through things, documentaries, Wikipedia, information, audiobooks. Do a lot of audiobooks.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Inhale.
I do audiobooks. Is that good?
It's very good, because when I'm getting up in the morning and putting my makeup on, which you don't need to bother with, but you must do shaving at some point, otherwise you'd have a full bushy beard. So that morning thing of getting up, I put those on. And if you've got a partner or something, you can always put an earphone in, and just as I'm doing things, if you're making breakfast, going down somewhere, you can listen to in the car. And you can have this audiobook telling you about stuff that happened that could apply to your life or could teach you things about your life. And I've learned and inhaled loads of information that way by audiobooks.
When you say audiobooks, though, it makes me smile a bit, because my friend, he does loads of the genre of 0 Dark 30 type, army guys stuck behind enemy lines, sort of books that you never really find in the shops anymore. They're the ones that substrata. So how can we put it? They're maybe not as accomplished. And basically, he just records them whenever he can. And his recording studio is in his cupboard in his bedroom, and he goes in and he records all these books with soldiers in Afghanistan doing all sorts of terrible accents, and he says it's absolutely hilarious. And now he earns a living out of doing that sometimes, and that's what I think when I hear audiobooks. Not necessarily a glut of information, more him just doing funny voices in the cupboard.
Well, if you just listen to his ones, maybe so. But you gotta widen your net a little bit. I think so. I think so, Dennis. Now, I loved. Sorry, I'm calling you Dennis, aren't I?
Yeah, don't worry.
Nigel.
Honestly, don't worry.
I was looking, Nigel, no, because we haven't met before, but actually I'm going to call you, can I call you Simon, maybe? I don't know, maybe I'll just keep changing your name as I go through the interview. Nigel, okay, so Nigel. Is it good being called Nigel? It's one of those English names I find
Yes, I got a phone call about it a couple of years ago from one of the Red Tops saying, would I like to do an interview because no one has been christened Nigel this year. No one in the entire UK. And ironically, it was one of my pipe dreams growing up as a kid. I was going to bring back the name Nigel, make it sexy again, and, you know, a good name. And, yeah, I've given up on that now.
It's because I found that in American screenwriters, when they play a role, if the role that might be British that I'm being encouraged to go towards, if it will have a name, and I sometimes refuse names. I'm not going to be called this. I'm not going to be called that. I'm not sure if I fought with the Nigel, but they had, you know, Sebastian, and I know there's Sebco, but Sebco is Sebco. He's not Sebastian. It's too big. It's, you know, it's like carrying a plank of wood around, and it has this resonance. See, I was an Edward, which again I found kind of softer, and then I think it's because I changed it to Eddie. I think because of the Pepsi advert. In the 70s, I think you're too young to know this.
No, just hanging in there.
But it was some geeky kind of guy would turn to a guy who looked like Travolta in Grease, and they're all sitting at one of those American diners with the seats, and there's a whole lot of girls in the 50s dresses, and it's a Pepsi advert, and they say, "Hey Eddie, how come you're such a hit with the girls?" And he says, you tell them what you're drinking, then you're really kind of cool, aren't you? Oh, Pepsi Cola, so it's a Pepsi advert. And he was cool, but he already looked cool. He could have been drinking, I'm drinking gruel, actually. But actually, it's the genetic gift from my parents and my choice of clothing, which I got from the Wild One with what's his face, Brando. So it wasn't true about the Pepsi Cola thing. But I thought, Eddie, I could be an Eddie. And I can't remember when it happened. And I went to, like you, I went to a boarding school. Mum died when I was young, and so they decided that we would go to boarding school, so it wasn't supposed to be the track we were on. But I was known as Izzard. Izzard 2, actually, because my older brother was Izzard 1. And then later, about 14 or 15, I think. Yeah, it's about then when we started to call each other by our first names. But in my first school, we were all known by surnames. It's like a military thing. Izzard, are you doing this? Yes,
I'm the same. I was Harmon. But they had, if they had brothers in the school I went to, it was Major and Minor.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What if there were 3?
Exactly. It was Major, Minor, and... Oh, there was one. I can't remember now. But you'd be a bit disgruntled if you were the Minor, wouldn't you?
Well,
why can't I be the Major?
Well, it's because he's your older brother, and so that's okay.
Exactly,
I tell you the interesting one. My first boarding school me and my brother Mark, we went to a school called St. John's in Porthcawl, which is now gone and has burnt down. Anyway, it was abandoned and then it burnt down. But they had, now Davies and Jones, obviously very common names in Wales. So they had 9 Davies at one point in the school. Because they're very common names, like Smith. And we had Davies 1, Davies 2, Davies 3, Davies 5, Davies 7, Davies 5 and 6, I think, and then Davies 8 and Davies 9. So it was really crazy. And I thought, why the gaps? And then I realized with hindsight, looking back as an adult, the mothers or the person who had to sew in labels into all the clothing at a boarding school would have gone mad and saying he was Davies 9 and now he's Davies 8 because someone's left. I'm not changing this, and then he's going to be Davies 7. Are you insane?
Okay,
I'm not bloody changing it. So they had gaps, and some kid could be 13 years old and be Davies 9.
Oh dear, it sounds like a post-dystopian novel, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Davies 9 walked into the room.
Well, it was, yes.
Art machine.
Yes, I quite like Davies 9. Davies 9,
Yeah.
come here, get Davies 7, Davies 4, not Davies 3, he's no good. I want a Davies 1, and Davies C as well. Have some of them alphabetical. But
Do you have a middle name as well?
Yeah, John.
John, okay.
Yeah.
So I was given Nigel, and my follow-up kicker was Derek as my middle name.
Well, there you go.
I mean, it's a wonder that I'm still going. Nigel, Derek. I mean, that's quite. It's not good, is
all
it?
Dereks. I mean, because Eddie is just right up there. You can't be a wallflower with Eddie. Whereas
Right.
Edward, you say, Edward, come over here and do exactly what you're supposed to do. Edward,
Yeah.
sit down and be orthodox. Eddie, go out and change the world. You know, there's certain names. But I take it, are you a Nige, though?
Yeah, I'm a Nige.
Yeah.
And a Nige, a big N, sometimes was a nickname.
Big N, you told
a mate
me.
of mine, actually Graham from Mizuno, Graham Johnson from Mizuno,
Oh, yeah,
he calls me Saucisse.
Yeah.
I'm still not entirely sure why.
So he calls you sausage.
Sausage, basically, but in French. He goes, "Hello, Saucisse." Sorry, I should be showing my.
Yes.
I should be showing the logo here.
There you go. So are you sponsored by Mizuno?
Unofficially, yes.
You're a friend
yeah,
of.
I sort of do what I can, and I love their stuff. Yeah.
Well, we're running a marathon for Osaka in Japan on the 29th.
I heard this. Brilliant.
Yeah, so that's where the Mizuno brothers come from. Hopefully we're talking to someone from Japan, from Mizuno then. And they helped us get this going, and I'm happy to talk about it. And, you know, and the fact that I'm a trans woman running, and they were cool about it, you know. I thought they might go, whoa, hang on, we didn't know about this. But they did, and then the whole pronouns thing happened for me recently. So it's like, okay, we'll just flow it. Everyone tried to be careful, but you know, a lot of people have been very supportive, some people less. But anyway, whatever. But Mizuno have been, yeah, great helping us get this whole thing together.
Yeah.
And
Good.
Do you like the logos? Do you like Make Humanity Great Again? Do you like the sound of it?
I love the what? Do I like the logo? Sorry, I missed that.
Yes. Do you like the sound of Make Humanity Great Again? Do you like the slogan?
Yes. Yeah, I love it very much.
Yeah.
I think it's brilliant. Although I did get a funny look in the supermarket yesterday because people thought, because they saw Make and Great Again, they thought I was a Trump supporter, and then they stopped and looked and studied it and went, ooh.
Ah.
So yeah, I think it's brilliant, and it's something I very much believe in. You know, when I'm not acting and when I'm not, you know, looking after Mara and all the things I do, I'm a meditator and mindfulness practitioner, and it's something I very much believe in, especially at the moment, and about just starting with our community and coming together and then growing out together as one, rather than living separate lives all the time and considering us all to be separate identities and separate groups, which I don't believe in. So yes, I think it's amazing. I think it's a beautiful sentiment. I also think it's very simple, and I think it's at the heart. When we're all worrying about where we're at in the world, we're worrying about maybe leadership, we're worrying about immediate future, we're worrying about environmental future. I think we can start by just bringing ourselves back to humanity and what human nature is, which ultimately I really think, sorry, you've set me off on one.
No, great, go for it.
I think is our fundamental core essence anyway, and we've built on top of it, and we've kind of lost ourselves in immediacy and consuming and, you know, whatever's in the here and now, and however we're projecting ourselves and communicating ourselves, when really we could just spend a little bit more time, obviously at a distance at the moment, talking with our neighbour and the neighbours around, and just spreading out that way, which is what, I don't know if that's what you mean by your banner, but that's what I took it to mean when I read it.
Absolutely. I have So you may know that I want to go into politics, so I'm looking for a seat to stand for the Labour Party, but my world view is that a fair chance in life should be the right of every person in the world.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm fighting for, just a fair chance. It's not a big ask, it's not a big demand. It's actually a demand, not even an ask. We've got to be heading for that. Anyone else has got a different worldview, I don't think it's a good, it could be in a similar area, but anyone who's, very extremist and got some other thing that only this group of people, it's not going to work. We won't make it. So absolutely, the linking together around the world, and it's great because I'm highlighting 5 charities as well, and they're doing great work around the world. I was born in Yemen, which is a West Asian country, an Arabic country, and they've got a civil war as well as COVID happening at the same time. So I just, it's nice to put something back, try and do something.
Oh.
So as you can see, I keep, soldiering on, trying to get this done, and then I can rest on Monday.
Yeah, there's a beautiful poem out there by Frank. I'm going to say Frank Nepo, but I might not have his first name right. And the essence of it is that we are all from originally when let's say the human being was created, we all had one heart, and this heart just fractured into millions and millions of pieces and became all of society and all of human nature. So in essence, that we are all descended, we are all from this one beating heart.
Yeah.
It's it's a beautiful sentiment, and I think if we thought of ourselves like that, we're just all one heart, just beating, and we're sort of connected. Then I think there's a simplicity in that, and it's something that we can easily grasp, and maybe out of that will come opportunities for everyone on an equal level if we all see ourselves as the same, rather than constantly angling towards who's better, who's superior, and all of that.
Well, that ties into what I say. Nationalism is bad and patriotism is good. Patriotism is, I love my country. Everyone should love their country, absolutely. Nationalism says our country's better than your country. And that doesn't work. We did it in the 1930s. People just need to reach for a book or a DVD or watch a World War II film.
Or an audiobook.
Or an audiobook or a podcast. It just didn't bloody work. And no country is better than another country. No country's people are better than another country. The hatred of one group to another group it panders to a simple thing. Some people say, yes, I feel better because no, not those people. But that's not the way to think. It's just not the way humanity should be, I feel. And live and let live. And what can we learn from you? What can you learn from us? There are bright people in every country of the world. I'm now performing in 45 countries. I have performed in 45 countries. And then in 3 extra languages apart from English. So I'm very proud of that. I'm going to keep adding. I'm going to add Arabic in. Already got Spanish, French and German. And then Russian to come. So I'll just keep powering away and see what I can do.
Good for you. Good for you.
Now, tell us yourself. You love the stage, but you were in EastEnders. How long were you in EastEnders?
I did. I was in EastEnders for 3 years. I was there, I think 2002 and left 2005.
Right.
I had a break in the middle of that for half a year. I wasn't there, I think. And yes, so I left 15 years ago. Does that sound about right?
And
yeah.
Was that fun? You won. I have information process. You won several soap awards. So obviously.
Oh yes, yeah. I used to win. I used to win awards for being handsome.
Oh right.
I know it's hard to believe. So I used to. It was slightly disingenuous. So I won a few of those, and then I'd win for being an actor and a telly award. And I'm looking here because there's a couple of them because I'm up in my attic at the moment, and they're shoved round the corner, and I can see them. And I won that, and then but my favourite one so far is I got an Olivier Award in 2012, which I was very proud of, and
Now that's playing Lord Farquaad in Shrek the Musical. So was that in a specific musical category, or was that what was the?
Yeah, best supporting performance in a musical or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yes, I did the whole thing on my knees, with a little rig with two little legs in the front and yellow tights. So good broad visual comedy with the bobbed wig, and that was my life for about a year. Which was terrific. Being on stage at Drury Lane is massive. It's a massive stage.
Yes,
so that was really hard work, but it was on a rake. So when I was going downhill, it was all good. But when I had to get back up again, it was tough.
Not so
but loved it. You know that when those opportunities come your way and you read a script or you've heard about it, and obviously I knew the film, and I just went, this is one of those parts that you're going to want to do, you want to get involved in. So so I did it, and that was good fun. So I've got one of those, which I'm pleased about.
Have you got it up there?
Yeah, that's over there in the corner, gathering dust. Yeah, I'm a bit. I don't know about you, but I don't put them out. They feel a bit.
I've got two Emmys, and one's behind me in the kitchen, so it does appear, and one is. I'm not sure where the other one is. So I'm not too bothered. But can you show me that? Because I got nominated for Living, but didn't get it. So what does it look like?
Hang on, what's that? What's that? So this is Lawrence.
There's Lawrence. There's Larry.
There's Larry. What was that? Was that for Joe Egg?
No, that wasn't actually. I won nearly everything for Joe Egg in Broadway, but I was the second person in, second cast in London. So I was not up. And I don't think they would have put me up for anything, but I was actually nominated for. When I think my first West End show, doing stand-up actually in the kind of strange git category, the strange odd person category. I don't think they quite know what to do, but they wanted to give a little thumbs up, and that was very nice of them. But
that is nice, isn't it?
Yeah. It was. I was a kind of a strange git, so they were right to do that, and it's theatre awards. So I was doing stand-up, and what is that? So I was quite surprised actually, but I was out at that point, so maybe I don't know.
So have you been back on? When was the last time you were on stage then? I mean, acting, not stand-up.
Well, in the West End stage, I think it is Joe Egg.
It was it?
Interesting thing, because we did it for a while, I don't know, a number of months. Probably was 3 months, and then we went a year later to Broadway to do it, and so it was. I had all the lines in my head, but from a year ago. And so they were behind my eyes. So as we started, me and Victoria Hamilton, as we started doing the rehearsals, it would come back in like a dream. You'd go, God, then I used to go over here and say this, and I would say that, and bits would come back, and then it would all come back, and then it all did come back. But interesting, the difference between my London performance and my Broadway performance was there was in Joe Egg. There's a section where you're allowed to improvise, very 60s, and have a daughter who's mentally and physically disabled, and we talk about the problems of how she got to that stage, and we were allowed to improvise. Now, I'd done a lot of improvisation and a lot of comedy, so those sketch bits, which for an actor would be kind of a reach, was like my wheelhouse. So I had to do the acting, which I'd been wanting to do since I was 7, so this was where I wanted to be. So I pushed for that, and it was pretty good in London, but the improv was just going crazy, because I couldn't miss, because it's a serious play. And I was just bouncing off the walls and stuff, and it's recorded. It's recorded for BBC TV, BBC 4. But when we went to New York, the difference was, as the director Laura said, don't forget to keep one hand on the wheelchair, because in the end it was me and Vic were kind of improvising, as opposed to Brian and Sheila. Brian and Sheila needed to improvise the characters in their reality, and not Eddie and Vic. and it went a bit Eddie Vick in London, and that was my fault. And then we stayed very Brian and Sheila, and I kept taking the audience into huge amounts of laughter, and then I'd rip them down. I'd put a line in which brought them back to the reality. So I'd take them up and I'd pull it down, took them up, pull it down, and I really got the bit between the teeth because I knew what I was doing now. And so they just gave me every award going, except the Tony.
Who got it? Do you remember?
Yeah, absolutely. But there's a good story with it. So Brian Dennehy, Long Day's Journey Tonight, great actor, came to my show. He'd heard that there was a talk, the swirl was going around. My agent Nicky here in London said, apparently you're going to win it. And Brian comes to the show, he says, I think you've got it, kid. And we come to the show, Brian gets it. And so I don't get it. I've got literally there's about 4 other awards I got for it. And I stood up and I went, oh. And I looked to my left, and there is Philip Seymour Hoffman and Stanley Tucci, also nominated, didn't get it. And I realized I'm in this group. I'm in this group.
Hang on, did you say Philip Seymour Hoffman and Stanley Tucci?
Yeah, Philip Seymour Hoffman and Stanley Tucci and me are in the didn't get it group. Nominated, and I thought, I'm in this group. God, I'm home. This is cool. And I knew something needed to be said. So I turned to them and I said, I thought we got one each. And they went, yeah. And that was it. I stood there right next to them, and they were great, fantastic actors. Philip Seymour Hoffman, unfortunately gone from us now. And Stanley, beautiful guy. Now, I think based in the UK. But beautiful actor. Even
I think he's in Barnes, isn't he?
He could well be. Because I was doing a practice run over to my doctor's house over in Ross-on-Wye. And so 5 marathons going over there. This was 2 years ago. And one of the marathons, I was looking at my Google Maps thing. It took me near to Pinewood Studios. And I thought, I'll go in, because I tried to break into Pinewood Studios when I was 15. And I went in there, and I said, can I have a look around? And they said they could show me around, but Stanley was there with his daughter, just showing her the makeup section around in the studio. So I just bumped into him in the middle of Pinewood Studios, which is crazy.
Oh, lovely.
Beautiful.
Hang on, you tried to break into Pinewood when you were 15?
Yeah, I found out where it was. I'm very determined. You've got to understand this about me, Nigel. I'm determined, I'm military. I found out where it was. I took a train to London, a tube to Uxbridge, a bus to Ivor Heath, and I walked up to the front gate and they said, I need to come in. I'm going to be in films. And they told me to fuck off, kid. And then I saw the second entrance and I just walked in the second entrance. And unfortunately, I didn't get anything going. But when I went back 2 years ago, I phoned them. They said, yes, come in and we'll show you around. And they give me a free coffee and a bag of crisps and everything.
There you go.
But anyway,
there you go.
Nigel, I've got to jump off. I've got to talk to my next guest. It's been great.
Lovely.
You take care, stay safe, and your kids, keep homeschooling, keep learning stuff. Your kids, it's not so worried about. I think your kids are safe, but keep learning.
And you, good luck with the rest of it.
Thanks very much.
I will do.
Take care, Nigel. So, Nigel Harmon. Very nice to talk to him. Okay. Very good. So, going to talk to Amanda Young from Dublin. Ready when you are.
And I think that's just lining up, but shall I sneak in a question?
Yes, go questions.
Okay. So this is from Tracy Emery, who says, hi Eddie and Sarah. After doing all the online gigs, would you consider continuing this when you do your future stand-up shows, so you have a live audience and a virtual one?
Ooh.
Still believe you are actually Wonder Woman, and that's from Tracy.
Thank you, Tracy. I love it I aspire to be Wonder Woman. That's what I aspire to be. So, either Linda Carter or Gal Gadot, either version. Because I was always a tom girl when I was a tomboy girl when I was growing up. And yes, interesting idea. We will consider it. I've wanted to do streaming shows forever. And you'll know that, Sarah.
I do know that. We tried to figure out a few times, didn't we, before technology got better.
So, we need to do it now. I need to just say, effing hell, we are doing this. So, yeah, totally up for it. Thank you for saying that. And I will try to be Wonder Woman.
And I think we might be ready for our next guest, so I'll come back with some questions later.
Hi there. Hi, Amanda. Hello.
Hello, Eddie. How are you?
I am good. How are you?
Welcome to Dublin.
Thank you. Thank
Great. How are you?
I'm all right.
Oh, I've been watching.
You're watching?
I'm great. I've been watching everything very closely.
Yes. Are you in Dublin at the moment?
Yes, I live in Dublin. Living here all my life, so yeah, it's been raining now, so I'm sorry about that, but yeah, you're more than welcome to Dublin. How are you getting on today so far? You look very strong, actually.
Well, yeah, I think I am strong, but knackered. I talk about this battery. My battery, every night, it charges up to 5%. Not to 100%, but to 5%. And then you have to eke out the 5% over the 6 hours plus of running. So on there, my right foot was getting this hot toasting I get, which heats up, which I think is nerve or something. But I'm just trying to keep powering on, see where I get to.
Yeah.
And yeah, so
you're so impressive.
Sorry? Say again?
You're so impressive. Like this is day 27.
Day
27. It's so impressive what you're doing.
Well, thank you very much.
You know, and I know you're so used to it, but you're used to it by now. It's like you've done this like your fourth time doing marathon after marathon after marathon. It's incredible.
I know, it's bonkers. But tell us about you. You've run 20 marathons, so tell us about yourself. You consider yourself not a natural athlete, but tell us.
No. So a bit like you, Eddie, I suppose. Like I never kind of felt, oh, I can run mountains, I can do loads of marathons like that. I always kind of wanted to be this person who could do marathons, and I'd be completely in awe of anybody who could run a marathon. So I was walking in our local Phoenix Park, and I think you probably have some photographs of Phoenix Park up there, with my friend, and I said, oh, I'd love to run a marathon someday, and she was like, oh, so would I, boo, you know, and I said we never could, and she was like, you know, maybe we could, you know, and I was like, I'm not so sure. So kind of how it started was we applied to do the London Marathon, because I said, the first marathon, let's do, you know, something grand, you know, we can run around Dublin anytime, so I said, let's go and try for the Dublin Marathon. So we both tried to apply, and that was back in 2008. And in 2008, there wasn't that many people looking to run marathons. Now, it was still the ballot, and as you know, it's very hard to get into London, so it was still the ballot. So we tried, and I got a place, but my friend didn't. So typical. So I was like, am I going to do this by myself? Well, I'm not going to not do it. So that was the place I got for the 2008 marathon. But unfortunately, my mother got ill that year, and this is kind of around Christmas time, and the marathon was April 2008. So what happened was, my mum was quite sick with leukemia, you know, so obviously she was in hospital an awful lot, and you know, she needed a lot of care and attention. So I said, well, I'll postpone the marathon until the following year, 2009. So that's what I did. I postponed to 2009, and sadly my mum passed away in May that year. So obviously I was going to do the marathon the next year, but obviously I was going to raise the money. So I raised money for the leukemia research in the UK, actually, and the Irish Cancer Society. So I raised, I think, around €10,000, and you know, that was obviously an incredible thing to do. And obviously the first marathon is huge. So London Marathon being my first marathon, so a couple of my friends came over, and we made an event of it. And obviously, Eddie, as you know yourself, your first marathon, you don't know if you can do a marathon until you do it. Yeah. So I had no clue, could I do this thing or not? You know, obviously I was doing it by myself. So my friend and I had said we'd walk it, but then I said, well, hang on a second. If I can do it by myself, I'll run, because, you know, it would be quicker to run, and I was more of a runner, I suppose, than she was. So I ran it, and I did it in, I think, 5 hours, 45 minutes or something, and it was incredible, you know, you know yourself, it's incredible. And the first one, you think, I've done it. But obviously, I met people, and, you know, you can think, am I going to leave it at one? Am I really going to leave it at one? So then I think the next one I did, I said, well, I have to do Dublin. I cannot do Dublin, my hometown. So I did Dublin then 2010, and then 2011 I said, sure, what one will I do this year? And I did the Burn. You're probably, I know you've been to Ireland before, but the Burn is this big geographical kind of place in the middle of Ireland, and it's kind of granite and streams and rivers and valleys and hills. Right. So that was a walking marathon, so I did that one. And then before I knew it, you know, they creep up on 20 now. So, and I got some lovely opportunities as well to meet new people. So it was incredible. You know? Well,
tell us about particularly the North Pole Marathon and the Volcano Marathon. Tell us about those two.
Yeah. So I suppose they came about, like what happened was, you know, on social media you kind of start stalking people and watching what other people are doing. And a bit like yourself, I suppose, people keep pushing the boundaries, you know, and the thing is, like I did London in 2009, and that coincides, of course, with your own sport relief when you did 43 marathons in 51 days.
Yeah.
So like when I heard you were doing that, I think you were doing that later on, I think it was September. Yeah. I was like, that is ridiculous. And I suppose that's when my neck turned and I was like, who is this Eddie Izzard? Like, that is absolutely incredible. And the inspiration you give, like, because I'm thinking, I have to go out and train for a 10-mile run. I'm thinking, Eddie Izzard is doing like all these marathons day on day on day. And that's an incredible, you know, kind of was, you know, stress on the body. But I think, as you know, I mean, it comes from determination, you know. But the Volcano Marathon, I've been watching Richard Donovan. Now he's an ultra runner from Galway in Ireland. And he's run across continents. He was the first person in the North Pole, and he can stage a marathon there in 2002. Right. And then he's been staging them every year, giving people the opportunities. So he was running across America. So he's a bit like yourself, pushes the boundaries. He was running across North America from San Francisco to New York. And he said his friend Alvin Matthews is an American athlete as well. And unfortunately, Alvin had a terrible accident and he became paralyzed. And he needed kind of funding, I suppose, for his medical care and for a wheelchair. So Richard said, okay, well, look, what I'll do is I'll raffle some prizes for places in the marathons. So I obviously I've done the normal marathons, but this is obviously a step beyond. So I said, well, look, what I'll do is, I was interested in the North Pole one because I quite like the cold weather. So I said, what I'll do is I'll sponsor Richard, because I'd sponsor him, I'd sponsor anybody anything anyway. So I said, I'll sponsor Richard for, and just see, you know, because I don't normally win things, and I'm fine about that. So lo and behold, I didn't win the place at the North Pole, but I won the place in the Volcano Marathon. And I was like, oh my goodness gracious, like this is not what I planned at all. So this is 15,000 feet altitude. This is really, really hot weather. This is the driest marathon, the driest desert in the world. Like, I said, this is not for me. So obviously my phone was hopping then. People saying, oh, well done, congratulations, you got the place, what an opportunity. And I know your motto is giving people a fair chance. And obviously this is what we want, to give everyone a fair chance. And I said, well, I've won this trip. I can't not do it because I'm worried it'll be too hot, I won't be able to do it, you know. So I was thinking, what a chance I've got, and obviously I have to take it. So thank goodness there was a few months to train, and as luck would have it, you wouldn't believe this, but John O'Regan is another ultra runner in Ireland, and only literally a handful of people have actually run the Volcano Marathon in Ireland, less than 5 I'd say, and he only trains and runs in my local park run in Palmerstown in Dublin, which is the Waterstown Park Run. And I was thinking to myself, so John O'Regan, this guy who's done the Volcano Marathon, happens to run in my local park run. And you know the way things just the world, you know, aligns, and sometimes think there's karma and things just happen for a reason. So then I started going down to the Waterstown Park Run and kind of stalking him. And so I kind of spotted him there one day and I said, John, I've after won this place, as in W-O-N a place, because these places aren't cheap now, you know. So I've won this trip to the Volcano Marathon, and I thought he'd laugh and say, Amanda, that's ridiculous. You need to like get real. This is like the driest marathon. It's the hottest marathon in the world. This is like incredible altitude, 15,000 feet. This is not for you. I thought he'd say, because I'm very much an ordinary runner, and I know Eddie, you were talking about the gauge between a male runner and a female runner. Are they the same? Yeah. And I think they're very much the same. They're based on what you've got. Your two arms, your two legs. You know, some people have a big belly, some people have big thighs and bum. You have to carry it all around you, no matter what, and you just got to run with what you got, you know. So I thought, honestly, Eddie, I thought he'd just laugh. John would just start laughing and say, Amanda, stop it now, that's being ridiculous. But John pulled me aside and said, Amanda, this is absolutely incredible. This is going to change your life. This is the best thing. I'm so excited for you, and I'm so jealous. So he says, meet me here next week, and we'll talk about this. So I said, oh my God, you're on, you know. And at this stage, I didn't even want to tell people, because I thought, you know, Eddie, I thought they'd all start laughing at me. Don't be ridiculous. You can't do this. You're getting carried away. You know, you're not built for running. You know, this isn't going to work.
Amanda,
so I kind of started telling a couple of people here and there.
Amanda, what year is this?
Yeah.
What year was this?
So this is 2016.
Okay, carry on.
So I'd done about 8 marathons at this stage, you know, 8 marathons. So then, so John was great. So I met John the following week, John O'Regan, and he goes, Amanda, this is incredible. He told me where to go running, what training to do. He said, you've got this. You can absolutely do this. You can train for this. And, you know, if you put in the work, you'll do it. And so he's telling me where to train. Dublin Mountains, he said, even around little Waterstown Park, there's lots of hills. And he said, you can't train for the altitude. That's just something that will happen. It may agree with you, it may not. You won't know till you get there, go for it. So I was really excited then. And not only that, but he brought me all his gear. He brought me everything I'd need, you know, the coats, the running gear, which would save me a load of expense on, you know, the gear. So I just trained away, did it, doubting myself constantly, worried, you know. So, but then I was getting excited and fearful as well. So then, lo and behold, anyway, the date came, and I found myself in Chile, in Santiago, flying to Calama, which is where you fly into, and then to the San Pedro in the Atacama Desert. So that's an incredible trip. It was really hot, it was dry. But also, Eddie, I actually watched your show last night. It was great in Riverside. Right. And I know you probably don't remember much of your shows because you're so exhausted, and I completely appreciate that. But you were talking about endorphins, and literally, the fun I had in that marathon, which is ridiculous, because the endorphins and the altitude, I was laughing, my hands were so swollen, and everything was just funny. And even Richard Dunman, who's the organizer, came running towards me, and he says, Melda, well done, you're doing great, you know. And I said, oh my God, I said, how did you know my name? He said, pardon? What do you mean, how do you know my name? And then he said something, just keep going, you're grand, you know. And then I said, oh my goodness, are you Irish? And he says, oh, seriously. But it was obviously just the endorphins, and it was just the altitude, you know, but I was fine. But that was incredible. It took like 7 hours, amazing scenery, beautiful desert, camels, valleys, you know, some of which you just had to walk, you know, but it was absolutely incredible experience. But then, sorry, to get to the actual question about the North Pole Marathon, so I got the volcano trip for free. So, and obviously these things cost money, and that is, I suppose, something that is a bit prohibitive to a lot of people. You know, you might have the ability and the want and the skill, but I mean, obviously that's a factor. So, but I did feel that Richard kind of deserved my business after giving me a free trip. So the other good thing though was that I'd met some people at the Volcano Marathon who were going to do the North Pole Marathon in 2017. So I said, okay, this is my time, let's go and do it. So I signed up, and literally found myself going to the North Pole to do a marathon. So again, I just kind of said to myself, done the experience the last time, you know, and again, John and Regan, who'd been to the North Pole as well, he gave me his gear again, like what an opportunity. Like, so he lent me all the gear again. So literally I had his huge jackets and various kind of, he gets sponsored because he's an ultra runner, and he kind of runs for Ireland, does 24-hour races, and he's kind of run, you know, across Europe, or in Europe. So I said, okay, so he lent me his gear, and I found myself literally, you fly to the North Pole, you fly to the northern part of Norway, which is Longyearbyen and Svalbard. So you fly there, and then you stay in that region in Longyearbyen in Norway for a couple of days, trying to acclimatise. And then the Russians charter flights to the North Pole. So what they do in the North Pole is they build for 3 weeks of the year, they build a camp. So it's kind of like a shelf of a camp. So it's called Borneo. So the Russians run it, and there's a dining tent, and there's kind of sleeping tents, and there's toilets, and there's, would you believe, they actually dig a hole in the water and have a jacuzzi and an ice bath. But that's another story. So the actual route is, there was a 3-kilometer circle, and you do it 14 times. So laps. So you do 14 laps, and you're in your gear. So you're not actually in your big heavy gear. So you're actually a light jacket with you know, kind of running pants, warm running pants, and a warm top. And then you do the laps. You do every 2 laps. You have to go into the dining tent, because once you get a sweat or get wet, you literally freeze. So you have to be checked by the doctors just to make sure that you're not running in wet clothes. Because if you run in wet clothes, like it's minus 40 degrees, so you're going to get kind of you know, frostbite and ice burn, and you're going to like lose a digit. So it's very well run. The gas thing is, we arrived, and we started at 10 o'clock at night because there's no nighttime. Yeah. So 2 airplanes went out, and we literally got ready to go. Incredible.
It's
so you get a word in, Eddie.
No, I know, because the signal's a little bad, so I'm letting you talk because you're explaining it well. But are you close to the North Pole, or it's not actually at the North Pole, is it, or is it very close to the North Pole?
Yeah. It is as close as it can be. So the 90 degrees latitude is literally the North Pole.
Right.
So what they do is after the marathon, now the marathon takes about, the winner did it in 4 hours, but he did a bit too quick. And I think he was a bit sore at the end of it. And then the last person took 12 hours, because Richard is actually very inclusive. He's like, I don't care how long it takes, just do it safely, get to the end, you want to get a medal.
Good for that, I like that.
So the last person took 12 hours. So yeah, exactly. And it reminds me of something you said last night, which I'll talk about in a minute. But so there was 2 helicopters, would you believe, to bring us the exact North Pole. Because they said, we're not bringing you guys all the way to Barney, all the way here, we're going to go to the exact North Pole. So into the helicopters, the Russian guys, they had a big kind of vats of like hot sausages and various kind of wines. And the dining tent, trust me, there's amounts of alcohol available now. I think you had to like have a lot of money to buy, but there were certainly things available in the dining tent. So we actually went up in helicopter to the exact North Pole, and we got our photographs taken, and you know, that kind of thing. So that was absolutely incredible. Now a lot of us were absolutely shattered by then. You know, well, obviously you know marathon after marathon after marathon, but this was just one marathon. But you know, I suppose it took us a long time, and obviously we had no sleep because we literally did it. So we started at 10 p.m. at night. I think we finished 7, 8 in the morning or something like that, or whatever. Incredible trip, like.
Wow. Well, what's the thing you wanted to talk about that I talked in the show?
Yeah, just what reminded me, Eddie, is that you were saying last night that you were in your boarding school and you were doing some sort of challenges, and you were getting badges. It reminds me of the Girl Guides and Scouts, where you do kind of badges and you have to do a challenge for the badge. Yeah. And you were saying that you were doing a swimming challenge, and that it wasn't length or width you had to do, but you had to do 8 kind of circumferences, or 8 laps of the swimming pool. Yeah. And you were saying that you did 3, and your teacher was saying, that's great, because you were taking quite a long time, and the teacher was saying, that's great, Eddie, now come along, you know, that's fine, don't worry about the other 5. And you're like, no, I'm doing the extra, I'm doing the 8. Everybody else did the 8, I'm doing the 8. Yeah. So I really appreciated that. You're saying, I don't care how long it takes, I'm doing it, I'm having my opportunity. Yeah. I'm going to enjoy it and do it, and you finish it, I'm sure you're pleased and delighted. So. Yeah, no, it's good. You got to finish. So, no, thank you for noticing that. That's the bag. That's the bronze survival swimming. That was what it's called. The bronze survival swimming, not silver, not. Oh, very good. But yeah. Well, that's great. And you'll be doing. Do you swim at all now, Eddie? Say again. Say again. Do you swim at all now? Do you swim at all now? Yeah, I do a bit. I am in training too, but it's not my favourite. I've done a half Ironman, just under a half Ironman, and I'm not a brilliant swimmer, but I could get better. But you know, this is great. I mean, treadmill running is not my favourite. Yeah. But chatting is great. So I've got 6 plus hour podcast every day. That's kind of what I'm doing here. But you know, swimming, you see nothing. In swimming, you see nothing, something but not much. Nothing, something but not much, and it's not a great visual feat. Yeah, because you were talking to Davina and you were talking to David Williams, and those two have done huge swimming achievements, haven't they? Yeah, absolutely. Channels and things. Absolutely, David particularly. I can't really do that, but when I do, I wear a wetsuit. Because the guys that can do it without the wetsuit, well, salute them. I can't do that. Actually, and also, you need to have body fat to be able to be a good non-wetsuit swimmer. And my career in films needs me not to have body fat, so I can't have these two things working. So, if Navy SEALs and special boat service, if they wear wetsuits, then I'm going to wear a wetsuit. So that's what I do. Exactly. You can't have everything, Eddie, I suppose. No, you can't. But the swimming is good. I'm in a running club, and this kind of winter swimming has really taken off out in the sea. Yeah. So many people are doing that, and they're donning the wetsuits, and it's really kind of taken off, I think, the swimming outdoors. You know, it's like, can people think of any more punishment, or what's the most extreme thing we can do to ourselves, you know? But I suppose, I believe, you know, the current times, I think people are going to challenge themselves, you know? Yes, indeed. Well, Amanda, I'm going to let you go because I have to do another pit stop and sort myself out. Thank you so much. You've done amazing stuff. Keep brilliant. Keep doing it. Eddie, thanks so much. Thank you so much. And Enjoy Dame Judi Dench, and good luck for your film.
Thank you very much. You take care. And best wishes to everyone
Thanks, Eddie.
in Dublin and
Bye.
Ireland. Cheers. Okay, pissed off again. Oh, dear God.
It started with a box, and 2.8 million more just like it. Rations meant for war would now help those victimized by it. Passed from hand to hand, they moved together across land and sea, to a place where everything was broken, where everything had been lost. The box revealed its gift: food, survival, hope. The knowledge that someone, somewhere far away, wanted to help. Goodwill put into action, a world embraced, and yet only the beginning of the story. The need was bigger, deeper, more fundamental. It still is. A chronic absence of food and clean water. Hunger, starvation, desperation. Sickness that racks young and old, mounting pressure on communities already in distress. The ones who can change the world for the better, stripped of their gifts. Every path blocked, and seemingly no way out. But as understanding of the problems grew, our simple box changed. It now turned to the roots of suffering, to empower those at the brink, life flowing back into communities, nourishment sustained, the seeds of hope planted. Communities freed from sickness, the good building on the good, powering the engines of change. The future we will all share, built on a simple truth. That when you give of yourself, you can be the difference in people's lives. You can help deliver lasting change. Its colors are different. Its mission has grown. But it's the same care package. The simple box that gives us all the power to change the world for good.
So we're back.
Should I try and fit in a couple more questions?
Have a question.
Okay. Here's a question. Eddie, have you ever gone scuba diving? The ocean is our mother, and that is from I have 8 Tour on YouTube.
I am 8 Tour. Well, yes, I have. Did some practice stuff and went down not very far, but yes, that was intriguing. Doing that scuba diving, and then came back up and I did some snorkeling, and that was fantastic. Having done the scuba diving, to do some snorkeling and see some little fishes and feel very safe because it was just snorkeling. I knew the surface was just there. Well, they're very interesting. I'll probably do more, but I'm not hugely experienced. That's my answer.
Okay. And next question. Hi Eddie, love everything you do. Been following since the 90s.
Hey.
My question is, Star Wars or Star Trek? Which do you prefer to watch / perform stand-up about? And that is from Mark Burley.
Well, I suppose I don't stand up about both, but I like them both. Particularly The Mandalorian. Where The Mandalorian lands. They're landed by John Favreau. And his overview, the grittiness and of the Mandalorian. This is the way. I should say that about what I'm doing here. This is the way, baby. So, we are at one with the Mandalorians. From a trans woman running multiple marathons, this is the way. So, but then there's comedy, I did comedy. Star Trek has changed so much. I was talking about the Widdly Wee machine that used to go around and go, Widdly Wee, Widdly Wee. And then saying that Spock should be saying, Captain, this planet is full of Widdly Wee. But that's just comedy. And I had the phaser with more settings on, kill and stun. And there should be more settings, which I should talk about tonight.
Yes, that was a nice piece. Yeah.
Remind me about that one.
I'll remind you of that one.
Oven left on at home setting. Ice cream van nearby setting. Forgotten what day of the week it is. I used to just make them up on stage. Yeah. That's my answer for that one.
I'll squeeze in one more question before our next guest. The question is, Eddie, you mentioned wanting to do a podcast. Will it be running or relaxing as you interview? I've loved watching this month and hope to see you and Sarah back to chat again soon. That's Karen Lindale.
Karen? Is that Karen?
Yes, Karen.
Yes. Karen, yes, I want to do a podcast. I want to do a weekly podcast. That would be good. Talking with people. And so I will... I realise this is becoming like a podcast, and so not 6 hours, but talking to someone for a good length of time would be fun. I will see how long, what feels good, but an in-depth chat about life and everything. I think I should do that. So yeah, I would like to do that. That will be hopefully happening.
I think we have our next guest.
Okay.
I'm going to jump in, and put you through to Vicky.
Thank you.
Hi, Eddie.
Hi, Tim.
I'm here as well. So I was just thinking you could compete with Joe Rogan, because Joe Rogan does like notoriously 3-hour podcasts. You could do a 6-hour podcast.
No, well, that's not the way to go. Because Joe's doing so well, and he invented 3 hours, and I don't think I want to do 3 hours. But
it's a long time. It's a long time to engage.
But he also can go to great places. An hour and a half, half an hour maybe. I think an hour feels good as a starter. But, or even no particular length.
Just have it when it naturally comes to a close.
I suppose the people who, the machinery of selling it, they probably want a certain length of time so they know how long it is. So I'd say an hour.
Okay. Well, look, so for your delectations now, it is another lady that I saw talk at the TEDx in Kingston. Again, like Debbie, amazingly inspirational. So I thought it would be nice to get Vicky on. And she's got an amazing tale, and I'll let her explain the sort of background of how she got where she got, and you've got a few little notes on there. But I've got a few little questions as we go through, which I'd like to ask her. So we can, I'll let you have a chat with Eddie, Vicky, and then I might come back with some questions.
Brilliant, thank you.
Hi, Vicky.
Hi, Eddie.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm knackered, but I'm okay. I'm getting there. It's only got an hour to go. So,
I'm so impressed and so in awe. You're 4 hours 39 in.
Yes, it's the clock. I believe, Dave, the clock is appearing any second. Am I right, Dave?
60 minutes to run.
There you go, 60 minutes to run. Boom. We have it. And I can...
How do you feel it? I heard you've lost a few fingernails.
Not fingernails, because obviously I'm not using my fingers. Fingernails are good. And I got them painted before lockdown, but the infills are going on, and so I have very long nails now. But she did it very well, so you can't quite see. But now they're kind of ridiculously long, but they're still very flat. I don't like it when they curl. That's not my cup of tea. But my toenails, the middle toenail of my left foot, it's threatening to go. We're not sure. We think it's going to go, but it's.
Now, I lost a couple of toenails, and I nothing compared to your incredible achievements, Eddie. But I have run 5 marathons.
You have indeed. You have indeed. So you know things. Now, which were the 5?
I know about losing toenails.
Which were the 5 that you ran?
So I did Paris twice because I loved it.
Yeah.
I did London. I did New York, which was horrendous.
Right.
And then my favourite, I did Nice to Cannes,
Ah.
South France, which was unbelievable. I loved it. That was my fastest one.
Okay, why was New York hellish? And tell us about, and after that, tell us about Nice to Cannes, because I have played Nice in French. I'm very proud because I toured France. I haven't played Cannes yet, but I have sold luminous necklaces on the beaches of Cannes. But before you tell what was wrong with New York?
Oh, New York. Well, so in New York, you go through all the different boroughs.
Yeah.
And so you have to go over the bridges, and you would, in your head, you kind of think, okay, well, I have to, once I've gone up the bridge, I then get to enjoy the downhill.
Yeah.
But it genuinely doesn't feel like that, and the bridges just feel like the hardest slog ever. And also it was like really well populated with toilets, so I just seemed to take every opportunity to stop for a toilet break.
Right.
And I'm sure you know how it is. Once you start doing that, you're on a hiding to nothing really.
Yeah.
Hard to get your pace back up, isn't it?
Well, because I got a machine, I can get it back up quite quickly. But sometimes, some days I was just going to the loo, and I just couldn't get it up. Sometimes couldn't get the pace up. Sometimes my left leg, a couple of days, just was twanging out, and I couldn't get it working into the relentless rhythm that you need. So.
You find it really hard on a treadmill. I don't know how you can do that.
Well, yeah, it's because I'm talking to people. That's what helps me. Yeah, it's the talking.
Yeah, otherwise, you can imagine that's so monotonous, isn't it?
Yeah, otherwise it's too much. But, so 5 marathons. So tell us, so you're working in the city, yeah? So is that, what were you, a trader?
No, I used to work in advertising and marketing.
Right.
And yeah, so I worked in a very corporate kind of world, and I loved it. I was very good at it, and but I lost my soul to it in a way, and I kind of had a bit of an epiphany at one point and just thought, is this really what life's all about? And you know, long days and late nights and lots of kind of social activities that I didn't really want to actually be involved in, truth be told. And yeah, I was kind of selling furniture and train. I worked for Eurostar, I worked for IKEA, you know, I was sort of selling ship furniture and train tickets when it came down to it. And I just figured there must be more to life than that. And I had to really have a word with myself about my physical state as well. And you know, I'd gained a lot of weight. I was pretty unhealthy. I wasn't exercising at all. Yeah, a light bulb, I think, just went on in my head, and I started to do something about that. And I discovered bar. Have you ever heard of bar?
Bar? No, what's bar?
So bar is basically, I call it like the strength and conditioning of ballet. So it's like a program of strength and conditioning that is very closely connected to ballet and kind of has its foundations in a lot of positions and movements of ballet.
Oh wow! I think maybe I should do that. That's because I did 6 months at Pineapple Studios doing jazz dance, but ballet. Then they took me, the choreographer there took me to see some ballet happening, which, you know, and the boy part of me was going, I don't know, you know, ballet's not my thing, but it would be such a stretch. I should look it up. BAR. What does it stand for? Something? BAR?
No, it's BARRE.
Okay, bar. Got it.
And it's basically the wooden bar that you use in ballet. No, so all the different movements that you might see a ballet dancer go through in preparation to dance.
Yeah.
That's basically what the program is. So it's like a massive, treasure trove, I'd like to call it, of different movements that you can do that have their foundations in ballet, but that are really accessible for anyone. So it's a really great strength and conditioning kind of program that I've never done ballet. Well, certainly not before I got into bar, so that was not my background. But it totally transformed my body, and it gave me strength and stamina and the ability to run marathons. So I started doing a lot of running.
Wow.
And, you know, the two things went hand in hand, and I wasn't getting injured when I was doing all those running miles.
Yep.
And I loved it, and I just thought, you know, if I could see those sort of transformative effects in my body, having been pretty sedentary and, you know, not having come from a background of exercise, then, you know, could surely do amazing things for other people, and more people needed to know about it. So I trained, I quit my career in advertising, and I trained up, and I set my business up 11 years ago. So this is the studio that I'm in today, speaking to you from.
And this is Barworks.
Barworks, yeah. So this was the first ever dedicated bar studio in the UK.
Wow.
And so that's that kind of part of my life.
And where are you based? Where?
In Richmond. London.
Gotcha. Yes, I run marathons down from. I'm more Victoria way, so I run down to Richmond by the river, and that's half a marathon, and I run half a marathon back. So I know where Richmond is.
It's a lovely stretch. Well, I'd love you to pop in, and sadly, because of the COVID pandemic, I'm very sad to say I'm going to be closing the studio at the end of this month, actually. That's
forever?
Yeah, yeah, it's a bit of an end of an era, really.
Oh dear.
Yeah, but along the way, I've done some other kind of interesting things that have taken my life in a different direction, and I definitely have all the bar training that I've done over the years to thank for that. It's given me a really great foundation to be able to go on and do other things. So yeah, it's like a new chapter, I think. As one door closes, another one opens, doesn't it? In life?
Absolutely. That's very good. We're going to talk about everything else. Tell me your hat. How did you get your hat? It's a very nice hat.
Isn't it? I ordered it online and it's on your website.
Excellent. So I mean to say to everyone in the world, you can get a Make Humanity Great Again blue hat. And just go to eddieizzard.com, you scroll down, and there are hats, and there are masks, and there are t-shirts, and the profits all go to the charity. So just want to
great colour. I'm very pleased with it.
No, it's very nice, very nice. Right now, tell us about the SAS Who Dares Wins show.
Yeah. Have you watched it?
I have. I've seen bits of it. I wanted to be in the SAS when I was a kid. I was kind of obsessed about it. I didn't go in the end because you have to get into the forces and
50 minutes to run.
50 minutes to run, and I didn't know. I didn't know. Yeah, certain things. I didn't know which war I'd be sent to. I wanted to be sent to the Second World War because I understood that war, and it seemed very clear. And you can't be in the forces and choose your wars. You just have to go. So I realized that wasn't quite the right attitude. So I've been trying to do my civilian special forces ever since, of coming out, running marathons, performing in 4 languages. So
well, I'm very sure you've got what it takes, Eddie.
Well, you know, no one's shooting at me. They do shout at me in the streets sometimes. They do fight me in the streets, but they don't shoot at me at the moment. Anyway, but yes, tell us how that happened. And you were one of the first women to do that. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. So I saw that. I'd watched the series before, but previously it only allowed men to participate, and so I'd seen that this was like the first year that they were going to allow women to take part.
Yeah.
And, so I put that out on my Instagram account, and in celebration of that fact, and then was inundated with friends and followers saying, well, are you going to apply for it? And it honestly hadn't really crossed my mind, but then once I get an idea in my head, I can't kind of let it go until I've done something with it or completed what I've set out to do. So I thought, well, sod it, I'll apply and just see what happens. Yeah. And so I had to go for like various physical assessments and interviews, and I had to do some navigation training, all sorts of stuff in preparation for going.
Yeah.
I think there were about 5,000 people who applied and 25 who were chosen. So it was half female, half male.
Right.
And
one thing, is it 25 women and 25 men, or just 25 in total? Right.
25 in total, yeah. I can't remember if the split was like 13, 12 in which direction, but yeah, so 25 of us in total, and we didn't know where we were going. We just had to arrive at the airport, discovered that we were going to Chile, right up in the Andes, so it was Arctic warfare. And yeah, most unbelievable experience, like incredibly hard, like the hardest thing I've ever done, really, in lots of ways. But I learned so much about my human potential, my physical potential, my mental resilience and capacity, and yeah, I'd do it again in a heartbeat. It was amazing.
Can I ask, how did you get on in the thing?
Yeah, so I got through to the final 8, so right through to the final stages. I had to go through interrogation. So I spent 8 hours in interrogation with a pillowcase over my head and ear defenders and a mask on, and they play horrible sounds in your ears and hit you with sticks and tie you up and make you sit in stress positions and all of that stuff. But yeah, and obviously before that point, they've kind of ground you down with all sorts of physical tasks that you have to undertake and various interrogations with the DS, where they're trying to break you psychologically as well. So it's a combination of the two things, and yeah, survival of the fittest or the strongest or the most mentally able. But yeah, I found the interrogation so hard at the end, just yeah, just intolerable, really. And they're experts in what they do, so they know how to really break you down and make you question everything about yourself. So I bowed out after about 8 hours of doing that. Just couldn't take any more, and then the remainder kind of dropped out as and when a few hours after that. So I was there for 7 days and kind of put through my paces in various different ways, and it was amazing.
Very good. And as a trans woman, I'm trying to encourage girls and young women to think of anything they want to do in life, including being in special forces, which is now allowed in the UK and already exists in Nordic forces. Your feelings on that? I take it you're positive towards that?
Absolutely, yeah, 100%. And I kind of, if I'm honest, I grew up with a lot of self-doubt, limiting relationships to some extent as well, that I didn't think I was capable of doing anything very special at all. And then, you really just need to take one initial step into something new and different, and then doors open all over the place. That's certainly what I found. It really does just take being a little bit brave, taking one step into things that scare you, and then there are all sorts of opportunities that open up. And because of doing SAS, I was then presented with the opportunity to row across the Pacific Ocean, which which I'm going to do in June.
Very good, very good.
Yeah, it's been a journey so far, and yeah, some exciting adventures to come as well, I think.
All righty. Timothy, would you like to ask a question?
Yeah, so it's one of my frustrations with the TEDx scenario is the fact that you never get to ask people questions. They just kind of come on, do their bit and walk off stage, and I find that always a bit frustrating. So just a few things I'd like to run through. So when you were younger, so when you were like a teenager or early kind of 20s, what was your physical kind of regime there? Did you have this in you before? Were you big?
No, I mean, barely non-existent, really. I kind of had to do sport at school like we all did, but, begrudgingly. And no, I wasn't active in any way, really. Certainly not through university at all. And, I just didn't think that was who I was. And then I think the amazing benefits of exercise just kind of take you by surprise if you really kind of go into it full throttle, and I did. And your health changes, your mental state changes. I really believe that your physical resilience can lead to mental resilience that helps you think that you can kind of take on anything, really, and be strong enough to change things in your life that maybe aren't right for you, and to lead a different path, no matter what age you are. I'm 42 now, and I came very late to exercise really not until my early 30s, when I first set up my business and trained to teach bar. And I'll be rowing an ocean at the age of 43. So I really encourage people to kind of take that plunge at any time in their lives. It's never ever too late. I'm sure you'd agree with that. I'm sure Eddie.
So you were talked about the epiphany that you had, and you kind of realised that you were in a situation that you weren't particularly enjoying. In terms of the physical side, so you were saying that you were heavier than you are now, different shape from how you are now. Did that have the exercise that you chose to do? Was that just off your own back, or did you have a mentor? Did you have someone that kind of went, "Oh, why don't you try this? Why don't you do that?"
Yeah, no, the epiphany that I had, I remember it clearly. I was sat at my desk late at night, and I saw the reflection of myself on my computer monitor. And, these were literally the days where, it makes me feel really old, where you could pull out your top drawer at your desk at work and have a cigarette from your, you had an ashtray in there and your packet of cigarettes. And that was kind of how it was in advertising back then. And I remember just thinking, this can't be good. Like, this is not how I need to live my life. And and I saw that kind of reflection of myself in the monitor and just thought, really? I need to do something about this. And I think the thing that is definitely in my favour is, like, I've got a very, very stubborn head. And so when I decide to do something, I never stop until it's complete. And so I think just getting onto that path, it just became an addictive process in a very positive way. But I was, when I was first looking for exercise that I could do, I was basically sold bar classes by someone who told me it was like doing exercise without exercising. So I was like, brilliant, that's perfect, I'll give that a go. And I went along and did my first class, and it was excruciating. And I'd never done anything so hard in my life, but I instantly loved it. And it was that kind of feeling of exhilaration and, all the endorphins. And then I just very quickly found that my physique changed, and, my stamina for running improved. And then that became quite an addictive process of doing various different marathons. And, everything kind of falls into place then, doesn't it? And then, of course, you're just constantly looking for something new and what's next and how can I put myself there.
And you've touched on a few points of things that have occurred over this like 31 marathons. They were going through. Steve Way was on earlier in the campaign, and he's a local athlete that I look after who came third in comrades, but he was exactly the same as you. He was an IT guy, drinking too much beer, smoking cigarettes, and he, same thing, had an epiphany, and then just suddenly discovered that he actually was pretty decent at running marathons. So he ended up going to the Commonwealth Games eventually. So it's just an awesome message that you give to everybody, is that there's the potential in there, and it's a question of, have you found that? Have you explored it? And I think the other thing that you really kind of reinforce to everybody is the importance of mental strength. And you came from a position of mental strength which allowed you to develop the physical strength. And I think that is probably the secret behind the elite athletes, is that there's a mental strength in there first. So, but the other thing I'm quite interested to know is you just earlier on you referred to relationships which were limiting. What does that, how did that work?
Yeah, well, I was married for 12 years, in a relationship with that person for 20 years. So I was 19 when we met, and that's a very young age to be in a relationship for in the end, a longer period of my life than I was not with that person. And I think we all change, don't we, as we get older. And and I did feel limited by that relationship increasingly. And I think that, as I started to realise my potential, then, the relationship became more constricted. And that was very difficult for me. I just felt that in the end, we'd outgrown each other, and that I needed to be strong enough to take this first step. And that really was my first step in this most recent journey, really, to believe in myself, to believe that I could do things on my own, that I could be on my own, that I could run my own life, my own business, all the things that my ex-husband had really done for me. And I'm a huge advocate of women generally doing that, taking the reins of their own lives. And I think there are a lot of people, certainly whenever I've spoken about it, who quietly or publicly identify with that situation, that scenario. I don't think I was alone in that. And, but it's a scary thing to do, isn't it? I think a lot of people have their bags packed emotionally and at the front door and don't really dare to do anything with that.
And we had a conversation again earlier with a lady called Kerry Belver who set up her own business, and she remembered that I gave her a book which was called Feel the Fear and Do It Anyway. And I think that's the key, is that with all of these things, it's with huge trepidation that you launch yourself into the abyss. But I think the key thing is, and Russ, who is an ex-Special Forces who earlier on was saying, you almost, when you're doing a challenge like Eddie, you just look at the next hour. You don't look 31 days. And in running your own business and making a break and making a change in your life, it's the same thing. It's that first step. Okay, I'll do this first bit and then I'll go to the next bit and the next bit. And you're a great example of how, entrepreneurial wise, you discovered something that perhaps you didn't know you had in there, earlier.
Thank you. And I think, I think you can get stuck in a rut in life, can't you? And so I think I also reached the age of 40 and I just thought, is this how the rest of my life is going to play out? It's just going to be a repeat, the next 40 years is going to be a repeat of the first. And is that all there is for me? And, but, life is rich and incredible. And I also think everything's relative. So, if you've been through difficult periods in your life and you get through that, whether that's stress or kind of mental challenging time, then
that's one of my mantras is that you learn more from adversity than you do from success.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. That's very true.
So, when I went into SAS and was being interrogated by the guys who ran that course, in my head was, well, I've been through worse. I can get through this, and I'm sure that's how Eddie approaches every challenge he takes on, and you just kind of build that little bit more from there, don't you? But
I've said this, probably boring some people say it, but coming out as trans back in '85 was I did self-analysis lying on my bed trying to analyze my brain, which is really weird, but I couldn't, for whatever reason, I couldn't get an appointment with a psychiatrist at that point, which I don't think I would like to see now, because I don't think it's the right person to talk to. But self-analysis, and then deciding let's do it, and that was my mission, and that was why I felt I was the right person to do it for myself and for anyone else.
And then that however hard what you're doing right now is. Emotionally and mentally, you've been through worse times, and you'll get through it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. We gotta wrap up, I'm afraid. So.
No problem.
Can I just ask one question? Yeah. So you're going to row around the world, or whatever it is you can do. So what's going to happen?
I'm going to row the Pacific.
Okay. So
go to Hawaii.
And then what's happening after Bar? What are you going to do?
I'm taking a sort of slight tangent off into something else that I'm developing at the moment, so the bar will continue in a slightly different format, certainly online anyway, and then I'm really kind of putting my energies full throttle into the row, and if I'm honest, I'm quite keen to kind of have a bit of a blank page after that, because I know that things like that are really life-changing, and it'd be nice to come back with a bit of freedom to think about what would I like to do next, and what have I learned during the course of that adventure, and how can I apply that to the next stage, really. But
brilliant.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for coming on.
Thank
you so much for having me. Good luck, Eddie.
Thank you. Take care. Thanks.
You watched me. Well done.
Thanks for buying the hat. Okay. So we're going to talk to Judi Dench, who has a damehood, but she doesn't wear it. She's just very relaxed about it. We're going to show the final, the Dublin finished film. I'd like to do it now if I could, Dave. If you can. The final film.
Yeah, I'm ready. Yes, I'm ready.
Throw it out there, thank you. Press the button. This was the last one in Dublin. So, this is it, 27th. 28th is tomorrow. And been running through Ireland to Dublin, to Stephen's Green. A lot of politics there. Oh, my watch is gone. There we go. There we go. Oh God, I keep trying to show my watch. It took a long time. It took about 7 hours, but I think I have done it. When I do it in some rather long period of time. Anyway, one more marathon. It feels good to only have one more marathon because afterwards you can take a day off and have a sleep and things like that. So thank you to Dublin, thank you to Ireland, Republic of. I will now go and have a recovery shake. This is something I haven't mentioned. I have a recovery shake every day and it tastes quite nice, so it's good to have a recovery shake. But make humanity great again. The money is toting up. We're trying to get 100 grand. Are we there yet? I think we're in the 90s now. So it's great. Keep sharing, telling your friends. You can buy the hats. Okay. Thank you. Tomorrow, Paris. Paris. Et le dernier marathon. Right? Okay. Bye-bye. There we were. The last marathon. That was 11 months ago. My last marathon was in Paris. Even I threw a bonus marathon in as well. But so we will be in Paris tomorrow. But that will be the 28th, and we're going on to 31. Oh, it's January. It's got so many days in it. And now I'm going to talk to Judi Dench in just a second. Straight away. Well, I'm ready when Judy's ready.
I think we're just connecting through in a sec.
Another one of these when you're ready.
Eddie, you picked me through to Judy.
Hi, Judy.
Eddie, how dare you have a pit stop?
Well, I didn't have a pit stop. I just showed a video for me ending 11 months ago. I was in Dublin, so it's quite nice just to finish.
Oh.
How are you doing, Judy? How are you doing?
Yeah, well, you know, not as well as you, but, you know, like everybody, not knowing what the day of the week is or the time or the month or just trying to think of things to amuse myself. I'm going for a walk tomorrow. You made me think I should go for a walk tomorrow.
That would seem like a nice thing. And
be good.
Yeah, and is your garden happy in the winter months? How's your garden doing?
It all looks good, and also the daffodils are well up, and some aconites of some kind, and you know, everything looks good. It all looks like it's getting ready for something. Right. So I suppose so should we.
Yes, indeed. And I should tell everyone in the world that my dad was called Harold Izzard, and you have a tree called Harold now, don't you?
We certainly do. Harold is doing very, very well. He's much taller than both of us.
Oh, wow.
Much taller. He's doing very, very well, and he's right opposite the house across the lawn, and he's leaps and bounds like you.
Well, what type of tree is Harold's, by the way?
Oh, Eddie, a maple.
A maple. Very
yes.
good. Very good.
Yeah.
So, let's talk about you, because you and I know each other quite well now, don't we? And
we certainly do. And I must tell you that the other night I watched a little bit of Victoria and Abdul.
Oh, right.
And Eddie, you are so wonderful in that film.
Well, thank you, Judy.
I was going to text you, and I thought, no, you've got too much on your mind. But you were simply wonderful in it.
Well, thank you for saying that. I'll tell you a story about this, because remember we were at the, this is kind of a glamorous thing at the film world, but we were at the Venice.
I know exactly the story you're going to tell. Go on.
What, the one about Harold? Well, it's about
in Venice.
No, and in Venice. Well, actually, I'll tell the beginning, and then you tell me what you're going to tell. So in Venice, and we watched the film, and we were up on a sort of a raised, like the dress circle, watching it with the great and the good from Venice were watching, and they gave us a pretty nice reception, didn't they, afterwards? Yeah. And we stood up and we were there, and you turned to me and you said, I think you said your dad would be proud. I think, and it was very nice of what you said. Can't quite remember what it was, but I remember there was a press conference afterwards, and I had to explain who I was because I didn't look like Bertie. Bertie was much heavier and much different, so I had to explain who I was. But what was the story you thought I was going to say?
I thought you were going to say before that premiere, we had dinner. Do you remember?
Yes.
At the Cipriani. And after the first, we were all sitting outside. It was very glamorous, and we were all very excited about going off and seeing the film. And after the first course, it suddenly poured with rain.
Yes.
And we all were rushed inside. And who came to the rescue? You, because you found a piano and played the piano for us all.
Well, in a way, maybe it was a rescue, but in fact, I was being, as you may know, every time I see a piano, I have to jump on and play it. It's just a thing. And do you remember the one I did before? So it's kind of for me rather than for anyone listening. But do you remember I did that in Osborne House? Do you remember in Osborne House?
Of course.
And I leapt on the piano there as well. Do you remember that? I don't know if you were in the room at the time. I don't think you were there, but do you remember there was a room? It's quite a big room, and only certain people could sit on the sofas because they were...
Yes.
Yeah, that one. That room. And in there was a piano. I got in there early, and I jumped on the piano and started playing, and it sounded pretty rough. And I realized no one had played it since 1900.
That's right.
Yeah. And I wasn't supposed to be doing that. So...
And do you also remember one morning when we were all got up in our clothes and everything, you and I went into the Durbar room. They said, do go in, but the public were there as well.
Yes.
And I don't know, they got a terrible fright, I'm afraid. They got a terrible fright.
Well, it was quite nice. So Judi was dressed as Queen Victoria, and I was dressed as Bertie, who was going to become Edward VII. And we looked very much like those kind of people. And they said, I'd already been into the Durbar room, I think. And I talked to the people at English Heritage. They said, yeah, we can get you through. So we were allowed to go in, but of course you were in costume because you were in nearly every scene. And when we went in, there were about 5 people in the room. And they couldn't quite believe that Queen Victoria had come in and the Prince of Wales. And I saw a camera coming round. Someone picked up a camera. You couldn't see this. And they wanted to take a photograph, and I just leant into them and said, no, that's not going to happen. But that was, and we saw the Durbar. That was the first time you'd seen the Durbar room, I think.
The Durbar room. And then if you remember, we had a dinner for the friends of Osborne.
Yeah.
And because my eyesight is, I remember this so well, because this has become a phrase now in the family. Because my eyesight's so rubbish now, I made up and said to you, if my makeup is all over the shop or something, you must say something to me. He said, yes. You said, yes, I'll say there's an elephant in the Durbar room. And that's become a saying now in the house.
Well, there we go. Elephant in the Durbar. That's very nice.
Exactly saying, elephant in the Durbar room, if you've got mascara all the way down your face or your lipstick up your ear or whatever.
Yes, that has to be said occasionally. But you made a speech there, didn't you? You don't like making speeches on your own, but you're happy if you've got a backup.
You shared with me.
Yeah. And you told all the stories, though, didn't you? You told all the
That's not true.
No, it does. Remember, because what you want is someone, just in case you run out of ideas, you just want someone to say, and then tell them about this story, and then you go back in. So
I want somebody to stand there and hold my hand and be very reassuring, and that's what you are and were.
Well, I've got another story. Thank you for saying that. I've got another story, which is...
You've only got four more days of this.
I know. Now, and I've only got 23 more minutes until I finish
Isn't
this
that
marathon.
Wonderful?
I know. That's going to be 27th marathon, and then I can relax.
And then you do a gig tonight?
Yeah, I do a gig at 7 o'clock in English tonight and in French tomorrow.
In Dublin? In Dublin?
In virtual Dublin. So it's from here.
In virtual Dublin.
And it goes out. people
where my mother was born and all my relations are.
Ah, yes, yes, of course.
Give them a hello, will you, from me?
I will. That's your heritage. What's your mother's maiden name?
Jones.
Jones.
Not a very Irish name,
No,
is it?
interesting. But then I believe St. Patrick was from Wales. So maybe...
Well, you see, there might be a connection there.
There you go, you're linked to St. Patrick. We'll just go with that one, shall we? Because I used to live in Wales, and I could have had a Welsh accent, see? You know, because I was in Swansea, and I'd stayed there all the time, and then I thought they'd call me Jones the Transvestite, see? I thought that's what they'd call me, but no.
Not that you would mind.
No, that would be fun. I just like the way that the Welsh have Jones the butcher, and Jones the astronaut, and Jones, you know, whatever job they do, which is beautiful. There was a thing that happened, I remember. I was listening to Ray Charles, a Ray Charles number. We were deconstructing, having done a day of shooting at Osborne House, and we were in the makeup truck, and you were changing from Queen Victoria back to yourself, and I was going from Bertie back to myself, and it was Ray Charles' What I Say, and I was playing this on my iPhone and dancing, and you started dancing, and I realized you were dancing like a teenager. You danced like a teenage girl, and I thought that's what you've got in you. You've got an access to the young girl and you've always stayed there. You can access that all the way back. Do you feel that? Do you feel that?
I hope she's still. Oh, I hope she's still there, Eddie.
No, I know she's still there. Do you feel that, or am I being crazy in saying that?
No, I know what you. I would like to know what you mean, because I think that's quite nice to retain something, and also with me something so stupid and so childish and so, you know. But you know how well both of us love to play games and things like that. And
yeah.
We've always done that in the family, and well, hopefully we retain something of that, you know, daftness.
I think you do. I think that's your secret, is that you're still in your head. You're still a very young person. Because you remember some kids at school were very old and they were only 14, but they looked like
old before their time. I know.
Exactly. I think.
How do you manage to run like that and have a conversation and then do a gig? How do you do this?
It's willpower. It's bloody mindedness mixed with willpower, mixed with, you know, I don't know, coming out as trans back when I was 23. So you mix all those things together, and I feel I need to do this, and it helps, you know. And you know, a fair chance in life should be the right of every person. That's what I'm fighting for, and make humanity great again. And so they seem like good things, and it's a time of COVID. So I just thought, if I can, I don't know. I believe I can do these things, so I should test to see if I can. And
it's a great example, Eddie.
Well, thank you, Judy. Thanks.
20 minutes to run.
20 minutes to go. So
20 minutes.
Yes, I know. Only 20 minutes.
That's all.
I know, that's all, and I can stop, and I can stop. I don't actually love the running, Judy. Remember, I ran down to your house, didn't I?
You did I was going to say, and when are you going to call in on us?
Yeah.
You did. You appeared at David's Gate.
Yes, I appeared at David's Gate, but one time I ran to your house, didn't I? Because I
ran to what?
I went past. Right. Yes, I was coming over the hills, and it was reported. It was your assistant found me and said, yes, they're wondering where you are, because I was going a bit slow towards the end. But,
well, I remember you. I think I remember you phoning saying, "I'm bletching you" or somewhere. I said, "Oh, good. How long will you be?" Not saying, "I'll jump in something and come and fetch you."
No.
Just making you run the rest of the way.
I know, but it's kind of fun. The idea that I can run to your house is kind of crazy. You know, it's kind of a.
It's wonderful.
It's kind of a nice idea. Now.
It certainly is.
Now, how did you first? I know that Definite Article is an album that your family used to listen to, with the parrot going pieces of 8, a tenner, and this stuff. How did you find out about me in the first place? How did you know about that?
Oh, Eddie, because we've been you know how long we've been fans of yours and come to the shows and everything.
Yeah.
Michael, and Finch is a little girl.
Yeah.
Finch was a little girl. And I mean, she has never, ever forgotten. She never forgot the grown-upness of coming out to the theatre, or you.
But do you know?
And you'll be very glad to know, pieces of Becky's bread, that I was given a grey African parrot for Christmas.
Oh, very nice. And have you?
And it whistles a great deal and speaks in a very low man's voice, but it's a girl and she's called Sweetie.
And what does she say in a very low man's voice?
That's unrepeatable.
Just basically swears and stuff.
Just please not the vicar to come.
Yes. Do you know who introduced me into the, I mean, how did you first find out? Did someone say, did David, your husband, say, yeah, how was it that I appeared in the first thing, and how did that album turn up?
What, the album of you?
Yeah, the one that you listened to, the one with pieces of it.
Oh, we must have got it when it first came out.
Right.
So Michael, Eddie, Michael could have repeated every single word of the album.
Yeah, it was.
As of course Vinty can.
So there's a good sense of humour in your family, yeah?
Yes, very.
Yes, that's a good thing.
We understand your sense of humour very well.
Yes, well that's good. I like to say.
Tap into something like that.
Yes, absolutely. So,
I must tell a story, Eddie. Yeah. Do you remember when you were doing the signings of your book at
Delaware Pavilion? Yeah. Bexhill, Delaware Pavilion?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
With your dad.
Yeah.
And we came in and just said hello, and we'll see you at the reception.
Yeah.
And then I didn't know that your dad went by 3 names.
Yeah.
Harold, John, and Michael. Yeah. And because my eyesight's so bad, I said hello to your dad, who I'd known for a long time, and then went to the reception. And then somebody said to me, "Have you met John?" And I looked and I thought, good gracious, this is uncanny. This looks so like Eddie's father. It must be his brother. And so he and I had a conversation when he told me that he had 2 sons, and he said, "And I'm not intending to marry again," he said. And it was only afterwards that I turned to somebody and said, "He's so like Harold." They said, "It is Harold."
Yeah, have I ever explained that? I should explain what happened there.
Yes, you should.
Okay, so he's Harold John Michael.
Yes.
And so the Michael he didn't actually use, but he was baptized in St. Michael's and All Angels Church in Eastbourne. So that's where the Michael came from. The John is, I think his granddad was Charlie John. I don't know where the John came from. Anyway, he's Harold John. And for some reason, his mum and his dad called him John, his second name. But the first one is Harold, H-J-M. So that happens, and everyone at school knows him as John. People he grew up in Bexhill knew him as John. Then he goes to work at the British Petroleum, BP. And at BP, they go, "Harold John Michael. Well, Harold, sit down here. This is your desk. And you're a junior clerk. And off you go." So they called him Harold, and he didn't fight it. I think he was very impressed by the building. It was the first job application he got. The first time that they said, he went to one job application after the Navy. They said yes, and he didn't go to another one. And if they called him Harold, he just thought, okay, well, I'm not a high flyer. He wasn't coming in with a degree, but a good school certificate. So he said, well, he just went with it. He didn't fight it. So he was Harold at British Petroleum. He married his first wife, who knew him as John, even though he was Harold at work. He took a posting to Aden in Yemen, where there was a BP refinery.
Yes.
His first wife and him divorced. He met my mother, who was a nurse at the BP refinery in Aden, and because everyone at BP called him Harold, except the ex-wife who wasn't there, he was Harold. So my mum knew him as Harold. So I grew up with a dad called Harold. And then Mum unfortunately dies, and then he remarries a number of years later, and Kate, who he remarried, had known him before, and she knew him as John, so she very definitely called him John, because that's how she's probably thought that Harold was a bit crazy. So in the teenage years, I'd pick up the phone, and is it Harold? You know, it's Harold. Yeah, Harold's over here. Is John there? He's over here. I just got used to having a 2-named father, which is a bit bonkers.
Maybe I should plant 2 more trees.
No, it's okay. Just one for Harold is good. Because from my point of view, seeing his mum called him Harold, I know him as Harold. And
Well, it never comes amiss to plant another tree. So I'll see. Maybe 2 shrubs of some kind.
No.
It would be quite nice to have that.
Well, shrubs are cool. Shrubs are cool. But, yeah, that was good. Oh, yes, that's what I was going to ask you about. Do you still have the same ringtone on your phone?
Yes.
Can I try calling you now to see it go off?
You can call it now.
Yeah, okay, hang on.
Can you do that and run?
It seems like I can. Here we go.
Okay, it's right here. The anticipation.
Yeah.
Is it ringing? Hello, Ed.
That is just beautiful, Jude. It's the fact that you have that on there and you have it so loud as well. And when it goes off, everyone goes, "What the hell? James Bond's just coming." So
it went off once in a rehearsal for Skyfall.
Oh, right.
I'm absolutely mortified because I never have it on me. I mean, it's always ringing. It's way across the room or upstairs or something. But Javier Bardem never forgot.
No, absolutely. I think that's kind of beautiful. So, we had a pretty good time shooting Victoria and Albert, didn't we? At Osborne and Isle of Wight, particularly those 3 weeks.
And we also had a lovely time filming 6 Minutes to Midnight.
Yes, indeed. 6 Minutes to Midnight. It was all in Wales, wasn't it? Down there in Wales. And they were very nice to you. They were okay with you. The crew and
everything. Oh, they were lovely, weren't they?
Yeah.
And we stayed at that lovely house.
Yes, that lovely house. And the gentleman there, he was very accommodating.
Fiona and Hugh.
Yes, and Hugh had cars, didn't he? Well, I think didn't he race cars as well?
Did he?
Yeah, I think he had a Porsche or something. And yeah, I think that was something. But yes, that was all very nice. And I remember you saying you weren't sure about, all the girls. We had 20 girls in the end, 6 of them German actresses and 14 background artists. But
they were wonderful.
Yeah, they were good, weren't they?
Weren't they?
Very nice at mixing in. And you'll know it's coming out very soon. So you're playing Miss Rockhold in this film. And we went to the house, didn't we? We went to the actual house where it happened. Remember that when we went to Vic Ostercosta? Yes.
And it was a care home, wasn't it? And there were photographs.
It was a.
Do you remember? There were photographs all the way up the wall.
Yeah.
Of it when it was the school.
Yes, it was a school, and basically, if people don't know, it was a school for the daughters of the Nazi high command. Basically, a number of people in Nazi Germany had their daughters there as ambassadors. They were learning English, and hanging out with other people who were sympathetic to the Nazi cause before the war, and that's what our story is based in. But we were there at the school. It was a home for people with dementia, wasn't it? But they were very nice, and they let us come in.
Yes, they hadn't known about the history of it. See.
Yeah, they hadn't known. Apparently, there's a ghost up on the top floor. There's a ghost of a little girl, which is interesting.
Is there?
Yeah, and it's still, and I think they've turned it into something else now, maybe flats, maybe whatever, but that building exists in Bexhill-on-Sea to this very day.
Indeed.
Yeah, but the one that we shot in Wales was an amazing building, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. With wonderful grounds, weren't there?
Wonderful grounds and huge arches coming in.
Yes.
I felt that was a character in its own right.
Yes, I quite agree.
Yeah.
We had a lovely time.
Yeah, and it's bizarre. We finished it 3 years ago this summer, and I
know.
It's coming out on the 26th of March. So finally it comes out. But thank you so much for coming along and playing that, because it was. I know it was just you did me a big favour. You did me a solid favour, as they say.
No, not at all. And what are you going to do when you've done all this, Eddie?
Well, when I finish, I've got another acting job coming in mid-February up in Manchester, if we're still allowed to do it with the COVID rules. But everyone has to be tested at the wazoo.
Yes.
Have you been inoculated? Have they given you the vaccine?
Yes, I've had one inoculation, and I did a film with Ken Branagh where we were tested every day.
Yeah.
All of us were tested every day. So, and there was amazing kind of, amazing organisation and carefulness about it all. And it was just, it was such a relief and lovely to do. I just hate the waste of time.
I know.
Well, you're not wasting any time at all.
Well, no, hopefully just keeping going, have it in there. 8 minutes to go. And then I'm...
Oh, Eddie, how wonderful.
And when you had the vaccine, did it hurt at all? Did you get a little
Not
bit?
at all.
No?
No, not at all. You wouldn't have known it had happened at all.
Oh, that's good. And
it's very good.
That is a very...
And it was also in the next village. So
right.
I was terribly lucky. And actually, it was the highlight of the week. Because although you were standing, 10 feet, 12 feet away from people, at least you saw other people.
Yeah.
And you were able to, just wave and say, how are you? And I think that's what we probably all missed. Just social intercourse and just being able to know that you're seeing somebody and saying hello and finding out how they are. And, it's not quite the same on the phone.
No, it's not quite the same. It's a little... Zoom is okay, but it has its place. But would you encourage some people refusing to take the vaccine? Would you encourage people to actually take it? And it's the most sensible thing.
Well, I don't know. I mean, people have their own, reasons for not wanting it, and you can't. If that's a reason, and that's a solid reason we don't want and take that chance, then that's how it should be for them. But
the rest of us?
I went ahead and thought, I'm going to do this. I got the opportunity, I've been asked, I'm going to go ahead.
And if people are in two minds, they don't know one way or the other, would you encourage them? Would you encourage them to take it?
Well, for everybody else's sake, maybe I would, yes.
Yeah. Well, I would indeed, because I just think it's the only way we're going to get out of this
I think so.
And
I think so.
There is, this conspiracy theory of everyone's trying to control you, but if we think that way, we're kind of lost.
But I think we are lost, and all the people who are working for the NHS and doing such incredible work, tireless. It must be very, very dispiriting to be met with people who say, oh, well, it's all rubbish or thought up or it's a fantasy.
No, well, good. Well, thank you for saying that. And you will keep working. You like to work, don't you? You like to stay busy.
Yes, I do. I like to learn things all the time.
Yes, and you love University Challenge.
I adore University Challenge. But we only got 6 on Monday, and David got 4 of them.
David got 4, your partner.
Yeah, it wasn't very good. I love it. I don't know, though, with University Challenge, whether the people the night before, the people who go through the worst time, are the students trying to swat up and think, do they know everything? Or poor Jeremy Paxman thinking, how do I pronounce everything? And sound as if I know what I'm talking about.
See, when we were working at Osborne House in the Isle of Wight, we stayed at this wonderful hotel. I'm afraid I can't remember the name of it. It was a very lovely place. And everyone would congregate in your room to watch University Challenge. And
yes.
I was reluctant to, because I find it... I can't answer them. 5 minutes to run, only 5 minutes.
Wonderful.
I can't answer the questions. I can't,
No,
they're too hard. Can you get them? You can't get them, or you...
I don't understand a lot of the questions.
I know.
And I think, how have I got through so many years without knowing that? You think. But I mean, sometimes it's in a world you have no conception about.
Yes. Yes, indeed.
It's admirable. I love it. I especially like the ones who know the answer, and then immediately they say a very, very clever answer. They go and drink. I love that. I love it.
Well, I find it too intimidating, but you love it. Do you like other programs like that? Like Countdown does things with words. Does that appeal to you, or is it not so much? Is it just University?
Yes, all right, but University Challenge is a particular favourite.
Yes. Well, that's interesting.
4 minutes to run.
4 minutes to run, okay.
4 minutes?
4 minutes.
Now, do you have a lie down before your gig?
I don't. I'm just going to have a quick shower. Because if I lie down, I'll fall asleep, you see. So
And do you eat? When do you eat?
I eat after the gig. After the gig. But, Judi, I fall asleep in the gig. Last night.
Of course you do.
I fall asleep for a split second. I fall asleep and I wake up saying random things. So it's very weird. You don't have to do this, but you.
It might be very weird, but my God, it's understandable.
Is Sam in your bubble? Is Sam in your bubble?
Yes.
Yeah, because if you want, you can. We can send you a link and you can watch it if you want, but you don't have to because you're.
Oh, that would be lovely.
We'll send you a link so you can watch it tonight.
Please
at
do.
7 p.m. And you can just watch a bit of it in there because it's the old stuff. I'm doing the old material as well.
3 minutes.
3 minutes.
What could be better?
So we'll send you a link and you can have a look. But you'll see me, not the beginning, but towards the end. I just go to sleep and I come back up, and it's like a split second. It's very weird. I did about 8 times yesterday, which is a little alarming. But
and then, do you sleep properly at night?
I do. I take half a sleeping tablet, and that seems to be the right amount. But I still get up and, wake up a few times during the night. But next Monday, I'm going to have a very long brunch. I'm going to have a brunch from about 11 a.m. till about 5 p.m. I think.
I hope so. Yeah. You deserve every single marvelous moment of it.
Thank you. It's I will feel. Yeah. You know when you do something and you feel you deserve a bit of a breather. So
you bet.
Yes. So Dublin.
You bet.
Dublin. Your mother was born in Dublin, yeah?
Yes.
Yes.
She was. And my father and all my relations went to Trinity.
Oh, wow. So the fact that we're talking to you on Dublin Day, on Irish Day, that's perfect.
And there you go.
So that's a perfect link up. And, yeah.
And where are you tomorrow?
Tomorrow we are Paris. Paris. And
are you doing your gig in French?
I will be doing the gig in French.
Oh, Eddie.
It'll be bonkers. And,
that puts University Challenge into the shade.
Well, you see, I'm just doing a different version of University Challenge. But I play like a child. You would love it because the early days, and well, I think what I do on stage is I play like a child with the brain of an adult, but with the actions of a child with silly little characters. And but when you do it in French, it just goes to another plane. Bonsoir, je suis ici, je vais faire. And, mucking about and getting laughs and improvising is bonkers.
60 seconds to run.
60 seconds we got you.
You are a phenomenon.
Well, thank you. Well, so are you. So, I salute you.
You're inspirational, Eddie. And what you do for people is phenomenal.
Well, thanks, Jude. It's just, I know you do wonderful stuff and you make people feel really good. And,
but you're also, more than anything, you're a really wonderful friend.
Well, thank you. Thank you. I don't want to bother you, but I love working with you. So,
Me too.
Yeah, it's just great fun. We got less than 30 seconds. And the 27th grade. Here we go.
Don't fall off that running machine.
20 seconds. I won't fall off. 20 seconds to go. Here we go.
Oh.
15. Here we go. Anyone can donate at eddieIzzard.com. Thank you. Thank you, Judy.
10.
Thank you, everyone.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
We made it. Thank you.
Hooray!
Thank you so much. Thank you, Judy. Thank you for hanging with me on this last bit. And
lovely to see you.
Good to see you. You take care.
Go well. Go well.
I will. We'll send you a link.
Give my love to Dublin.
Will do. Thank you, Dublin. Thank you, Ireland. And you can watch tonight. You don't have to. You don't want to, but we'll send you a link, and if you have time, take care.
Bye, dear.
See ya. Bye. Okay. Thank you. I've got that now.